Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to the Brighter Shores live stream. We are on day 11 of the Monument Grind, finishing out most of Tier 6, or at least most notably, the Monument piece for Tier 6, meaning, you know, Milestone Monument for 6 will be completed. Our main goal for today is one singular one, though of course it will take easily the entire time. And that is to go get our foraging level up to level 42, and then go and target out all the Jade Monument shards until we do the tier, and then that would be tier 6 fully completed. We will still have a few levels to go get, but that will be handled on tomorrow, as well as the earlier levels of, you know, the tier 7 would be all done into tomorrow's stream then. And then Sundays would end up being, that would be Sunday, right? I'm losing track of days. Yeah, that'd be Sunday. But then Sunday would be a mix of probably combat and a little bit of forager, since it'll be the, maybe not the last time, but probably the second to last time we can end up getting synergy on Death Crow plus Wall Plant. So I want to get it in while we can, once we end up hitting like that earlier section right over here, where we can end up doing the Wall Plant thing. So that means today's goal is probably going to be to hit, you know, the monument as we need. But then tomorrow's goal is probably going to be to hit that Wall Plant so we can get that combat synergy going. So tomorrow's goal will probably hit level 7 of Milestone 7. Might even go a little further than that, we'll see. But that's like the bare minimum goal of tomorrow. And we're also starting to get some of the bigger numbers, so we get to see exactly how it starts to curve. Now that we're starting to hit 7, 8, and 9, these are probably going to take quite a bit more XP, given their disparity between active and passive boost. So there is a good chance we're going to start seeing a little bit of a longer grind, whereas all these other numbers is like, oh yeah, they're kind of close, they're kind of close. But this is like the first really, really big jump we start seeing is at 7, 8, and 9, particularly 7 as far as being the first one. So we'll see exactly how much that ends up curving out. But of course, we still, if we're trying to do it within a month, we still got a solid 19 days. So hopefully within that time we can end up getting it. But depending on how much it curves, there's a good chance we're like halfway done as of today. Which might seem like we're more than halfway done, but there's a non-zero chance depending on how curvy the curve gets. We might only be halfway done today, as of today, as far as like, you know, fully finishing out this grind. But hopefully we can finish it out in the next 20-ish days. Also, the other day, Slay the Spire 2 officially got announced, or well, it's been announced for a while, but you know, the official release date, I believe it was March 6th. I'm mentioning that and I'm already forgetting what date it is. I believe it was March 6th. So we're basically on a 2-week timer then. Because, yeah, I do want to mess around with that a bit. I'm still not sure I'm going to be doing it, if we're just going to be streaming it, if we're going to do videos for, you know, a combination of both. I have no clue. But, I don't know, we're definitely doing some amount of it, just messing around. So hopefully we have Monument Grind done by then. If not, we'll definitely do it as videos rather than as streams then, just so we can focus on streaming, of course, Brighter Shores and finishing that out. But, yeah, I do plan to do that when it comes out. It's been the game I've been anticipating for quite a few years now, even before it was announced like a year and a half ago. But, because obviously they were eventually going to make a sequel. And it's looking pretty good based on everything we know about it so far. I've really been looking at too many leaks, but, you know, as far as trailers and those similar things like that, yeah, it's looking pretty solid. Seem to even have, like, co-op and other things in it, which is kind of interesting. Having that as an option compared to before, as it was a pretty much, like, you know, purely solo game before. Hopefully there's some interesting multiplayer aspects too, if there's like ways to race the same layout. Because that'd be pretty fun if you could race like 4 other people, or, you know, X amount of other people in the exact same layout. To see who can go through like a random seed the quickest. Or even whoever even survives as well. Because of course you could also end up dying before even making it there. But hello Jets, hello Vernas, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I was considering doing a live streams until we get to like Ascension 20 or something. But if we're still doing Brighter Shores, it might be videos. What I might end up doing is, I think I know how I might end up distributing it, given that we might still be doing the Forager grind as well. I think every first playthrough with each character we'll do as a video. Then we stream the grind to max difficulty. And then maybe we start doing videos again once we hit max difficulty. I'm considering that to be the distribution that we do it at. Where initially, the first time we do every character, we do a video. Just for the first experiences of each. Then we stream literally the max difficulty grind, assuming Ascension is in the game at launch. I assume it is. I don't see why it wouldn't be. But then we stream the entire Ascension grind. And then, if we still wanted to cover videos on it, we would then, you know, cover max difficulty videos. Because that game works pretty well in the sense that a video length is literally just one run. It's a very nice distribution as far as, like, the length of the game. Where it's pretty much a perfect length for exactly one video is one run of the game, or, you know, one playthrough through. This is one of those kind of games where you can easily do a full playthrough in a session, but, you know, you keep increasing the difficulty and adding other modifiers and, you know, stuff like that. As well as doing it with other characters, stuff like that. But technically, one playthrough takes one video, if you count it like that. And that's because we're going to have multiple endings based on some of the stuff that was mentioned in the trailer. As it does seem like that there will be multiple different conclusions aside from, like, the main one that the other one had. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. But I'm really looking forward to it. But yeah, it's coming out in exactly 2 weeks from yesterday, I believe it was. Or 2 weeks from today. Yeah, 2 weeks from today, I believe it is. It's either the 5th or the 6th. I need to double check the date. But sometime early March. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can finish Monument Grind by then. But if not, that's not too big a deal because I'll probably just cover it as videos initially and then do a stream for it or something like that. But yeah, we're all in a little bit more of a time pressure now. We can just still do both at the same time, though, of course. But obviously, we can't, like, stream both at the same time or something similar. And I would want to finish up Brighter Shores first. I'll figure something out for it, though. Worst comes to the worst, the first several things of it will just be videos instead of, streams. Also, we will be doing a different loop after this, by the way. We are not going to be stuck on this beach for an entire day again, I promise. I just need one more forager level, and then we're going wide farming. We are not going to be stuck with this exact same gameplay loop like all day yesterday, pretty much. So we did mix it up a little bit yesterday. Also, I was messing around with raid dens a little bit just out of curiosity. And honestly, compared to how bad spotting thieves are, doing raid dens aren't awful if you're at a level range for them, which we currently are, kind of. They're not the worst thing in the world, even though they've been nerfed into the ground a billion times over. They are actually not horrific, especially for how AFK they are. We're still getting like almost 0 combat XP for them, which is unfortunate. But the amount of detective XP isn't reduced anymore. I did not realize that as of the Milestone update. I thought it was still reducing it based on the enemies being so weak, but they actually removed that aspect. So the combat XP is basically 0, but the amount of what we would call it, the detective XP is actually not horrifically bad. It's not great, but it's not horrifically bad, especially for how AFK it is. So yeah, we actually could do those dens at every single level range, even when our combat level is this high. One upside of us being so ridiculously strong compared to the raid dens, if nothing else, is we never needed gear for them. That was something that was pretty important with raid dens, if you were doing it at level range and everything, is you always have to re-gear for each new raid den. The only good thing about being a billion levels stronger than every raid den is we never need a re-gear. So all that time that you otherwise would have spent to need to get adequate gear to go do a raid den properly, even though the rate of the raid den itself is a little bit worse, it's not that bad because you're just getting, you know, you can just go from raid den to raid den. Like, there's no delay in, you know, needing to gear up. I didn't need to gear up at all for this one. We wouldn't need to for the next one. We wouldn't need to for the final tier one. We're just always at the point where we just walk in and be like, oh yeah, we're already good to go. We already have everything. And that was something that the first combat rework actually helps us do too, since all equipment is across every chapter now. So, you know, we can just grab this sword that we got from chapter 1 and go to chapter 4 and be perfectly fine, since they're all just universal now for a little over a year now. So we don't even need to worry about re-gearing in that regard. Because that was probably the most annoying thing to have to do initially for them, is the whole gearing process for raid dens. But, yeah, with us being so overpowered compared to them, the one upside of that is, yeah, we kind of just automatically get it done. Like, there's no gearing required. I just walk in with the weapon we have, walk in with the gear we have, and we're good to go. But as soon as we get one more foraging level, I will be doing a wider loop. Main reason I'm not doing it now is I want to make sure we also have the starfish in it. But otherwise, oh no, I guess we can start doing it now, technically. But yeah, we're going to wide loop to go grab, I guess technically everything. I'm not sure if I want to go for this extra 2 starfish or not. The problem with going to these extra 2 starfish is where do you go after? Because we could double back, or we could just go straight into the loop immediately. That's one thing that's slightly annoying with Forager with all the new changes. Is, without, like, doing the math on it, it's, like, tile perfect math. It's a little bit hard to figure out what is worth taking sometimes and not worth taking. Like, as far as routing. When you're, like, trying to figure out, like, the amount of tiles or, you know, the amount of seconds or however you want to do it per XP gain. Because there's a lot of small things you could do with Forger to increase your XP per hour. As well as moving to specific tiles I normally don't bother doing when we're doing this one. There's a lot of them just aren't worth the extra effort to save like a second per run. But yeah, let's go try a little bit of a wider layout this time. I'm feeling a wider. We're going to need to start doing it soon anyways. So let's do one last boost with a normal one, and then we'll do the 11% because we're going to have to move into it soon anyways. So let's go practice it now. So I think I'm still going to take everything from this other room. It just seems too good to not take everything. Those shells are just so much value. Plus, both of these two make really good potions for later, which we will potentially be utilizing. Of course, these are our 11% as well. So this is the only potion that we get to make during this grind. While we will be accumulating other tier potions that we won't be able to make quite yet until a later time. This is the only one we can immediately get value for during the grind. That's where all these 11% come from. So, yeah, these are pretty important to grab, these shells. Healing potions, not as much. So, of course, we're still going to grab them since we're banking anyways. But these shells in particular are actually pretty good value. I hope I don't over-encumber here. I feel like we won't. The problem is I gotta walk through one room where we do nothing, which feels like we're wasting a lot of value. But I don't really see a way around it unless we do like a weird circle loop, but then I can't grab all the potatoes I want. Unless we do like an extended purple circle loop, but then I can't grab the water lily, which is one of the things I want to try to grab on this cycle. So we'll figure it out in a second. Oh yeah, there we go. Lobsters is showing me. It's showing me I get lobsters in 4 levels. We'll be doing that on Monday. Fishing bounties are coming out on Monday. Our goal for Monday is to not end the stream ideally until we have level 25 fishing. So hopefully we get some more levels by then because that might still take a while even with fishing bounties. But yeah, with fishing bounties coming out on Monday, we're going all the way until we get level 25 so we could do the new 23-hour lobster. Well, lobster isn't new, but it being 23-hour long is new. So that you can only check it once per day, which is very nice. I wish every venture in the game was only once per day. That would make things a lot better. Alright, so I am about to run out of inventory. Okay, I think we have to double bank this. I think this is a double bank route, so I'm going to go for, okay, I see what we're going to do then. We're going to be doing double bank routing. So I'm going to grab this, I'm going to grab this. We can grab one mana ray. I don't think it's worth, though. I've tried it a couple times. It's currently the best fish I can catch. But the variableness and how much they can move is just way too high. If they were completely static and just stand still forever, we would go for it probably. But their movement is making it not really worth ever going for, even though this will have exactly enough inventory to just poke this guy right here. But the problem is he keeps moving, but he didn't move this time, so you know what, we'll grab him. He has exact inventory to do this, because we've routed this exact route in the past before. I don't know, maybe we'll grab the mana rays. If they're not too far, we'll grab it. If they are, we won't. Is basically how we'll go about it. And now we go for potato and just go down, or up the entire alley over there. The biggest issue here is we got to grab a lot of stuff that we don't really care about, since we're going with a full inventory. And I never really figured out how to do this route properly. Because I feel like we grab a lot of stuff that I don't really need. So we go for XP here, we go for XP here. Very close to where we need to be, but not quite all the way there. So we'll double our potato, sure. I think it's the only thing worth doubling on this route that we're about to go do. Grab this potato, grab that potato, grab the 3 potatoes over there. I'm not sure if we go for 6 water lily or not. It feels like a waste. The problem with 6 water lily is how much you have to backtrack since there's not bell plant in that room anymore. If there was another foraging item in that room, it'd probably be worth it. But the fact that there isn't anymore, due to them moving where bell plants are, it's not really worth going for those extra spawns. Honestly, a lot of times I don't even think it's worth going for the 3rd that's in that room. Just because you have to already walk up so much. I don't know, maybe we go for the 5. The 6 one is definitely way too far. Water lilies are just set up in a really weird way. The entirety of them. Oh no, I kind of want to move up to them. It just feels weird backtracking so much and then doing like a double backtrack. But they are a lot of XP. They're more than the shells on the ground. The problem is there's no other resources near them that you could take. Other than, I guess, a combat kill. Which, hey, we will be able to do that again eventually. We will eventually be killing Here Beast into Water Lily again. But at this level range, we will not be. And next level range, we probably won't be either because I don't think we have enough combat. But by tier 8 and 9, I think we can get away with it. But that Water Lily is just way too far to go for, I'm pretty sure. We're already, like, way too far right now, and we have to double backtrack whatever we take. And now at this point, I guess we just grab shells. I just grab every shell along the way. By then, can we actually get this Water Lily to respawn? The problem with these shells, though, is they're so bad. We're getting, like, 7 key each. compared to anything on the beach that was like 8 point something K or 9 point something K. But of course the bones themselves convert into, you know, like EXP and such. It's just they're still only tier 6. We kind of need our bones to be at least tier 7, if not tier 8, before they're really, you know, good again. But yeah, we'll just take all these bones then, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this route. I feel like we're getting so much less XP when we're doing this route compared to the first set. We can even kind of calculate it out, too, because each of these potatoes is worth less than a rack. Each of these water lilies worth a little bit more than a shell. But all of these are substantially worse than even, I think, the starfish? I don't know. Let me go double check something. This is giving, for by default, 6.7. How much is our current starfish giving us by default? Like I'm talking about like a tier 5. Well, then again, our starfish is about to be upgraded, so even more of a reason to do the other route. But hypothetically, on our previous one, okay, it is slightly better than that. But yeah, it's not really worth routing. The biggest issue is it's really hard to get water lily in. I would hate to do it, but I almost feel like we have to stick with the original route. And just grab all the starfish when we do it or something. If we do that, I think I have to skip a kelp, I'm pretty sure. At some point during this grind. Worst comes to worst, I could always skip this double kelp. There's always an option. The other kelp pretty worth skipping, I think, is that one over in the corner over there. If we ever want to skip it. I believe we can get away with that. As this one is probably the highest amount of tileage away from where we otherwise would be doing. Because we're going extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles away. And then we have to backtrack for 1, 2, 3. So it's like 8 tiles away in a sense. 8 to 9. Somewhere around there. That's a lot of backtrack tiles. Like a lot of backtrack tiles. Come on, starfish, upgrade already. You're like the lowest thing we'd be taking right now. But you're right on our path, so we kind of still have to keep taking you. Actually, one more knowledge point, we should pretty much be there. Maybe a double, but I think a single gets us there. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's worth getting those 2 starfish over there. I feel like the answer is no, even when they're upgraded. I don't know, we'll see what the number is. Because even just this one, if you count both tiles both ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 12 tiles to go grab the starfish. And that's only one, that's not even counting the second one that's there. That's even further away. But when counting both the backtrack tiles and the tiles to get there, it's already at least 12 tiles. Just to grab something that's giving just slightly more XP than the shell. We have to almost double that if we want to grab the second one. It's something that hopefully forager bounties will end up switching up. Like the need to have to stay on this beach for so long. Because right now it's just a little bit too meta to this area. I don't think they should nerf this area. But they should definitely do other things to like buff the other areas. As ever since they moved a couple of those things that allowed you to wide cycle. Like where they moved Bell Plant and a couple other stuff like that. This is like the last concentration of like value that didn't really get nerfed at all. Like at all. Like this has been just as strong since day one, if not even slightly stronger after the slight XP adjustments from everything. But this beach has always been kind of broken for Forager. And doing the wider loops of it all got nerfed because racks aren't in that room anymore. Bell plants are in either of these 2 rooms anymore. So like all the other like wider loops you can kind of get in because there was more supplies there. You can't do anymore because there's not more supplies there. End up really heavily nerfing things like water lily and the such. But the good thing about water lily is you can multi-synergize it with combat, so it has that going for it. Which reminds me too, I wonder before I ever do all my combat in Hope Forest, if I should go get like tier 9 woodcutting. No time soon, obviously, that would take forever. But I'm actually considering it. Because if tier 9 is going to take a while, it would allow us to grab a bunch of really good tier 8 and tier 9 supplies. which feed into builder, which feed into all of our weapons we ever need, stuff like that. There's so many weapon upgrades we'll be able to get from that in the future. I'm definitely heavily considering it. Like getting woodcutting and carpenter to like tier 9 before we even start the combat grind in chapter 2. Because right now, as far as our combat grinds are considered, I fully unlocked Chronopolis, so we never need to do combat there because it's the worst location to do combat in. We did most of mine to Matubin other than 3 levels, and those 3 levels I plan to do at some point in the near future. Whenever I say I'm going to AFK combat off stream, that's normally what I'm referring to, is basically doing the entire AFK mine to Matubin grind off stream. And we'll do a couple streams for it though, here and there, as far as updates and progress. But otherwise, it's literally just us using a 7 or 8 minute AFK potion over and over again until the job is done, which is not too engaging. It's very low variance other than, ooh, shiny item occasionally. But, I don't know, maybe we'll stream some of it. But, that was my plan for combat after. So right now, obviously, we're doing Synergy for Chapter 1. After we deplete what we currently can do for Synergy Chapter 1, we would then go do the Mine to Matubin AFK grind, or active grind, however we want to do it. But, you know, do Mine to Matubin until we get all of our alchemy supplies from it. That then allows us to alchemy pivot into probably max alchemy. And then after that, you know, we kind of figured things out from there. But as far as our combat is concerned after that, the pivot after we finish out both Chronopolis and Mine to Matubin, Chronopolis of which is already finished, would end up being to go and probably fall back to Chapter 1. Even though we would already have 500 Forager, in which we would not need any Forager XP, the benefit of falling back to Chapter 1 is there's quite a bit of supplies that we can get that are really useful. The most notable ones are getting healing potions while killing the crows, getting our boost potions, the best in slot potion we can end up getting for damage, while killing the hair beasts. So those two in particular are going to be really, really good value, even at 500 Forager, as we'd be doing it for the supplies, obviously, not for the XP. And we'd still be getting knowledge points from it, so it would end up working out nicely still, too, while synergizing it with combat. And basically just do it whenever our tool's on double. We could do it in either one way. Either always do it on spawn of the 3 that are nearby, or just simply do it always on double. Because one thing that's nice about both rooms, if you want to, like, really min-max how much you're not foraging, if you don't care about XP at all and you're, you know, just trying to get the resource. Both the wall plant room and the water lily room have a double spawn of their resource right next to each other. So if you want to maximize combat while minimizing how much you're getting no forager XP, but just getting the supplies because you still need the supplies, the strategy would be to just take 2 of them only when you have double available. Which means you'll still get 3, but you only have to do the movement of 2, which are right next to each other. Which is likely the way that we would end up doing most rest of whatever the combat we don't finish on this tier. As I'm probably only putting 2 more tiers into it, which means I would have only done 4 out of 9 tiers. Meaning we would still at some point have to come back to Hope Port for 5 tiers of combat. Which we'd probably do pretty early on. Maybe not immediately, but who knows, maybe we would do it immediately since we're already in like the Hope Port kind of area angle right now. Maybe we would do it immediately, I'm not sure yet. Obviously, we could always go back and forth. We don't have to do them right on top of each other. Like, we could do one in Hope Forest and one in Mines of Matubin, you know, keep switching back if we want to have more variety or something. But, it doesn't have to be consecutive if we don't want, or it could be if we want. But, that is the game plan, is to finish the last 5 milestones that we're not going to get done during all the Forager grind off of mostly those 2 enemies. Like, we already went over the combat path earlier, but it's basically Death Crow until we're geared enough or to be able to AFK Death Crows, then Death Crows AFK until we can gear up on the Hobgoblin. Then once we're geared up on the Hobgoblin, which has a 50% modifier, or not the Hobgoblin, the Goblin Chief, I mean. Once we have him all the way good to go, we then go and easily take out the plant that has a blue weakness. It doesn't have good drop table, but blue weakness makes it just get obliterated. Then we do that until we can competently kill the Hair Beast, which is probably the most annoying thing of the things we have to kill. And then we reach the 2 most important ones, and you just stick on Hair Beast until you can do Death Crow again, and then you repeat the cycle. But those are basically the only 4 enemies, all 3 of which have a 50% modifier for better loot, and 1 of which we're only taking because there's a blue weakness. And obviously we're a blue class, so we get to kill it a bit better. It's also neutral, so it's not that bad to kill. It's neutral across everything. Unfortunately, no gear modifier, though, which is one of the main things we actually care about when killing something or not. But doing that route allows us to hit all of the 3 that have better gearing, which is probably the most important modifier on any of them. It is 100% worth taking a small knowledge or XP hit in order to have absurdly good gear to be able to kill everything with. Just because that gear basically makes up for any time you otherwise would have lost. So, yeah, it basically just makes things quicker. Because while the other ones might be higher values, the gear that you actually get makes things more consistent and quicker to kill. which basically evens out the amount of XP it's giving anyways. So even if it's giving less in a category, it's technically not, because by the time you get the gear upgrade, like prior to the gear upgrade it is. But you know, once you get that gear upgrade, it's like, okay, yeah, now it's giving better. Plus you get more profit from it too. Because while it doesn't technically say it, that's effectively what this is. It even has it, you know, still yellow marked like the other ones are. But whenever it's marked like that, well, it's not technically saying you're getting better money per hour. It is better money per hour, of course. It's the same thing as when another thing says, like, you know, it's giving more profit. If we go break down, like a breakdown here. It's effectively the same thing. It's just giving it to you as, you know, gear rather than as pure gold or other things. Which also, that reminds me, I haven't actually broken down these menus before to check their thingies. Yeah, look at how negative they are. That's really something I hope that the bounties that are coming out in March will really help. We're getting smithing bounties in 3 Mondays from now, and stonemason bounties in 5 Mondays from now, both in March. And I really hope those 2 changes make those 2 skills not cost an arm and a leg to go and level. I hope it can be a little bit more like cooking, where a lot of the time it'll like break even or something. Because those are still the 2 hardest skills I would say in the entire game to go get max. As it's not like alchemy where there's like a ton of stuff that you can use to feed into it. It's not even like a bunch of other production skills where you can kind of do it for cheaper. Like for bone you can do it passively to be able to get it a little bit cheaper. For things like, you know, leatherworker, you can go do merchant to get it cheaper. For things like carpenter, you could very easily do woodcutting. And yes, smithing and stonemason both have mining to make it cheaper. But unless they really fix the curve, getting max mining does not get you max smithing nor max stonemason. Unless you do like 2/3, 1/3 ratio. In which case it would. But if you're doing like an even amount of just like whatever your best activity is for mining, unless they really modified it with the milestone update, which I have no clue because that would take such a long time to figure out. But unless you do a lot of math or actually do the grind. But unless they fix that with milestones, 500 mining does not get you 500 stonemason and 500 smithing. It gets you a lot towards it, but it doesn't get you the full amount. With bounties, maybe it will though. Once both the bounty systems are in, then 500 mining might get you 500 smithing and stonemason, assuming you're keeping up with bounties the whole time that you're doing mining and stonemason. But without bounties, it doesn't. And I assume that's still the case after milestones. And that hopefully the bounties will fix that. I don't know, we'll find out soon. They're right around the corner. And we'll get to see fishing bounties next Monday to see how that helps. Though fishing bounties are kind of useless though, in the sense of that's not how you train fishing. The way you train fishing is you venture it all the way to max and then forget that it even exists. That might change once cooking gets modified a little, but that is pretty much the only way you should train fishing. Poor fishing skill. But yeah, the fishing meta, especially since the tools for the ventures get boosted. It's the only skill in the game that's like that. The meta for fishing is literally just venture all the way to max. Even with fishing bounties, that's not going to change. They could be the best bounties in the game and you'd probably still stick with ventures. As it basically allows you to, I wouldn't say 0 time, but it allows you to very, very much heavily reduce time get max fishing. As if you break down the effective levels per hour of taking the venture, let's say it takes you 1 minute to take a double oyster venture or a double lobster venture, which is pretty realistic because you got to go from wherever you are, teleport over here, go all the way over to whatever venture you are, bank them, and then go back to where you were. That could even be almost like a little over a minute, but let's say it's a minute. I forget how many ventures it is at this level range, given all the milestone differences. But I feel like you'd have to take them about, assuming you're using boost potions, let's say 8 times. That sounds somewhat right. Depends on your level range and a lot of other factors, but let's say 8 times. So let's say 7 times, because that works better for a week. I'm not sure the exact number, we'd have to do a lot of math later, but let's say it's 7 times. So let's say, hypothetically, you take both of them, so 14 total, 7 times total, because you're doing 2 at a time. That would end up being 1 week per level. However, that 1 week per level took you like 7 minutes. So if we were to go and take the 7 minutes and put that into 60 divided by 7, it is about 8.5 levels an hour. That is very, 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 very high. Obviously, there's a lot of variance in it and a lot of other factors that go into that. But it is roughly 8.5 levels an hour. Let's even say it's half that. It's over 4 levels an hour. Per effective hour, obviously. Obviously, to be able to get that takes many, many, many weeks. But, Yeah, it is effectively around 8 levels an hour. That is very, 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 very good. Like, you know, 8 hours per effective hour done. Or sorry, 8 levels per effective hour done. Obviously, it takes a long while to actually cash in on that full hour. But it is a lot of free XP. Like, insanely, insanely, insanely so. There's no skill that comes even close to 8 levels an hour. Not even Merchant. If you do Merchant and dump all knowledge points into Merchant and do it perfectly and do all the higher bounty ones, I'm not even sure you can get 1.5 or even 2 levels an hour. Or maybe so after new milestone changes. I guess it depends on your level range. Because that was like pre-post 200 I'm thinking of, so maybe you can actually get like 2 or 3. But at absolute best, we're talking like 3 or 4, let's say. That is half as many as 8. Which is why the fishing venture is so strong. A lot of other ventures are pretty strong too, but out of every other thing that has venture, fishing is probably the one that benefits from it the most. Both from having a tool associated with it, but also because all of them are just double spawns. And now it even has a double-double. So when you have 3 venture slots, you could very easily do them all back-to-back. And when there's 4, you could very, very easily do them all back-to-back. As you could do double oyster and double lobster. Though I don't think that will be a little bit overkill. I don't think you ever need to do more than 2. The only exception to that would be if you're free-to-play. But if you have access to the member skills, you'll probably never run more than 2, whatever your best 2 are. I don't think it's worth running the 3rd or even the 4th once we eventually get a 4th. That would only be applicable to free-to-play. Because Willow Water is the only other thing you could do in free-to-play. And Willow Water is a very, very, very bad venture. Like, absurdly bad. So aside from free-to-play, it would be the only situation where you would take more than a double fishing bounty. Or a fishing venture, I mean. I know, we'll have to wait and see. Who knows, maybe the fishing bounties are pretty decent. The main benefit of fishing bounties, oddly enough, ironically, since the main meta for fishing is to just do ventures the whole time, the fishing bounty board is actually on the road that you have to go to get to your venture. It is likely to be right over here, which you have to walk by every time you take the lobster venture and every time you have to take the oyster venture. Which means you should check that venture board every time you grab your oyster and or lobster venture. Is you're going to have to walk past it anyways. So that's pretty much going to be the meta for training fishing. Is literally only do whatever your best double venture is. And every time you walk past that road, you take fishing ventures. I mean fishing bounties. Like anytime you see a good fishing multiplier or if it's just a really easy one to go do. Though all of them are pretty easy other than pufferfish. So whenever you see like any one that you want to go do, if it's at your level range or decent, or if you see any of them that have any amount of multiplier, which you should always do, even if it is pufferfish, even if you have to buy the cages, it's probably worth it. And then just keep doing that until you get a nice stack of bounties, kind of like how we're doing with cooking right now. And then go from there. Also, one of these I do need to get rid of, though. The Gennard one's kind of useless. I'm not sure why I didn't get rid of this. So this one for Sandrigo is really good, though. And the main reason I didn't get rid of this other one is for a good location. Oh, good! We just got an upgrade. I didn't even notice that. Nice! We did it! We're at high-level starfish. Now, do we keep doing this gameplay loop, or do we try to take more starfish? Because, honestly, I think we still keep doing this gameplay loop. Which is kind of unfortunate, but, it's just so strong. And I can always get water lilies later. And worst comes to worst, we could always buy the water lilies. They're even cheaper than the starfish, I'm pretty sure. I think they're a little under 6 silver each, or pretty much right at 6 silver. Which for a plus 80 boost potion is really absurdly worth it, so... If we had to spend, you know, a couple gold towards that, it's not really that big a deal. I think we can spare... I think we can spare a couple gold here and there for alchemy. My goal for maxing alchemy is to spend under 100 gold if it could help, while keeping every potion. But if we had to go to 200, that wouldn't be the worst case in the world, because that's one of the last things I really need to dump gold into. So if we had to go a little bit deeper, it's not really that big a deal. Obviously, we'd prefer not to, but if we had to, it's not the worst thing. Also, I really should have drank at 11% there. Oh no! Oh well, we'll use one of the things for the weaker one. It's fine. Rip 3% XP. But yeah, let's go see what this starfish is. How much is his XP right now? Because it should be the highest thing I could take now for XP. And it's giving, No! Shell is still better. Shell, why are you so broken? Water Lily is technically a little bit higher than Shell right now, but it's way too hard to try to do Water Lily. As there's no synergy on Water Lily anymore ever since they moved Bell Plant. The best synergy you can do is combat, which we're not at level range where we could do that with. We will be returning to that eventually again, though. Like the level where we could do water lily combat. But I don't think we can kill level 37 that we are weak to at level 8. That's just not going to work out, unfortunately. Okay, look at this. We're getting 9.9. And then I'm going to grab this, and it's going to be less. Which is kind of crazy. Really? So this is going to be less than 9.9? Oh, no, it's more. Okay. It's barely more, though. Oh, no, I was thinking of water lily. It's more than shell, but it's less than water lily, is what I was thinking. Water lily's giving slightly more right now, I believe. But we can't really get to water lily conveniently. Because water lily's at passive. Water lily is at 9526. And this has no tool bonus either, so yeah, water lily is quite a bit better at the moment. But there's just no good way to get any extra value on water lily. Because you're walking so much without grabbing other nodes. And every time that you're doing that, you know, that's this XP that you're leaving on the ground. It's not like it's like an insane amount more. We're talking like about 1,000 more per take. And if you're counting all those tiles that you're moving, if you just take one extra resource, that's the same thing as just moving all that area. It's an issue a lot of things have in Forager. Is that if you don't have like a big, gigantic area where you can take a ton of it at the same time, every tile that you're moving, you're just wasting the value that you otherwise could be getting from like a setup like this beach. Which, yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to change at like the really, really high level range. Maybe we will be forced to have to take the highest thing like you were kind of in the previous format. But currently we haven't been because everything's been pretty close to numbers. And because everything has been kind of close in their numbers, and the fact that every single modifier is only moving up by 100%, so I don't feel like it's going to really ever jump like crazy, crazy high, there's a good chance this beach is never going to become non-meta. Which is kind of unfortunate because realistically we're stuck on this beach from like... Not counting some side things we could do, we're stuck on this beach from like 15 until like max. Like literally the whole time. Other than like a few other things that you do here and there in between. Not ideal. But yeah, the more we test everything, and the more it seems like this is like the only thing you can do in the whole skill. In all fairness, they did warn us with the icon. It's a hand picking up a shell. I don't think I've ever seen a more fitting icon for a skill. The picking up shell from beach skill. That's pretty much Forager. A little unfortunate. There's a few other loops we could do here and there at some level ranges, but yeah, we kind of are stuck at the beach for pretty much the whole grind. I will still try to switch it up here and there when we can, but I don't know, just after doing all the math, it just doesn't seem worth leaving this beach. There are upsides to this, though. Every single one of these shells becomes our best in slot combat potion. Every single one of the other shells, or every single starfish becomes our best in slot combat. Every single shell becomes a good XP pot. And every single kelp becomes the best healing pot in the game. So we're getting the best healing pot, the best damage pot, and the best, well, one of the XP pots for a chapter. And even after we finish Forager, these would still be relevant because there's, you know, 3 other skills. Even though fishing is almost entirely ventures, you can boost ventures with XP pots, so you constantly need it for those. Chef, of course, would be chugging them, and alchemy would be chugging them. So, yeah, we still have uses for those XP pots that we would be otherwise getting from Forager for this chapter. And technically, even if you depleted every skill to 500, you would still have combat as well. Because that's another factor. And that's one of the small factors I didn't fully put into consideration either. Though, in all fairness, I generally don't XP pot while doing combat because it's kind of clunky. But I'm going to have very, very, very few Hope Forest potions for the combat grind. Because we're already pretty limited on how many we're going to have. And I got to do 10 whole levels in Hope Forest. We are going to be living in Hope Forest at some point. It is literally going to be our home for some amount of duration. Which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But there will eventually be a couple months where we literally just live in Hope Forest as we try to get like 500 combat levels near the end. Because Chronopolis, I believe we 100% max. I don't even think I left a level in. Which is there a way to check? Wish you could check what tier you are in an area. I don't think you can. Until you get to the level up screen. That's opening the other screen brings up, but I don't think it does. But how many do I have in Chronopolis? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, I did leave one spare. In case we ever wanted to come back. I only left one. I think what I wanted to do with that is have a lot of the higher ones near the end so we get like better valued equipment or something. I kind of wanted to leave all of them with like one little option remaining in case we ever did need to come back. And I probably plan to do that for every chapter just in case. Like leave one single level left so we could always return back to it and bring it up to that upscaled level if we truly had to. But yeah, I did Chronopolis to 9. That means I did Mines of Batubin to 7. And I believe we have 2 in the Hope Forest, soon to be 3. I mean, Hope Port, I mean. And 0 in the Hope Forest. I have 2 in the Hope Port currently. Eventually to be a 3rd by the end of this Forager grind. Which means our distribution is 3 out of 9 for Hope Port. 0 out of 10 for Hope Forest. 7 out of 10 for Mines of Matubin. And 9 out of 10 for Chronopolis should be our distribution then. Based on those numbers. And the way I likely plan to go from there would be to go do what we're doing now, doing Hope Port till 3 out of 9. Then after that, we're probably moving the 7 out of 10 Mines of Matubin up to 9 out of 10. And then after we do 9 out of 10 Mines of Matubin, it really comes down to what we want to prioritize next. But it would likely be going back to Hope Port, oddly enough, until 8 out of 9. And the main reason for that is, even though we have Max Forager, I would be doing it for the supplies. Like the best in slot healing potions, the best in slot combat potions are both things we earn from it. Which is actually just something I just realized now, too. The 2 that are related to combat, they put in a combat room. And you can also do hogberries that way, too. So every single combat potion that's in Hope Forest is in a combat room. I never noticed that till just now. Because you may have noticed I haven't really mentioned Hogberry for that. That's mostly because I plan on skipping it for the most part. You can do it off of Carnivorous Plant, but it gives you a yellow boost potion, which we don't care about as much. If we needed it for Alchemy XP, it'd be okay, but the actual potion itself is pretty average. If you're a Hammer Mage, obviously you'd want it a lot. But yeah, all 3 of the combat potions in Chapter 1 have combat synergy. Healing potions off of Death Crow. The blue potion off of Hair Beast. And the yellow potion off of Carnivorous Plant. And even if you have 500 Forager, you'd still be able to grab them for decent value. Interesting. And I didn't notice that till just now. I knew about the 2 we needed, but I forgot that the 3rd one also is too because of Carnivorous Plant. Though I will be ignoring that one mostly. I will grab a few, but I do plan to mostly ignore that one. Since we're not a Hammer Mage. It'd still be nice to have some though. But in the current state of the game, pretty much anything that isn't your primary colors is so bad. There's a really big disparity right now between your primary color that you're good at and literally anything that isn't that. Hopefully once we have 5-star gear and stuff like that, and maybe some universal gear that every class can use, as well as, you know, be able to use other gears, classes stuff in the future potentially. Hopefully after that, there'll be less of a disparity. But right now, assuming you want to use a boost potion, like let's say hypothetically you want to use a boost potion every fight, you're basically trolling doing anything that isn't your primary element. Unless I guess you're fighting something that your element can't do extra damage to. Like, you know, if we have to fight something blue immune. But aside from that, and you're bothering to use boost potions, you really shouldn't be bothering with anything that isn't the element of your primary one. I assume that will change in the future though. But just because there's such a big disparity. Right now, the highest you can get any element that isn't your main primary one is 49%. Whereas otherwise, the highest you can get is 89%. Oh, I mentioned this the other day, too. They're likely going to be filling that out in the future. Or if they ever add, like, universal gear, it'll probably take up the 50 to 70% area that there's a big hole in. And, you know, your absolute best in slot class items that are going to be really iconic are probably 90 to 100%. Or whatever they cap it at if they don't do 100%. Because those are 2 really big holes in the percentages that no category currently covers. But it's likely because they have plans for it, they just haven't, you know, implemented such things yet. For that 50 to 70 and for that 90 to 100% areas. With those 90 to 100%, those are going to be some really solid 5-star weapons. Which is likely what they're saving them for. Which I am curious what stuff like that is going to look like. Because in the long term of the game, whatever is made 5-star is basically the actual gear of the game. Whereas what we have now is basically the equivalence of like rune or dragon armor and old school RuneScape or similar. Like, yeah, they help you through your journey, but you're almost never using them as a best in slot. Unless you're like really down bad. It's not really like the super iconic stuff, it's just the stuff that gets you through the game. I guess they're kind of iconic to some degree, but you know what I mean. Like, they're basically the generic gear that gets you through the game progression-wise, but it's not actually like the gear that you're using once you get to the end. Which is pretty much what everything tier 4 and below is like in Brighter Shores. Until we actually start getting real gear at tier 5. It's basically just transitional gear. And we can even see that in the tier levels now. Where tier 1 is literally just trash on ground. Tier 2 has some use cases, but otherwise you'd ideally not want to use it. Tier 3 is basically crafting material. Tier 4 is your actual gear. That helps you through progression. And tier 5 is like the actual real gear once you start getting geared. But tier 4 would hold you over if you didn't have a specific tier 5. It's basically everywhere in tier 1 is kind of trolling as far as how weak it is. Obviously you have to sometimes in the current state of the game. Just because of how rarity works and everything else and the time to actually get stuff and the fact there's no armor making skill. But yeah, tier 1 just sell trash. Tier 2 is like, you're really down bad, but you just have to have some upgrade. Tier 3 is crafting material, but you can still wield it. Tier 4 is like actual real gear. And then tier 5 is like the stuff, like end game that you're actually trying to seek. Otherwise you would use tier 4 until you get to that point. So that reminds me, we should tune up this weapon at some point. We do lose a lot of value if I do, but I do need to upgrade this weapon potentially. That or just make a new one. I still haven't decided yet. Is it worth losing like 300 to 400 silver to upgrade this, or do we not bother? The fact that it's 86% makes me kind of want to do it. If it was a lower percent, I'd be like, oh, we're just going to sell it. But 86% is only 3% off a max roll. So I'm probably just going to enhance what we have and just lose the 300 to 400 silver. I think it's worth the 300 to 400 silver loss to make a really solid 4-star weapon for when we hit like level 25 or something. Is that what allows us to immediately kill the carnivorous plant? We'll figure it out once we start combat pivoting a little. Because after we take wall plant at tier 7, which actually comes somewhat soon. It might even be tomorrow, or at least 2 days from now. Definitely 2 days from now. I'm not sure if we'll reach it tomorrow. Hopefully we'll reach it tomorrow, though. But by the time we hit tier 7 wall plant, which is at 7-7, is when we're going to start training combat again. And then after that, once we get all of our leveling in, is when we'd want to consider the pivot on the weapon upgrade, where we lose like 300-400 silver on it in order to get it to 4-star, and then use that for basically the rest of this level range. As we'd probably use that all the way from 25 to, you know, all the way through. Unless we just happen to get a better drop, that's very unlikely. As it's 3% off max blue roll, and it's, you know, once it's upgraded, it'll be pretty solid. Might be a little under-leveled, but by the time we get to tier 20, we should be fine. Like this bring up to 25 should be fine. Like this at 4-star at 25 should easily last us all the way to 20, the big 20. And I think it's worth like the half gold loss that we'd have to invest into it in order to make it like that. But we might want to make sure we do it at the earliest at level 25. Might even want to wait a little bit later than that when we do that. But I'll probably do it exactly at 25. I think I did that for the previous weapon too. Which seems to be a good way to do it. I'm not sure if you can get away with that in every chapter, but you probably could. Luckily we got this as a drop, so I didn't even need to make it. But basically making a weapon near the beginning of like a tier and upgrading it to the middle of the tier and then just using it for the rest of the tier seems to be the way to go a lot of times. At least for Hope Forest. Not sure if every single area is set up like that, but I'm pretty sure it is. The main reason you can kind of get away with it in this chapter even more is Hope Port only has one weakness for every color. Whereas I believe every other chapter in the entire game has 2 weaknesses per color. So you can get away with using a colored weapon a lot more in chapter 1. As there's less enemies you have to avoid. Like, the only enemy I have to avoid is the thief. He's not even that good. The only thing good about him is he drops EXP pots. But his actual distribution is not good. He's low XP, he's a low modifier. He gives good knowledge, but you don't really care about knowledge while you're doing combat. Like, you don't not care about it, but, you know. If you have to take a negative on the other two just to get slightly more knowledge, it's super not worth. So he's a really skippable enemy already, so that kind of works out perfectly. As aside from his XP pot drop, he has nothing really worth going for. As his XP distributions is so bad. As well as, honestly, anything with a negative drop modifier is just also awful. Unless you have a weapon that can, you know, exploit their weakness. I'm pretty sure you should avoid pretty much anything that has a negative loot modifier. It's one of the reasons why we're going through only killing basically the high loot modifiers. Where we go from Death Crow into Goblin Chief into Hare Beast. And just have a 50% bonus the entire time on everything we kill. Which stacks with Luck Potion. It's one of the reasons why this is the only time we're not under-geared. I'm deliberately using a 2-star so I only have 3 ammo instead of 4. We're using 3-star weapons that we could easily go and upgrade to 4-star at some point if we needed to. We are using 3 pieces of 4-star equipment. One was a drop, 2 of which we crafted. The helm and the gloves were crafted. The boots we just got as a drop. And then the only thing that's behind is our chest and legs. The chest we might be able to upgrade eventually if we get enough other 3-stars. And the legs are just bad RNG. And shield doesn't count, we're not using shield, so it doesn't matter what shield we have on. But yeah, Sunday will probably be the next day we go really heavy back into combat. I'm just waiting for a wall plant so we can get the wall plant Death Crow synergy again. But I'm looking forward to going back to it. Alright, so far we've gotten a level and a half so far this stream. And we gotta go get 10 levels more, or at this point 9.5 more levels. Which means at the current amount of time, that's gonna take us like, probably 4 to 5 hours to reach our destination. And then on top of that, probably an hour, hour and a half, probably close to an hour and a half to actually go get all the jade we need. Which means there's a good chance this will take 6.5 more hours. Well, 5.5 from here. So we'll be here a while today. This might actually be one of our longest streams all week. As our main goal that we need to get done is quite a bit longer today. And we kind of see that from the tiers starting to get bigger as well. There's going to be an increasing issue if we want to start, you know, keep doing it in the same way we have been. Or the amount of time we got to grind per day if we want to do it in the same amount of, like, total days. Is just going to keep going up and up and up and up and up. So they're only going to get longer, not shorter, most likely. If we want to try to finish it within a few weeks. Oh, he just hit a new milestone. I saw him talking earlier. I think he's at milestone 9. Like, he's on the final stretch. The guy that's catching those in that little pool over there. I saw him talking some in chat. I can't see it here because it gets deleted. But when I was like AFKing some this morning while I was doing some other things. End up seeing him talking in the lily room. I did the math on it too because he was actually mentioning the XP out loud. Not sure if he was mentioning it to me or just to reference it. But I was actually breaking down the math on some of the things he was saying. And it looks like to gain 1 level at his level range at tier 9, it would take about 2 hours. Not counting knowledge. Just counting the thing he was gathering. It was roughly 2 hours, not counting knowledge. So yeah, it's going to get a little rough at tier 9. We're going to start seeing that at 7, 8 as well. But just for 1 level at the beginning of tier 9 was like 2 levels of actively playing. Not counting knowledge. It'd be slightly less than 2 hours with knowledge. But that's just for 1 level. Which is basically the same scaling that the game was at post 200 before. Where Forager, I'm pretty sure before this update, was basically the same scaling around there. Where if you wanted a level for a skill, like you basically got to dedicate a whole hour just to get one. And it does seem like tier 9 is like that. Luckily the rest of all the leveling post 200 isn't like that. But it does seem like tier 9 specifically still is likely very similar, if not exactly that. Where passive activities are absurdly strong. But active activities are, like, you'll be lucky if you get 1 level an hour. Which, if that is the case, that means tier 9 will take us probably an entire week. Especially since there's some slightly weirder resource pathing we might want to do. Though now that I think of it, is there really that much different other than bones? Like, not counting the fact that we want to take more bones on tier 9 and also probably tier 8, given where our level is. But definitely tier 9, but probably some tier 8. But anyways, regardless, aside from the slightly more bones, is there any different forge or routing we would want to do at the final tier? Because at the earlier levels, we're already going to get enough pondweed and bell plant because you have to stay at both of them for so long that you're probably going to be grabbing thousands of both. So, yeah, that's not really too big a deal. You're going to have enough of those. And they're 10 minutes, which is worse than the 9 minutes anyways. But, so those you wouldn't have to camp any longer than you otherwise would already be doing in a normal grind. Well, you would have to do it longer, but, you know, you wouldn't have to do it as a percentage. You wouldn't have to do it longer. As far as a number of hours, you'd have to do it longer. But percentage of how long you would do it is the same amount as how we would do it now. You would then keep doing both of those. No, you'd skip kelp, but you would do it with wall plant. So we basically have to do pondweed until we get like 3.5 levels. Do bell plant until we get 3.5 or whatever equals the amount of pondweed we have. Maybe get a little bit more bell plant because you can't get them as drops, but you can get pondweed as drops. So put that into factoration when we do that at the end as well, since we're going to be getting several hundred pondweed from combat. So maybe we just do these for the 2 levels and then this for 3 levels like it already is, because the rest of the pondweed would come from combat then. And then we do that all the way to wall plant. So we do like 3 levels of pondweed, then 4 levels of bell plant probably or something like that. Then at wall plant you would combine it with crow. This you would come back for a different cycle. This you would still ignore even though it's final tier. Then for like first time bonus. Shells you will have infinite of. That doesn't change. Goat horn you would only take if you absolutely have to. It's a good bone, but it would probably be the bone you ignore the most in tier 9. Nettle you would just grab a few just to have fire potions. Same as rack. Monument pieces obviously the same target you would always do. Hello Tansin, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Potato you would just grab while doing some wider loops. If you truly had to source more, you could do it while killing carnivorous plants, so it's not that big a deal. Water lily you would get while killing here beast, so you wouldn't need to worry about it. Starfish you would already get infinite like we already are. Bone spike you would get when you're doing wide bones, which is something you would have to do at that range, but you don't get to do it till like right at the end. But you would do that while wide boning, as well as potentially post 99 if you really needed bone right XP. So yeah, nothing would really change. Hogberries you can always synergize while doing combat later down the line. Limpets you get while, you know, doing monument shards and some other loops around there. So now the more I'm looking at it, honestly, tier 9 doesn't change too much. The only main difference with tier 9 is the priority on bones goes a little bit higher. But the actual distribution as far as percent of time that you would spend on every gatherer resource or forager resource, or, you know, anything that's like a shell or a plant, it's about the same time at final tier as a percent. Not as far as duration. Duration is way longer. But as a percent of time spent, it is actually a very similar routing that we would do for tier 8 and 9. The only main exception is we would do bones ever so slightly more than we otherwise would, as we would need them for bone right. And for upgrading our gear in the future. Even if we had max bone right. But how's the grind been going, Tansin? Hope everything's been well. We are still very far away from our goal. But we're making progress every day. Slowly but surely, we will get there. Hey, there you are in game as well. Yeah, we were talking earlier. I actually added you this morning too. I really need to go clear through my friends list. I have so many people added from the first few weeks of the game. I need to go like nuke my friends list at some point. And get like the 200 we have added. Well, I guess I nuked a few earlier just to make some room. Well, we need to go nuke this number down to like 100. Not sure when I'm going to get around to that. I think my goal for that is like basically anyone who's under level 1000 on my list, I think I might just nuke. I think would be the easiest way to do it. Which is how I've been doing it currently, is just go to like the lowest level. You can go to like friends rank, do it here. But I might just have to do it for everyone under 1000 who doesn't have a mark next to their name. Because anyone with a mark at least been playing somewhat recently, that means they've had membership in the last several months. I think we just nuke everyone under 1000 who doesn't have a mark next to their name, which is only like 3 of them. That might be the way I have to do it, because that's the only way I can kind of tell, like, who's inactive or not. Though, of course, future-wise, we'd be fine, like, adding people under 1,000. But right now, that's the only way I can kind of tell who's inactive. It's like anyone under 1,000 who doesn't have a mark next to their name of having trading or non-trading. That's the only metric we can kind of go by. Base 5 milestone plan's going pretty well. Nice. Yeah, I need to start moving my alt accounts to 3 all. Because when dungeons come out, I want them to be able to do all these new activities for bounties and dungeons and world events. So I need to go move them all to tier 3 soon. Currently, they're working on the Forager grind. But after they get tier 3 Forager, I might go pivot them to go get tier 3 everything. And start passiving them up to tier 3 everything. And then once they have tier 3 everything, I go get them, you know, the rest of their Forager grind. Or maybe I'll just do the Forager grind first and then do it the other way around. I'm not sure yet. Because right now, they're at like tier 1.5 or 2 on everything. But they lack the tier 3. The other benefit of that is every quest that ever comes out ever, we should already have the requirement on it. Because lately I've still been having to go slightly out of my way. Like I went out of my way for almost a month to get them a bunch of passive mining XP. So that for the 7-star Mines of Bitumen quest that's coming out probably in a few months from now, they'd be ready to go. Which even then they might not be, because I think their highest level skill is like 80. Or the lowest, I mean, is 80. And there's a chance you might need 90 or 100 for a 7-star quest. We don't know since there hasn't been one yet. And if quests eventually go to 10-star, which I would assume they would, if they do eventually go from 10 stars, you'd probably need like tier 3, maybe even milestone 4 almost. They said that they would never make anything over milestone 4, so it seems like if you have milestone 3 everything, it seems like you'll be able to do most everything in the game. Because that gives you all world events, that gives you all dungeons, that gives you all bounties, that gives you likely all quests, or very close to all quests. Maybe I'll have to do like a few dozen level grind, but at that point that shouldn't be much from there. Because that's probably their next pivot, honestly. Is I'm currently working them to AFK to Monument, which is going to take like a year, by the way. That's going to take a very long time. But I currently have them doing Fishing Venture, obviously, while AFKing to Monument. And that's going to take them a year. And then after that, I guess I pivot them to Tier 3 all. These is probably a while before they add dungeons and everything. Otherwise, I'll just do it as we need it. Like, if an activity comes out that they need Tier 2 for, I'll just go get them that Tier 2 then. Yeah, I'm actually not at Tier 5 all yet. Still need to go get cooking up, and I still need to go get, actually, what do I still need? Chef, botanist, technically combat, because you would need to be level 20 for that, though we'll have that by the end of this grind. So not counting stuff we would have by the end of grind, because combat and chef would already be there. The only skill I have below now is botanist. But I don't plan to do botanist until bare minimum, until botanist bounties. Especially since we're at a location where botanist bounties are good, because it's all shiny. So we get to have, you know, keep spamming them. So there's really no reason to even try to do that until bounties come out. There's just no reason to at the moment. So I'm basically locked out of botanist until bounties come out. Which at this rate could be upwards of 3 months. I'm hoping they bring it out during summer or spring. Or, you know, during spring. It could make sense to do that during spring. I'm not sure if they're going to. But if there was any time to add botanist bounties, it would be during spring. This seems like the most fitting time to add them. It'd be weird if they did it during, like, fall, winter of next year or something. Or this year, I mean. Oh, not the click I wanted. At least it didn't move me there. But yeah, that was one of our goals a long while back. Trying to get milestone 5 for everything. We set that as a goal as soon as we hit like 200 all and everything back in like February of last year or whenever it was. That was like our next stretch goal. And I still haven't done it yet. And at this rate, I won't have it done until like a week after botanist bounties come out, whenever that's going to be. Though we'll have all of it except one level by the end of Forager, 500. As combat will get there by then, and cooking will get there by then. I only need 3 more cooking levels. Botanist would be the only outlier. So that's not too bad. And of course, I also want to get milestone 8 for all Mines of Bitumen soon. That allows us to make max weapon for everything in current chapters. It doesn't let you make max up to chapter 5, where we'll need another 500 levels, which means we need milestone 10 for all of these. But for all intents and purposes, we're basically maxing Mind of Matubin at tier 8 everything, at least relative to the current state of the game. But I do want to get it further than that at some point, because that's something I don't want to be doing when we're doing chapter 5 prep. Even though it's technically chapter 5 prep, it's only combat chapter 5 prep. Whereas most of my chapter 5 prep I want to specifically target onto either builder or armor maker. Most likely builder. As assuming, my plan for chapter 5 is likely go all in delver, then go all in builder, then go all in armor maker. I don't think anything's going to happen that really changes that order. And since we're going in that order, yeah, you know, the armor maker would be the last one of priority. I'm not sure if I'm going to be rushing it down, because I haven't really bothered with top 20s in this game before. I don't know, maybe we will. Depends when it comes out, depends how much time I have when it comes out. But I'm really not big on trying to rush for those, like, level 20s. I don't mind going for leaderboards, but I hate when a leaderboard is capped in a sense. Like, if they ever had a boss leaderboard, I'd be a lot more inclined to go for top 20 rather than a skilling leaderboard. Because a skilling leaderboard is literally just who has the most amount of 24 hours they could shove into a day. Whereas a boss leaderboard is, you know, it actually can sometimes matter if you're actually decent at the boss, as well as there's no cap on how high you can go. So even if someone farms it for, you know, like 1,000 hours within a few months or something, you know, if you do it over a longer duration, you can still reach a similar number and not get, like, locked out of a leaderboard. So for boss leaderboards, I probably would care a little bit more about top 20s, potentially. Especially if we're going to cover a guide on each boss, which I do probably plan to do. But the skill ones I don't care about as much. Because it really just comes down to who's going to be putting in 20 hours compared to the person putting in 21 compared to the person putting in 22. As there isn't too much variance in how quickly you can get skilling in this game, so it really just comes down to number of hours played per day. And generally speaking, I don't tend to do more than 12 hours for any game ever in a day. Whereas there's easily going to be people that do 16, 18, 20, 22. Well, I mean, not 22, but, you know, up to 20-ish. Which you just can't compete with. If we're doing like 12 to 14 a day and someone's doing 16 or more, you know, we auto-lose. Regardless of any other factor. Which is why I haven't really been rushing for any top 20s. What do you think Builder is going to be like? I mentioned it a couple times in the past what I think it might be. I feel like you're going to build a lot of facilities that are going to help you in the chapter that are going to be better than a lot of facilities in a lot of other chapters. Like one example, or two examples I get pretty often, given the new shops and everything, or comparing it to current existing shops, is obviously you'll probably use it for a bunch of shortcuts and stuff, kind of like how Detective and Woodcutting works, where you gain a bunch of shortcuts for the chapter. But beyond that, there's a good chance you'll get like various shop upgrades or facilities that you end up making in the area. They either aren't there. Oh, I forgot to do this again. That either aren't there initially or are better versions than anything in any other chapter. For example, there is a shop in Chapter 4 that can sell you... so basically, the way that Chapter 4 works for a lot of things is you get discounts from shops as you get your merchant level up. But I have a feeling that Chapter 5 is going to be kind of the inverse of that, whereas instead of getting discounts from shops, you just simply get better shops. So something, for example, that would be in that category would be the gear shops. Currently, the best you could ever do for a gear shop is buy Tier 2. So there's a chance you might be able to eventually upgrade to a certain builder level. And for one, there might not even be that shop initially, but maybe you'll be able to build it. And then after a certain level, it would, you know, start stocking maybe multiple Tier 2s. And maybe at a certain point would end up stocking a Tier 3 that cycles every, you know, so often. Kind of like how the shop in Chapter 4 works. Beyond that, I could also see that working for potions. Whereas right now, the best you could do is, I believe, Milestone 1 potions is the best they ever stock. And there's a good chance you might be able to build a potion shop that might not even be there initially. But then afterwards, you might be able to upgrade it to like Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, where you'd be able to get potions that are currently not buyable in Chapter 1. So it would give some of a reason not only to have membership to be able to access those, but actually be able to gain potions that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. The most notable ones that would stock are things like the luck potions, which are currently Tier 2, so the one in Chapter 1 does not sell them. As well as, trying to think what else. I think in Rage Potion? I don't even think it sells in Rage. So that'd be another one you'd be able to get, as well as whatever other categories are ever up in that, you know, higher level range. So like stuff like that, I feel like would kind of be what you would end up getting from it, where you end up building up facilities and stuff that help throughout the chapter. Some could be basic things, like, hey, here's a shortcut to, like, a storage rift. And some could be more substantial things, like, hey, here's a shop that wasn't here before. If you build it up even more, you know, it becomes the best shop in the game. Or, you know, at least relative to current state of game. Or you'd be able to buy things that the other shops of the same type wouldn't already be stocking. But no, I'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of things they could end up doing with it. I was also hoping that it would have one activity that's kind of like what he did back in 2005. Which wasn't like the most popular of things, but it feels like it would work really good for Builder, while also incorporating combat. But it's the Shades of Morton minigame that he added to RuneScape back in the day. I believe it came out in 2004 or 2005, somewhere around there. But basically the premise of it is you had to fight a bunch of enemies while building up a monument. And you had to keep the monument protected, and then gained rewards for the duration that you kept the monument protected. I really hope there's an activity like that in Chapter 5. Or you're building up an area that's constantly being attacked. Or, you know, because it's like a dwarf chapter, you know, you're building up a monument or some kind of thing that you're protecting with the dwarves. And there's some kind of other enemy that you have to keep fighting the entire time, which gives you combat XP and builder XP. And then, you know, once whatever you're defending is fully built up and you keep it built up and not damaged, you would get some kind of reward while doing it. Like, some kind of premise like that again, but more fun would be great for Builder. As like a minigame-esque, like, training activity. I'm really hoping they do something like that for it. Because they've technically done it in the past, but the reward balance of what they did on the past was not the greatest. Luckily it got buffed in the last few years in old school specifically. But at least at launch, it was kind of underwhelming, the kind of reward system it had for it. And something like that would work really good for Builder. Where you're like defending a base, constantly building up the base, and once it's fully built up, you have to keep it that way. And you get combat XP, builder XP, and whatever the rewards are during it. As far as the overall gameplay loop of Builder, we don't really know what on earth it's going to be. Like, are you going to go from a bunch of buildings and have to keep doing repairs, or like little bounties or something? Like, what are you doing? Like, what's the main gameplay loop? Like, there's a lot about Builder we have no clue how it's going to work. We know what he's done for Builder-like activities in his past MMO, but we don't really know what on earth they would do for it now in Brighter Shores. It's the thing in Chapter 5 that we probably know the least about. Because obviously Armor Maker is very obvious how that's going to go down. You're going to go to some kind of thing, you go bring all your supplies there, you make it into the armor you want. It'll probably take 30 seconds to make, and then you get yourself a piece of armor. And then you do that until you have 500. Or all the gear that you want. Like, that's pretty obvious how that's going to work. Delver is also somewhat obvious, unless they go really, like, left field. It's going to be some kind of like Forager, but different enough, kind of like how Botanist was. Where you're gathering a bunch of different plants, you're gathering a bunch of different bones, you're gathering a bunch of potentially builder supplies. You're then putting it into a storage rift, and then you're repeating. The actual means of which you gather them might be, like, uniquely different as far as, like, the animations and, you know, how you go about it. But ultimately, it's the same thing. You just gather a bunch of nodes, you put into storage rift, you repeat infinitely. But Builder's the main one we know, like, nothing about, pretty much. Like, almost nothing. Builder is the one that has the most potential to just be really out in left field as far as how unique it is, kind of like how Detective and Merchant are, where they have the highest variance compared to any other skill in the game, as far as how much different they are. Builder is like the next skill in that kind of category. There's a lot they could do with it that we have no clue what that would be. I guess the most flexibility to be different, basically. And because of that, we don't really know what it is. Until it comes out, or until the beta, or whatever they end up doing for it. Though I'm curious if they already know what it's going to be or not yet. Because I feel like originally it was just going to be like copy-paste like Forager and Gatherer back in the day, you know, before they changed Botanist. But from all the complaints of Forager plus, Gatherer being so similar, they're likely changing up Delver enough that it's not going to feel like Forager or, you know, any other gathering skill. What are they going to do to change that? Who knows? But based on previous feedback, I think it was originally just going to be almost like copy-paste Forager in a sense, but they're likely going to be doing something quite a bit different from it, where it's still the same thing as far as, you know, gathering a bunch of nodes. But the actual way that you do it will likely be a bit different. Or who knows, maybe it still will be pretty much copy-paste Forager. Because that's what the original concept would have been. You would have just been picking up a bunch of bones from the ground. You would have just been picking up a bunch of plants from the ground, stuff like that. Maybe some kind of builder material, which are kind of like the monument pieces. Like, at one point in development, it's literally just copy-paste Forager. But obviously, it'll be a bit different whenever it does come out. Unless they don't make it different, in which case it'll be kind of funny. Forager 2.0. Except different supplies. Regardless, the reward system for Delver is very, 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 very similar to Forager, though. You'll still be getting bones that will make armor for Guardian, same as you do for Forager. You'll still likely be gaining some kind of like stone-like material, whatever it is, that you'll probably use for building. Or who knows, maybe for Hammer Mage armor. You're still going to be getting some alchemy supplies. Not as many as Chapter 1, but you'll still be getting some. As far as like the Explorer Potion for Dungeon and the, what was the other one? The XP pot for the chapter, which obviously every chapter has. And stuff like that. It's very similar to Chapter 1 as far as its reward system. Very, very similar. It just, instead of feeding into cooking, it feeds a bit more into, well, I guess it's only one thing that feeds into it. But otherwise, it would feed a little bit more into Builder. Also, it even gives you fishing bait like Forager does. Forager AFKs give you fishing bait. And we can already see, based on where they're sourced, that, like, Forager gives you 3 AFK material. Not counting the smithing one from Chapter 4. I mean, Chapter 3, I mean. But the 3 other material that it gives you is fishing bait, the XP potion for the chapter, and Bone Right AFK. And do you know what you get from Chapter 5? The exact 3 same things. You get Bone Right AFK from Cement, which you use for Cement. You get, which goes into Builder, but it's used for Chapter 3, so it's still going to a Bone Right AFK, just like the one in Chapter 1 does. So you're getting that. You're getting fishing bait from both of them, as we can already see, as some fishing baits specifically come from Chapter 5, just like how some fishing baits come from the Forager in Chapter 1. And what was the third one? Oh yeah, and the XP potion for the chapter, obviously. As every chapter would have through some means. So the reward system for Delver is like copy-paste Forager. Almost, not exactly. But out of any 2 skills in the game, they are probably the 2 most similar skills. At least from a reward system. Forager compared to Delver. And originally their gameplay loop was pretty much going to be the same too. Though they'll likely change that before its launch. How many hours did Irksome do a day to max? I think it was like 18 hours a day for 300 something days. Which, what did that come out to per total time? I should forget. But yeah, I believe it was 18 point something hours per day for 300 something days. So let's just say he did 300 flat, and let's just say he did 18 flat. That means it took him 5,400 hours to max. Which actually seems like pretty good time. Because we're currently not even half that right now. Because half that would be, what, 2,700? I am currently at 2,300? And some of that's on my alt accounts too, so that's not even my full time. So I'm at 2,318 hours. But a solid, like, I want to almost say 200 hours of that are on my alts. So I'm not even at 2,200 hours yet, as far as this account specifically. But some of that time is, you know, the alt accounts. As we've also been progressing the other 2 through their knowledge points and everything else they need. So this account's roughly at 2,200 hours. Which is a lot of time, but nowhere is even close to the number that Irksome maxed at. Like, we're not even at the halfway point of what it took the first person to max, who would have done it the absolute most efficiently since they were the first. Or they just did more time. But most of their stuff that they did was probably pretty efficient. Though I have seen some high-level players in the past do some slightly bad routing. But it could have just been out of laziness, as I do the same thing sometimes too. Well, you'll skip all the tiles that would save you like a second or 2 per cycle. Just because it's more convenient just to click everything in a room or something. For example, the lazier thing to do here would be to click this. But you save 1/3 of a second by clicking over here first. It's like those small things that I sometimes see high-level players not doing. Just because it's a lot more convenient just to click on it directly. And there's a lot of them that I skip too, just out of convenience. Because I'm pretty sure there's a manual click you can do for this one over here, but I don't bother doing it. I believe you save 1/3 of a second if you manual click this one and then do it, rather than just auto doing it. But I always just auto it and lose my 1/3 second on it. Because I can't be bothered to manual click here every time. Because it brings you to this tile, whereas if you manual click over there, you'll be on the side closer to the other thing. It saves a third of a second. But I just don't bother with it. You're at 1,540 hours? Nice. Is that on your one account, or do you also have the sides accounts that you end up doing as well? Because what I end up using those for has changed so many times. Originally, those side accounts were for, well, obviously one had one of each class, obviously. But originally, I thought they were going to force everyone into trading. So I was like, okay. Well, first, before anything, I was doing them into combat. Because it's like, okay, this is the easiest one to go AFK, so I don't have to spend that much time on them. But then we started to get walled off by gear. So I was like, you know what, let me go get them to Chapter 4. But then when I end up getting them to Chapter 4 to be able to go get those gear upgrades, it seemed like they might end up making trading in automatic rather than optional. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to go play with a trading economy now. So I guess we'll go and, you know, start getting them to max production skills. So I was getting 1 to really high bone rate and then 1 to really high stonemason. But then I ran into a wall where stonemason just loses so much money compared to bone rate. So one account was just like dirt poor compared to the other one. So that ended up becoming an issue. But then after that, I started to pivot towards quests. Because then quests started to come out because we ended up getting the hurdle one. They ended up giving us potion storage, and then we started getting a bunch of other quests. And then I keep stacking to more and more and more quests. And then after that, it was like, okay, well, let me go make sure these guys have the requirement for every single quest, which they do now have, including hopefully for the 7-star mining one. And now that I've done that, a new pivot has happened to them, where they are now pivoting over to Monument. Because now they got to go get 500 Forager for Monument. So now I have them AFKing all the way to 500 Forager over the next like year or however long that's going to take, while just doing fishing ventures in between. Actually, it's really convenient because currently right now they're doing the Scrap Merchant venture, which is literally like a few tiles away from the Oyster venture. It's really nice. I don't think I showed that on stream yet, but they're literally like 1 tile from a bank and like 3 tiles from the the Oyster venture, or like 5 tiles, whatever it is. Like it's all in the same room. It's really convenient. Unfortunately, they can't stay there forever. But it does have really nice synergy, if nothing else. Because right now, I could literally reset them in like 10 seconds. Maybe not 10 seconds, like 20 seconds. Because they're literally in the room that the Oyster Venture takes place. Is the same room that their passive is in. Which is the same room that has a storage rift like 1 tile away. It's very convenient. I wish they could just stay there forever, but unfortunately I do have to move them up to a better activity soon in a couple days. In like a day or two. But yeah, they've pivoted so many times. But their current pivot is Max Forager and probably Milestone 3 in every chapter, so they can do all of the activities. So that they can do every dungeon, so they can do every bounty, and so they can do every world event. So their current pivot is Milestone 3 in every skill, and 500 Forager at the same time, with 500 Forager being a little bit more relevant at the moment, as far as what I currently have them doing. Plus, they don't even have level 3 Milestone yet, so we still got a ways before they even hit that, let alone getting 3 on everything. Let alone getting 10 on Forager. But that's their current goal. 10 Forager and Milestone 3 and everything. And then after that, anything beyond that will probably just be combat unless the game forces us to pivot again for some reason. Because that should also be the requirement for every quest. If we Milestone 3 them on everything, any new quest that ever comes out, they should be good to go, so we don't need to worry about requirement ever again, which would be nice. That also means they won't get above Milestone 4 in almost any skill, though. And of course, our main goal for our main account is to max literally everything eventually. We're trying to do it in a way that doesn't take as long. Because ideally, we'd want to do it in 5,000 total hours. Which, with all the new content that they'll be adding in the future, should be doable. Like the Forager tangent that we're doing now, if you count all the time from before and count all the time after, I think it would have been like 300 something hours for max Forager. Somewhere around there. Like 300 something, maybe 400-ish. Probably 300 something for max level Forager. When accounting all the grind we did before the changes, all the grind after. I think it's somewhere around there. As far as how much time we would have spent total on it. And that's like the 3rd quickest skill in the game, so... That's quite a while. These the only 2 quicker are combat at some level ranges and merchant. But it's like the 3rd quickest skill in the game, so they only get slower from there. And the absolute slowest I would say probably right now is Botanist. I haven't tried it too much after Milestone update. But I'm pretty sure it's still the slowest. Botanist probably the slowest. And Merchant is easily 100% the quickest. Which is the only bad thing about taking Ventures for Merchant. Is it's already such a quick skill that taking Ventures for them is a little bit of a waste. The best two to do Ventures on at the moment is mining and fishing. Fishing in particular because you get the boost, but mining also because it's actually really useful. So to be able to get the XP from it's really nice. It's also, as of a couple days ago, a 23-hour venture instead of a 11-hour venture. And I would assume that they scaled the XP up to a 23-hour. Which I'm not sure if they did, but I would assume they did. And if they did, then that is really, really, really good XP. Like, insanely so. Your mining tool doesn't give you extra bonus on it, but that's still a lot of mining XP per day. I might even start running it once we get the third venture slot. Not prior, but once we get the third, I might even start running that as my third for some level ranges. I don't want to do it too much, though, because I do want to actually gather a lot of the supplies at this level range. Plus, since you're only taking one venture in that area, you would have to use a Mind of Batubin potion each time. Which could get a little bit annoying if you don't have a lot stacked from combat. I would definitely have to start doing the combat around that time. Because there's a lot of those materials that are either new, or they end up getting converted, or they got converted, then converted again. Because a lot of Mind of Batubin resources have been switched multiple times over. This was actually the third update that they got changed. Because they got changed during the combat rework, they then got changed during the botanist rework, and then they got changed again during the milestone rework. Hopefully at this point that means they're never going to get changed again. But they just love completely overhauling Mind of Batubin's how it works. I think they're finally done overhauling it, hopefully. There's not been any chapters alchemy supplies that have been converted more than chapters 3's. And sometimes they even convert into the same thing. Like my really high tier suckers I had that I think were for the best fear potion at one point got converted into, I think, 6% Mind of Batubin potions, or 5% Mind of Batubin potions even. Not into the actual potion, but the supplies you would need to make them. So they went from making the best fear potion in the game to making a useless 5% Mind of Batubin potion within like 3 updates. Which is kind of unfortunate. Their value went from like best fear potion to one of the most useless things in the game. As the 5% supplies are just so bad. Just from all the changes that they end up doing on it. Really unfortunate. Luckily I didn't have that many. I think it was just several hundred. Some of them I used before they got converted too. Not because I knew they were going to get converted, just from, you know, making the potion. Just naturally because I needed it for alchemy XP. Because they were our best potion at one point, which is why we were even gathering them. Oddly enough, we were doing that last Valentine's Day, was when we were gathering most of them. Around that time. Like this time last year. I just realized, it's been a whole week already? Wow. I'm like saying that as if Valentine's was a few days ago. Valentine's was 6 days ago? Wait, where did the week go? Come back. I did not realize that. Time keeps moving by too quick. Needs to slow down. Like, my trip in a few months might literally be tomorrow at this rate. Time keeps moving so quick. I just don't need to get the tickets for that, too. I just hate confirming in tickets like that, because this is by far, like, the most expensive flight I've ever been on. It's, like, slightly over 1,000, which is, like, crazy expensive. I don't even think I've spent 1,000 on any vacation I've ever been on my whole life, and just the plane ticket to get there costs that much. Luckily, I don't have too many expenses once I get there, though. Other than, like, food and such. But luckily, housing and a few other things are kind of taken care of. Otherwise, I wouldn't have went on this trip. It would be literally impossible. If I had to, like, rent out a place for, like, 2 months. But the fact that that's going to be free makes it a lot easier. But I think prior to this trip, the most expensive vacation, quote unquote, that I've ever been on was honestly probably only like 500 bucks. Because it's not that expensive to get pretty much anywhere in the United States. And if you're only staying for like a week, it's, especially if you're staying with someone, like there's not that many expenses that really come up. Like you might spend 100 something on some kind of event or something. Obviously like 100 or so on food or so, give or take a little. It's not really that much. Flight can be anywhere from like 100 to 300 round trip. Like obviously it varies, but if you're staying with someone in the United States, you can probably get away with like a 500 vacation most of the time, or less. Which is what most of mine have been. This is the first time I'm ever going out of the country though. Well, not the first time I'm ever out of the country, but ever out of the country on my own. It's gonna feel weird being in Europe, though. I think the time zone difference is the main thing that's gonna drive me crazy. Because I've went like 20-something years before I even moved a 1 hour time zone away from my current time zone. But now I'm going to be moving like almost like 10 hours from my time zone or something. Like something absurd. I actually need to go double check that later. Because I'm not even sure what the exact hourage difference is. I know it's pretty high. It's also going to feel weird because due to how the flight will work and everything, I'm basically going to skip a whole day of time. So if my concept of time was already damaged... because, you know, moving to an area that's moving forward in time, but the flight itself is also taking a while. So even though the flight to get there, specifically not counting all the layovers and everything, or transfers or whatever you call them, but not counting that, I think the flight itself is around 10-ish to 12-ish hours. But I'm basically going to move forward one whole day, even though it's only half a day. Just because you're moving forward in time zone. So even though it's taking half a day, I'm moving forward like a full day in time, technically. Which is going to feel really weird. Because for half a day, we're basically moving forward twice the amount of time. In essence. Obviously, that will revert back when going back. But for the actual duration of moving down there, time would almost be going twice as quick, at least from a current time zone that I'm in perspective. And 1 hour alone already threw me off, so 12 hours is going to be crazy. That will take me at least a few weeks once I get back to get readjusted to. Because then you have the inverse going the other way around, where we're basically going back one full day. Or at least half a day. Where I'll basically like leave at night. Half a day will go by and I'll still be coming back at night. It'll be weird. It'll be a fun trip though. Hopefully I don't add dungeons during that time. But with my track record of leaving on any break during when updates tend to happen, there's a 99% chance dungeons come out this summer. Not because they're currently planning it, but they're going to do something this summer that we're going to miss for sure. It always happens for any game I ever do, ever. Luckily for Brighter Shores, it shouldn't matter too much though, since it's not even launched yet. Doing the same like after launch or like right at the beginning of launch would be a little bit more detrimental. But you know, anytime during beta, it's not really going to matter much. Because they could release like the most mega update ever in beta, and it's not really going to matter until it gets out of beta. Because there's almost no update they can really do until 1.0 that would really attract people back to the game for the most part. Even if it's exactly what people wanted. Just because it's just not really going to make that much of attention. Like they could literally add dungeons like in a month and it could be perfect. And the player base number probably wouldn't move up at all until 1.0. Alright, so what's our current level at? 33. Bone Spike does nothing. Hogberry's too far to route. Are we really stuck here all the way till 42? Does it feel like the answer is yes? I wish I knew what my XP per hour was right now so I could figure out how long we'd have to do this for. I guess the easiest way to check would be to keep track of the total XP we gain in one trip. Then time how long it takes to do one trip. And then do the math on that. And I'll just assume 3 knowledge points per hour. I know it's actually like 3 point something. I think we did the math. It was like 3.7 from this route. Like 3.6 or 3.7. But I might just calculate as 3 just for simplicity's sake. Like a 3 at 11% bonus, whatever that number comes out to. Or maybe 3.5. Because if I do it based on current number, the number's going to keep going up as we go. So we'll calculate based on 3.5. That way to account for whatever extra XP we get at the higher level ranges. And the fact that this is 3.6 or 3.7 per hour when we did the math earlier. So let me go and... the easiest way to do this would be to keep track of our total XP right now. Oh, I do have to subtract however much we get from fish, though. So what I'm going to do is put into a calculator our current number, which is 2865381. 2865381. And just for the sake of it, I'm going to not I'm not going to catch the, I'm going to deliberately not catch the fish this time. Because this one, I'm just trying to get the total XP difference. So since I'm not tracking time this time, we're going to just do all the things that we would do for XP. And then we'll go and check the XP difference. And that'll tell us how much XP we get per loop. And then we go and test how long it takes us. And then we'll take the number that we have, do that into 60, and then we'll figure out how much XP we're getting per hour. And then with that XP per hour, we can then add the amount of knowledge per hour, which should be 3.5-ish. And then we just figure out how much we get for 1 point, times that by 3.5, add that to the other number. And then that should be the total amount of XP that we're getting per hour. Minus whatever we're getting for fishing. But that's already being pre-minused. This is a little bit extra. I'm not really counting that since we're focusing on forager, obviously. I'm still going to be taking the free fish. But it's not relevant for current calculation. So I gotta make sure I'm on the same XP possible. We're using 8% on the next one. Well, I guess it doesn't matter since I'm just checking time on the next one. Because after we finish this trip, it'll give us the final number we need for XP. And then we can figure out our exact XP per hour right now that we're getting. And then we can figure out roughly about how many hours that would take of exactly what we're doing right now. We'll be able to find out the exact number. It will take 3 laps, though. But lap 1 almost done. I can't check it until we see the final one. So how much did we get already? Almost like 200,000. That's not too bad. Every lap looks like it's giving us almost 200,000 XP, not counting knowledge. It's like slightly shy of 200,000. Oh no, it's like almost exactly 200,000. Like surprisingly almost exact. Okay, now I gotta go put this in the calculator. So I take the number I had before, and I subtract a new number from it, and then make it positive. 3066 612. So per lap, we are getting 201,231 XP. Ever so slightly above 200. Or 200,000. So now what we're going to do is get a timer. Give me like 3 minutes. It's not going to take longer than that. Give me a 3-minute timer. And you know what? Give me a 3-minute and 3-second timer. And make this like a little bit more even. That way we have some buffer time for when we can start. Like, so we have a 3-minute timer here. And I will drink the potion at the 3-minute mark, as we are counting the potion being drank time. All right, there we go. So we started exactly at the 3-minute mark. Time does not end until we're standing back here after storing everything. Also, I might need to go and subtract 1 second from it from us stopping the timer, since I can't just click a button to auto-stop it with how it's set up. But now we'll go time how much a full cycle takes, counting the fish. We are grabbing the fish. So now we time how long 1 full cycle takes. And then we see how much XP we get from a knowledge point. And assume that we're just going to get 3.5 per hour, because I think it's like 3.6, 3.7 or something last time we checked. So I'll just count it as 3.5 since we're getting slightly more XP each time anyways. And that should be our total XP per hour then, which we'll find out after next cycle. But for now, this will determine how many times we could do what we're doing now per hour. And I made sure to separate the fishing XP from the previous one so it didn't ruin our number. But I'm taking it now because we're still taking it for the actual cycle. So it counts as time, but it doesn't count towards XP for our Forager XP, which is why I didn't take it the previous cycle, but did this time. But it's going to be slightly over 2 minutes. We already know that since the XP pot always expires beforehand. So there should be a 2 point something. Oh, I do have my XP things ready to go. I'm not going to take that right now, though. I'm going to have to waste some knowledge for science. Alright, so we grab that, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that. Yeah, we're going to have to waste all the knowledge from this room, unfortunately. It's only like 5%. But we do have to waste it so we can test it in a second. So we can get an accurate time here. Because most routes you will not be grabbing a knowledge point. So I'm counting that as 0 time. Even though it's slightly more than 0 time, but you do it only 3 times an hour, it's basically 0 time. It's like 3 to 5 seconds. Like the total amount of time it ends up consuming is very low. Alright, time does not end until I am right next to the rock. Which means I actually can stop the timer in time then. Timer stops the second I am adjacent to that rock. Alright, it took us 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So now we take, oh yeah, I gotta turn 34 into a percent though. It took us 2 minutes and 34. How do you make it into a percent again? 60 into, no, 160 into, how do you do that? I actually forget. Because I need 34 as a percent of 100. Wait, how do you do that? Like, obviously 30 becomes 50, so 34 should become 50-something. I forget what you have to do that, though, all of a sudden. Why am I forgetting? Do you just do that into that and then 60? Why do I forget how this works? 100 times... No, that would just make it 34. I actually forget. It's like 50-something. Why is my brain not braining right now? How do you convert 0.34 into a actual number and not into seconds? Like, how do you convert 0.34 into percent of 100? Let's see. This should be, like, so easy. Why am I forgetting how to do this? Not my morning. Why do I forget? Is it 60 into the thing? No, because that would be... Yeah, you would do, 34 divided by 60? Yeah, so there we go. You just divide 60 into it. I found it. My brain's braining again. You just divide, the minutes by 60. Duh. Alright, now we have a percent. And it's, 56.6 repeating. So now we have, 2.56.6 repeating times, or divided that into 60. So we take 60 and then divide that by 2.56666666666666. That's enough sixes. All right, there we go. We have 23.37 cycles. So now we go and multiply 23.37.66, or, you know, a bunch of other things. It's 23.3766. But we take that number and we now times that by how much XP we got per cycle. And we saw that that was 201,231. So we take that number, multiply it by 201,231, and there we go. That means we are getting currently, not counting knowledge points, 4.7 million XP per hour is what we're getting. 4.7 million. That's counting you drinking the potions, everything. But that's assuming we're putting no knowledge points in the Forager. However, we are putting knowledge points in the Forager. So that number is a little bit different because we are putting about 3.5 knowledge points in the Forager every hour. But right now we are gaining over 1 Forager level per hour. However, let's go also now account for the fact that we are putting knowledge into it. So knowledge, we will go and just see what number this is. And then type it down, and then we should be good to go. And then I just have to times that by 3.5. Because that's about how much we're putting into it. Which means we're getting slightly less than 2 levels an hour. And we're getting 324, 344. I need to remember that, or type it really quickly. 324, 344? I might need to double check the replay on that. I think I got the right number, or something pretty close. I got the first 3 numbers correctly, so it should be pretty close. And then you would times that by 3.5, and then add that into the number we were getting earlier, which means there's a little over 1 million that we'd be getting into it. And if you were to take that number, though, I want to make sure we get the right number. But I guess it doesn't really matter too much because it's going to be variable as we go up, so we'll just do it based on whatever we have there. It's close enough. So you add that to 4704101, and we end up getting 5.8 million XP per hour currently, while dumping all Forager XP into the skill, which means we are getting roughly 1.2 levels an hour. Is it really that low? Is there enough we could be doing to make that a little higher? But yeah, we are currently getting 1.2 levels an hour if I did math right there. At this current level range. It seems a little low, but I guess we are going a little bit slower now because the, you know, each tier it keeps moving up. And keeps getting harder throughout it. But yeah, after all that math, we're getting about 1.2 levels an hour. At a rate of 5.8 million XP per hour roughly right now. Give or take like 1%. Because we're also getting more from our knowledge points as we keep going higher. Which is why we didn't need the exact number for it, because that number is actually going to keep going up. Not by much, but it is going up over time. So yeah, we're getting 5.8 million XP per hour is the bottom line. At this level range. Which is slightly more than a level per hour, but isn't quite even close to a level and a half per hour. Which means today's going to be a long stream! Because our goal is to get to, the monument piece at 42. So we can kind of already figure out about how long that's going to take. If we're getting about 1.2 levels an hour, and I need 8 levels. Take 8 divided by 1.2. So just before I can start doing Jade, we already got to go for almost 7 hours. You could even say 7 since the XP curve keeps moving slightly. Not by much, but slightly. So we got to go for another 7 hours before I could even do Jade, and then we got to go do Jade. The goal for this stream might have been a little bit overly ambitious. I just want to start doing some kind of other wide farm to try to offset it. But if I did all the math correctly, which I should be pretty close within like a few percent error, we are 7 hours away before we could do Jade. And then Jade's going to take us like an hour and a half once we actually get there. Like an hour, hour and a half. Like a little over an hour. Hour and a half tops. Which means like 8.5 hours is how much more we got to do to get our objective today. Oh, it might be our longest stream since the start of the series if we do go for that. I know, I kind of do want to go all the way. But it doesn't mean I'm going till like 10 o'clock tonight, probably. My time. Yeah, very long stream. But that's what the math says. 7 hours till we can start doing Jade, and then an hour and a half or so on Jade. Once we reach Jade. No way did you just cancel that. There's no way on like the last possible tick you canceled your catchfish. But yeah, I'm kind of scared of what tier 7, 8, and 9 is going to look like now. If tier 6 is looking that much longer. But of course, we could also try calculating out what it looks like if we try moving up a resource. Because all those calculations are assuming we're sticking with this exact same loop that we're doing exactly right now. However, there are things that could potentially increase our rate per hour. I'm just not sure if they're worth going for. Problem with Hogberries is there's no tool associated to them. Problem with Limpet is there's no tool associated to them. Problem with Bone Spike is there's 8 of them, so they give less per thing. Water Lily's too far away to really route into anything. And doing Water Lily Potato of some kind with some kind of other similar loop is about the same that we're doing right now. So I think we just have to stick with this. Because I'm not really seeing a route that's going to save us. And those numbers are only going to keep getting bigger as we keep going. But hey, that is still a smaller number than it was before. Because before, every single new cycle that you would have to reach were at this point measured in double-digit numbers. Even though what we need to do right now is technically 7 hours, it is not a double-digit number. So it's long, but it's not as long as it was before the Milestone update. As far as how long you'd have to stick with a loop before you're allowed to touch like anything else at all. Even just like a singular new node. So in that regard, it's not that bad. But it's still pretty long. And I'm not sure we're getting any other method we could really do. Because I'm almost guaranteed wide farming is lower than whatever we just calced out. If we want to do it for variety and for the resources, it would be fine. But if we're doing it purely for XP, I'm pretty sure it's a waste of time compared to what we're doing now. Though it's hard to tell because it would be way too annoying to do the math for the double route. We technically could, but we got to time 2 routes and 2 XP rates and then, you know, combine them together after. All I know is it's smaller number than what we're doing now, almost guaranteed. But to figure out how much smaller it is would require way more math than I'm willing to do right now. We already did so much math. All I know is we're getting 4.8 million XP per hour right now, counting knowledge points. And, or sorry, 5.8, I mean, not 4.8. We're getting 5.8 million XP per hour right now. But yeah, we're eventually going to get to the point where we no longer get a level per hour. Because tier 9 we 100% won't. Tier 7 we might barely still be able to. But there's a good chance tier 8 will start to be the point where we no longer gain 1 level an hour. And tier 9, based on what some of the numbers that someone was saying earlier, looks like it'll take at least 2 levels an hour. I'm sorry, 2 hours per level, I mean. The other way around. If not even longer, depending on what cycle we have. So this might be the last or almost last level range where a level an hour is actually realistic. Which means we have a pretty good idea roughly how long the rest of the grind will take. As right now, we're getting slightly quicker than 1 level an hour. Next tier should probably be exactly or pretty much right on the dot of 1 level per hour. Then at 8, it should be slightly slower, and then 9 even like double slow. So we can kind of do the math right now to figure out about how many hours that would be then. Not counting passes or anything else. Because we can count every level we have to do at this range as roughly 1.2. Then at the next level range, probably is 1. Then the next range we could just assume is like 1.5. And then the range after that we could just assume as 2. That might not be perfectly accurate, but in doing so, we can get some numbers. So 2 times 50 is obviously 100. 1.5 times 50 is obviously 75. So for the last 100 levels, we could assume 175 hours, roughly. And then let's do the math on the rest then. So 175 for the last set of levels. And now let's figure out the other ones we have. So let's assume that next tier was what? We're assuming exactly at 1? The only problem is it might not be exactly at 1. But we also have to account for passive, so let's say it is exactly at 1. Because we're going to get some XP through passive and such. So let's assume those 50 levels are 1, so that's 50, so that's 225. And then I got to calc out for the rest of what we have. Which honestly, just to be fair, let's also count those as 1, even though we're getting slightly better now. Maybe near the end and counting Jade and everything will be slower. Plus all the other ones where we have to do it like that. So let's count that as 16. So it's 225 plus 16. Not sure why I'm putting this in calculator as if I need it. But it's 241. So rough math says we are about 240 hours then. 241, 240. We're about 240 hours from finishing the Forager grind. So now let's allocate that across X number of days. So yeah, we might not be able to finish in 2 weeks then. I want to try to finish by smithing bounties. Smithing bounties are on, what? Okay, we're definitely not finishing by smithing bounties then. Probably. But smithing bounties are coming out 3 Mondays from now. 3 Mondays from now is, today is what, Friday? So 1, 2 days, and then 2 full weeks, so 16 days. Take the number we have, divide it by 16. Divide that by 16. Yeah, if we want to do... Okay, yeah, that's not happening. Okay, the end of the curve is curving. Very curve-like. But that means we'd have to play 15 hours a day. Technically 15 point something. But it's a small something, like a small decimal. But we'd have to go about 15 hours a day to be able to get it by the time Smithing Milestones comes out. So guess what? We're not getting done by Smithing Milestones. Which means in total it would have taken a little over a month then. So we could actually kind of figure out then roughly how many hours we'd have to do per day. Or if we're going to do X amount of per a day, how long we'd have to grind for. So let's say that we did 8 efficient hours played per day. It doesn't mean necessarily 8 hours played, but 8 efficiently. So at that XP rate we were talking about earlier. So let's just assume that. So we take 241. Let's even just say 240. Get a nice clean number here. Divide that by 8. It would take 30 days from where we are now. Interesting. So it is going to be over a month then by the end of it all. Because we're on day, what, 11 I believe it is? But we're at the point where it's going to take 30 more days. So Forager month is now Forager month plus 2 weeks. Technically. It seems to be the case if we mapped all the maths. And what is 30 days from now then? Well, I guess technically it would be this time next month, which would be like, what, the 20th of next month, somewhere around there? Don't need the exact date, I just kind of wanted the guesstimates for everything. But yeah, we are roughly 30 days away then. At 8 efficient hours played per day. Which is not necessarily 8 hours played, but 8 of getting the best possible XP rate you could be getting. Well, let's keep grinding. Yeah, that's roughly how much we're doing per day, on average. But it does mean we could start doing more to get it done quicker. Like, let's say hypothetically there was a date we'd want to get it done by. Which, probably by next... By that other Monday, I would still kind of want to finish it, I think. So let's say the 9th. So let's say we wanted to try to finish it by the 9th, or literally on the 9th. That would be... How many days is that? Let's do more math. 7... 14, 15, 16, 17. So if we do it on the day, it's 17. So let's take 241, divide it by 17. We'd have to play... Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's very unlikely. We'd have to play slightly over 14 hours of efficient hours played per day. Which is very, 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 very unlikely to occur. So long story short, yeah, it's going to take longer than that. Yeah, based on all the maths of... well, some of that was guesstimation, though. Because we don't know exactly how long each curve is going to take when we get to do those final 2 curves. But if I guesstimated them correctly, at 14 hours per day would get us done by 3 Mondays from now. And I'm pretty sure we're not doing 14 hours of efficient hours played per day. 8 is a lot more realistic. Maybe 10 on some days, like today. It's good to know, though. Also, another thing I didn't really factor into any of that is every day that goes by, we're basically getting 1 efficient hour completed. Potentially even more at the higher level ranges. Passives become really strong at that super high level range. Is that something else I didn't really put into consideration for all of our maths? Mostly because of the annoyance of having to calculate it with guesstimations is way too high. But over a 20-day period, we're basically getting 20 efficient hours auto-completed. Even more at tier 8 and 9 range. We're getting over 1 efficient hour per day completed just by doing nothing. There's one really cool thing about Brighter Shores when it comes to those XP rates. Because let's say we're at Milestone 9. The amount of XP we need for 1 hour is about 2 to 3 hours of efficient hours played. Definitely a bare minimum 2. Let's just say 2. So it's upwards of 2 hours efficient hours played. But to be able to get 1 level. But if we were to just do nothing for like 10 hours, we would also gain a level. Meaning doing nothing for 10 hours at level tier 9, doing a passive, is about the equivalent of actively playing at max efficiency for 2 hours. So it's only like a 1 to 5 skill difference around that level range. We'd have to do the math a bit more precisely when we're actually there. But Milestone 9 is about a 1 to 5 ratio as far as hours played to, like efficient hours played to amount of XP you just get for free. Which is actually kind of crazy. That's about a 1 to 5. It's actually really, really, really strong. It's why we mostly want to be passiving like 8s and 9s when we can help it. Right now we're throwing it some into Forager just to speed it up a little bit. But not counting combat, you really want to be passiving 8 and 9. As the value that you get from it compared to playing is by far the best. Unless you just really need the resources for a given skill. But if it's a skill where the resources near the end really don't matter, then passiving at those final 2 tiers is really, really, really strong. Since it's like a 1 to 5 ratio at tier 9 and probably like a 1 to 6 or so at tier 8. As far as how many hours you'd have to play to get the exact same value of AFKing a level. And that's not even counting any boost potions for AFKing. Like if you were to use the 5% or something. Because every 20 hours of that saves you 1 hour. The only problem is you'd have to do it for such a long time to be able to increase 1 efficient hour played. It's one of the reasons why I tend to not use passives for most of my skills. Because let's say hypothetically 10 hours of a passive gives you a level. Like normally. So you would need to get 10 hours worth of XP. You'd have to do the passive for 20 hours with a 5% to equal 1 hour. But you don't just need 1, you need 10 of those. Because you need to hit that 10 hour mark. So to be able to do that, you would need to do 200 hours of passive to equal 1 free hour of efficient hour played. Let's say the current passive potion we're talking about is like 30. I think they average around there. So we would take 30 times whatever number we just had. What number did we just have? It was, oh, now I gotta redo the math because I already lost track. Brain can't keep track of thing while trying to keep track of other thing. So what are we saying? We're saying we're costing 30 each, but that's not the main relevant thing. We need to figure out how many we're doing. So it's 20 to equal 1 hour, but then you need 10 of them, so it's 200. So it's 200 times 30. So on average, you're spending 6 gold per level. If you think 6 gold per level of auto level is worth it, then you could. But a lot of skills are around 5 to 6 gold per 1 free level in the current state of the game. Like anywhere from 4 to 6, give or take a little bit. If you were to use the 5%. And you would only get it over a duration of 200 hours of passiving. Which is like, what, once a month maybe? Roughly, somewhere around there. So you would get 1 extra level a month at the cost of 5-ish gold, give or take a few gold. Depending on, you know, the potion and other factors. Or for the cost of about 5 gold, you would gain 1 extra level over the course of a month. That's the equivalent of what using 5% AFK potions are. Is that worth it? Kind of. Like, kind of is, kind of isn't. It's pretty pricey. And it takes a long time to cash them in. Plus you have all the annoyance of having to deal with the potions. It's one of the reasons I generally don't deal with passive potions. As the 5% is about 5 gold per 1 hour, per 1 efficient hour played. Or per 1 level, I mean. Not per efficient hour played, but for one level in a skill, it is roughly a whole month of passives plus 5 gold. Just for one extra free level that took 0 time, technically. But it's not actually 0 time because you still got to worry about, you know, having the potions. You have to worry about, like, if you wanted to play, like, partially and you end up using, like, partial potion. Like, let's say you still have, like, 40 minutes left, but, you know, you want to go and grind. You know, it's better... you got to waste that 40 minutes. So you're just wasting the whole value of that. So you only use, like, 20 minutes of it in, like, other situations like that. And if you count all that in accumulation, it's almost like 6 or 7 gold per level gained. And just the headache of having to remember them, and the fact that you're minusing one of your 3 slots, and the time allocated that you need to do to keep switching them out, if you have to switch them out, if you need like 3 potions for something. Long story short, it is not worth using 5% potions. We did a lot of this math the first December of the game as well. Like 1 month into the game. And I had to spend like so long trying to explain to people why it is pretty much never worth using. Unless you're like loaded, and even then, just all the time allocated to actually remembering it's like barely worth. But not only is it like 6 to 7 gold per free level, even though that level is completely 0 time, it's just a lot more hassle on top of everything else on top of it. It's just not worth doing. Even if you had like a platinum, I'm not even sure it's worth doing. It is worth doing it with higher percents though. Like if you made your own, like if you were able to get your own like 10% pluses, like in that case it's kind of worth if you're already doing it just passively during your alchemy grind. Like for example, hypothetically, if I was to go make 12 hours of this, which I'm almost guaranteed to be doing, because I'll have most of it banked. But if I was to hypothetically make about 12 hours of the 11% potion, that 11% potion is worth using. But buying 5% from the shop and using them, or buying 6% from the shop and using them, not really. Even with infinite money. Though one thing you can do with infinite money, if you have trading enabled, buying 14% from other people, really, really good value. But that's only people who have trading enabled. But that would be worth it. Like, if you can be buying 14% for, like, under 100 silver each. Though that's still a lot of money per level. But it's not that bad. Like, if you have, like, over a platinum, it's worth it for sure. It's, like, the only situation where it's kind of worth. But it requires trading. And it also requires people to actually own them. Which very few people actually do. Like, you almost need an alt account running just to go and get that. If you're to have trading enabled. Like, you literally need to have an alt account just, like, constantly making them for you. To have any chance to keep up with the demand. I'm curious how much something like that goes for in trading, though. Because I was thinking hypothetically 100 silver, but I'm actually not sure what the actual value would be in the current trading market. Because it can't be too high, otherwise no one would ever buy them. But it can't be too low, otherwise everyone would buy them out instantly. So I'm not sure what they actually averaged out to, like what a 14% passive potion is like for any given chapter. I always just keep guesstimating it's around 100, but it could be higher, it could be lower. It shouldn't be too much higher, though. If there's anything too much higher than that would not be worth. Unless you have, like, truly, truly infinite money. Like, multiple platinums. Which will be funny, somewhat funny around when Stonewall Hill comes out. I normally don't pay attention at all to the trading economy in this game. I always want to see what the trading websites even look like. I've never even checked those either. But I'm really curious what a Stonewall Hill, like, active 14% and passive 14% would look like the week before Stonewall Hill comes out. Like, let's say it's been beta tested and they finally say, hey, this update's coming out, like, this following Monday. Like, how much do those spike up to? Because those must cost, like, an arm and a leg at that point. Especially if someone's bulk selling, like, 1,000 stack of the active or, like, 100 stacks of the passive. Boost potions would also go up around that time since you can use them in any chapter. The plus 10 boost potion would also go up, as well as any of them around that number. Because realistically, the inventory, assuming you don't need Fear Potion, which you might, but assuming you don't need Fear Potion, if you're doing something like Delver, your potion loadout, if you had infinite money, would be a 1,000 stack of 14% active for Stonewall Hill, a 1,000 stack of the passive potion for Stonewall Hill of the 14%, and then a 1,000 stack of the plus 10 passive boost potion. Because that would also allow you to get the first time bonus on them quickly. So you could start taking first time bonuses of some stuff early. It'd be very expensive doing that, and you would never really do it on an Iron account or, you know, a Lone Wolf. But you could actually do passives, like, before you even have access to them, just for the first time for some quick XP. Like, if we had a plus 10 right now, I could take the passive for Maggots, I could take the passive for Beetle. If we gain one more level, I could take the passive for Scrap Metal. And if we're, like, right next to it and can take it in 0 time pretty much, it would be worth taking just for the first time bonus. But it would require you to have infinite boost potions, otherwise it would be just a complete waste of a boost potion. But if you had, like, infinite money, then it wouldn't really matter. It's why I don't have trading enabled. Stuff like that would just annoy me to no end. Because I feel like I'd be completely wasting my time if my inventory wasn't 1,000 stack 14%, 1,000 stack passive 14, and 1,000 stack plus 10 passive. Like, if I'm not using, like, absolute best in slot that we didn't buy off the market, then we are literally just trolling if we have trading enabled. At least that's how I feel whenever I have trading enabled in a game like that. Like, if you're not doing, like, absolute max efficiency that money can buy, then you might as well just be playing Iron Man or Lone Wolf. At least that's how I view it. I know everyone doesn't view it that way. But in the back of my head, if I'm doing anything, like, not the most efficient way money can buy, or, you know, in-game currency money, then you might as well just be playing, you know, the solo account, or the one that can't trade. That's why I like having the ability to not trade. Because I'd be so tempted by every single possible best method that currency could end up doing in a game. And it'd be a waste if we weren't utilizing every single one that currency could possibly increase in speed. And in Brighter Shores, that would be level 100 all tools, literally only drinking 14% pots for all actives and passives, always using a plus 10 boost when doing any passive. Slowly but surely, we shall get there. Also, we did the math earlier. We're still like 6.5 hours away from our goal, by the way. About an hour ago, or however long it was, we did the entire math on how long this would take. And I can start to see Tier 6 starting to get slower after we did the math compared to Tier 5. And yeah, it's like 6 hours more, 6.5. We got a little ways to go. But we figured out what our XP rate was per hour. We figured out our how long each cycle takes, accounting for knowledge point, accounting for everything. And we're getting 5.8 million XP an hour right now. Which is more than a level per hour. But it is counting all knowledge points as well. So we're only getting like 1.2, 1.1 something level an hour. We got to get to 42. And even then, we still got to do something for like an hour and a half after we get to 42. That's the grind we signed up for. At least once you max out Forge or anything in this game, it's like, okay, you're done forever. You don't need to worry about it again. The grind to get there, though, definitely takes a little while. This is one of the reasons why I was avoiding doing this early on in the game. I love doing like a variety of stuff in game. I'm not a big fan of just spamming the same thing for dozens of hours at on end. Which is the only problem with trying to rush a 500. Is you're forced to do that multiple times over at some point during the grind. Because how many hours total did we say that we needed? Somewhere's in here. Yeah, 241. So at this point, like 240. Our guesstimation, counting for XP curve and everything, is that we have about 240 more hours of grind. Of that 240 hours, about 80% of it's going to be on this beach. So if I was to take 240 and times that by 0.8, that is roughly the amount of time that I will be on this beach during the forager grind. So if we were to do that and times that by 0.8, we will be on this beach for about another 192 hours on our way to maxing out the monument. And that's not even counting like doing the jade pieces either. When I say this beach, I mean like just this particular loop. We will be stuck on for another 192 hours. Based on our rough guesstimation, almost approximate, kind of close math. The problem is I don't know how much the curve curves each tier, but we just did an approximation based on it. But it's roughly 192 hours. Though of course it could be less than all that. It could be less than a 240 hour total in the 192 that we spend on this beach specifically below this southern point, or I guess this either eastern point. Because I might have overcompensated for some of those higher level ranges. It's hard to tell since we don't know the exact formula and the exact numbers to work with. Because I'm pretty sure the wiki's still not updated to it. Maybe it isn't at this point though. I highly doubt it. Let's go check. Has the wiki updated to new XP numbers? If I go to here and I click web browser and I click on, I don't know, where's a good place to go search? How about, this? Are you going to tell me how many monument pieces we need for this? Nope. That wasn't updated. Okay, let me go to XP. If we search experience, have you updated the experience yet? That looks like old curve to me. That looks really old curvy. So, I'm not sure what makes me think that though. Maybe big line at 200. I wonder if this is old curve or new curve. 200 jumps by like 4 times. But yeah, that's old curve obviously. That's like the easiest toe ever. That's old curve. Because new curve's a lot smoother, even though it does still jump. But it's a lot smoother jump. Old curve is like you hit 200 and just like quadruples. That's what I was always talking about when it's like a massive straight line upwards in the past. At 200. This is what I was always referring to when I said just giant line upwards. Like look at all this. It's like barely anything, barely anything, barely anything. Okay, that's 4 times it. It was a very absurdly sharp curve. It's why I stopped grinding so much at 200 all. The curve just got mega deluxe curved at 200 before. I was thinking, I've seen this guy quite a bit in the past. I haven't seen him that much recently, but he has returned. Like we have for next month. Same as Shuna over there. I'm pretty sure he's still been playing. I need to go use this knowledge point before it goes away. I'll do it when we're walking over to the other area, though. And then that will get us to 35. Does 35 unlock anything for us? No. Well, it does do Bone Spike, but there's no point to go to Bone Spike until we do Wide Bone. But we need 47 before we can do Wide Bone. At least 45. But given that we don't need bones that much at this level range, definitely 47. Also, I just realized one interesting thing we can kind of figure out. Though I guess we can't because we don't know what the lobster venture is going to be like. Because when I boost up for my... also, this is one of the reasons why fishing is so free. I am getting a little over 1 million. Let's just say 1 million. I am getting 1 million fishing XP every time I take one of these. That level range and scaling is at the exact same range that we basically are for Forager right now. Do you know how many we have to take to get 1 level? It is only 4. I guess technically 5, depending on how you look at it. But given that it's a lower level range, if we go check this, it is only 4. We get a fishing level and only 4 ventures. And we can take 2 at a time. That is how broken fishing ventures are. So if you're wondering why, like, we're going to be doing fishing bounties next Monday and then probably never touch fishing again, aside from the few fish we kind of poke occasionally, is because I need something for cooking. If you're wondering why we're doing that, 4 ventures at this level range is 1 level. I will be using 11% on it, but still. Obviously, you could use a slightly lower one and still almost the same number. But we are gaining 4 levels in 2 days. Or sorry, we're gaining 1 level in 2 days for doing nothing. Then checking a venture for like 2 minutes across those 2 days. Whereas doing the same for Forager would require us to spend like almost an entire hour doing Forager. We're talking like 40-50 minutes of Forager for what 2 minutes of Adventure would do. Which brings us to why are we rushing 500 Forager? That is why. Obviously it would be only 1 instead of 2. But at our current fishing level, and this is the case I believe as far as scaling for almost every single venture. Though it's even more so for fishing because you can upscale them even more with the tool. But let's even just say it's 5 of them for 1 level. Depending on what their level range is and the fact that the other ones don't have like the 10% boost. 5 of them is basically 1 whole hour of grinding. Like compared to Forager or any other skill. So per week of taking that venture, counting the time that it takes to do it and everything, is effectively the equivalence of playing actively at max efficiency while throwing knowledge points into your skill for 1 full hour. Is what 1 venture for like 7 minutes or less takes. Plus you're getting whatever the venture supply is, so you're getting profit from it too still. That is why we want another venture slot. It is so strong. It is so absurdly strong. It's like a free 1 hour played per week for doing almost nothing. And when even for counting the time that it takes to do it and bank it and everything, is effectively a little over 1 efficient hour played while throwing knowledge into whatever you're doing. But you get it for free just for doing the venture for a week. It is so strong. It's assuming they don't nerf ventures though. They nerfed the loot from it a little bit in the recent week. But the EXP rate has never been nerfed for any venture. If anything, they've actually been buffed by the fact that 23-hour ones are better than 11-hour ones. Just because you have less opportunity to waste XP. Since you don't have to check it as often. Yeah, that's why we're doing the Forager grind. Long story short. If all the math over the last hour has told us anything, it is why we are spending the next 200-something hours to get Forager to max. It's because, yeah, we're spending 200-something hours over the next, like, few weeks to go do it. But we are saving basically 1 hour per week is the way that you can look at it. So we're spending 240 hours now on a grind we'd have to eventually do anyways to save 1 hour a week for the rest of time. I think that's a pretty good trade-off. Given that this was already something we'd have to do, so in a sense you could consider it 0 time. Obviously it's not 0 time, but you know what I mean. It's 0 time in the sense that we're already going to at some point have to get 500 Forager. It's not 0 time in the sense that it takes 0 time. We still got like 240 hours more in total. But yeah, it saves basically 1 hour a week for the rest of the time. That's why we're getting this 3rd venture slot. Oh, so just out of curiosity, how long would that time to be to go and make up for everything? So let's say the entirety of the Forager grind took us 350 hours, hypothetically. Like counting what we need to do plus what we've already done. Let's say it's 350 hours. We even say 400, but let's say it's 350. I'm ambitious. I think you can get it done in 350. Let's say it takes 350 hours to finish Forager. What am I trying to do on this? Oh yeah, how many weeks would it take to... Well, that's how many weeks. How many years would it take? How many weeks are in a year again? 52? So divide that by 52. When breaking it down like that, it doesn't sound as good though. I do have to say. It would take 6.5 years before you would start profiting in time used for Forager. So if you were doing Forager, literally the only reason you cared about it was for the venture slot. Like you don't care about any drop, you don't care about 500 Forager, you don't care about anything. It would take 6.5 years of doing ventures for it to equal back out. However, I know that sounds like an absurd amount of time. But the thing to put in consideration is at some point you have to do 500 Forager. So even though it's calculated like that, and that it would take 6.5 years to make up for it, that's only if you're accounting for Forager being 0 time. Like if you account 500 Forager as being 0 time somehow, then it would take 6.5 years for you to make up your time from the 1 venture slot you would get. But obviously if you're already going to be doing Forager, it's just free value. He did it on the Christmas event from 200 to max? That is crazy. Honestly, I probably should have done the Christmas event a little bit more. The main reason I didn't is I did want the alchemy supplies. But I could definitely see the logic of someone who already had max alchemy or almost max alchemy doing the Christmas event like crazy. Because that would actually not be horrible. But it would, you would only be able to do that if your alchemy was already absurdly high. Because if you were doing that and your alchemy was like level 4, or, you know, tier 4, tier 5, that'd be such a waste. But if your alchemy was already like, you know, tier 8, tier 9, you know, like 400 plus, then I could see the logic behind doing that. Hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we've been doing a bunch of math on everything today. It's starting to hurt my brain. But we mapped out pretty much everything we could currently map out for everything. We're currently getting 5.81 million XP per hour. Doing what we're doing right now. And we gotta do what we're doing right now for about another 6 hours before we can move on to the next thing that we gotta do for an hour and a half. Yeah, I already put that into consideration when calculating it out. Tier 7, 8, and 9 get a lot slower. I wasn't able to do exact math for it. But with my approximation of how much longer it takes based on the info I got from someone else earlier this morning, where they were saying what the tier 9 numbers were, and then I just guesstimated them in between. Because someone told me what their tier 9 numbers were earlier, off stream. And then I used that to calculate out the in-between of what 8 and 7 would approximately be. And we did our math based on that, to figure out we need about 240 more hours of what we're doing right now. With most of that time being the final 2 tiers, obviously. But it was a guesstimation since we don't have exact numbers for tier 8 or 7. But it came out to roughly 240 more hours from where we are right now at this exact moment in time. And that's counting using all knowledge points on Forager. Though the one thing I didn't calculate into that is monument time. But monument time, I'm not really counting. There's just, we have to do it regardless. So it might be 240 hours plus however much we spend on monument whenever we do monument. Is episode 5 coming this year? It hasn't been confirmed yet or not. I would sure hope they would try to push it before the 2-year anniversary of the game in November. But there's been no signs of life on it ever since they started Milestones. And there's no way they're going to finish all Milestone objectives before Chapter 5. So there's a good chance Chapter 5 is not coming till next year. Because if their goal is to do every single Milestone objective before then, aka dungeon for every skill, bounty for every skill, and all the minigame-like things they plan on adding for various skills just to vary it up a little bit, that is not coming before the end of this year. I can assure you that. So if that's not coming before the end of the year, unless they shove Chapter 5 before it at some point, then Chapter 5 also isn't coming in before the end of the year. Because their current objective that they're doing will not be finished this year. At least not all of it. So unless Chapter 5 they squeeze in before then, it is also not coming in this year, if they're doing it after Milestones. But the upside of that is we would have bounty for every skill, and dungeon for every skill, and reward event for every skill. Which is a lot of content to go do. But would not be Chapter 5. It might also be one of the reasons why Chapter 5 takes so long. Because we were talking about this some the other day too. Like, let's say hypothetically every chapter comes out with everything. Do you know how much stuff that is that they would have to do? That is so much. Because that means if a new chapter was to come out with every feature immediately at launch, they would have to come in with 1 main storyline quest, 2 side quests at minimum. They would have to come in with dungeons for every skill. They would have to come in with a word event for every skill. They'd have to come in with bounties for every skill. They would have to come up with at least three new skills for those skills, for that chapter. They'd have to come up with 500 level range for, you know, all the new combat enemies that would be in the chapter. And what else? Is that everything? I think that's everything then. But that's a lot of things. Just for like the base value of what a chapter would need to have if it was to come out with everything at launch for every new chapter. That's 3 total quests, 1 main, 1 side, 3 skills, 3 dungeons, or, you know, 3 dungeon capability for all those, 3 world events, 3 bounty boards with a system that works for them, 500 levels worth of enemies. That's a lot. It's one of the reasons they put Chapter 5 on the back burner to do milestones. Because they kind of want to get all the milestone objectives for every existing chapter and then worry about all that for every new chapter, rather than trying to mix them together. So it could be a long while before we get Chapter 5. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Chapter 5 is until summer of next year. Like, it would not surprise me at all if it doesn't come till summer of next year. But at that point, all the systems would be in place for them to keep doing that over and over and over again. But that's a lot of stuff they got to add every chapter. If every chapter is going to come with everything at launch, maybe they'll make some things not at launch, potentially. Like maybe some new chapters won't have dungeon at launch or won't have world event at launch or something similar. But if they actually plan to have all those features at launch for every new chapter, that's a lot of things they got to get in for every new chapter. Like, there's no way they're ever adding more than 1 chapter a year with all that stuff that they would need to add each time. It's a lot of things. I don't think the game would ever get to a point, if it was to launch with all that stuff per chapter, that they could ever do more than 1 chapter in a year. The only upside of that is it is very doable to max 1 chapter a year. Like, if you get to the point where you're maxed, or kind of close to max, or even attempting to max, if they only add 1 chapter per year, it is obtainable to always get max. It would only be a problem if they start doing 2 or more per year, but at 1 chapter per year, it is very easy. Well, I shouldn't say the word easy. But it is very doable with a realistic amount of time to maintain and or obtain max level if they only add 1 chapter a year or less. 2 or more is when it starts to get kind of sketchy. Unless you're playing like a ton. You unlock Bone Spike. Is stars and shells still faster? Yes. Every bone is slower than doing not bone. The only thing I think I could be doing technically at this level range that might be better, but it requires me to drop everything, is Water Lily plus Potato. I think might be the only thing that might compete with this at this level range. But you would have to drop all Water Lily and drop all Potato, because banking them would make it worse than what we're doing now. But I think that's the only thing that can compete with our current loop that we're doing at this level range. Is drop Water Lily plus Potato. And maybe grabbing a few Bone Spikes along the way. Or not Bone Spike, whatever the bone is over there. The Goat Horn. The Goat Horn's really low, though. Like, that Goat Horn gives less than one of these kelps. But yeah, the one big upside of the beach is this does give us all the combat pots. Like, every relevant pot in this chapter we pretty much get other than Enrage. Hello, Archie Brown! Welcome, welcome, my wall's been well. Because all the kelp gives us the best healing pots in the game, as well as the only healing pots in the game, but you know what I mean. The kelps give us healing pots. The shells give us XP potion for the chapter. And those stars that we get on the beach gives the best combat potion for Cryo Knight. Which we are a Cryo Knight, so it works out. So this is really beneficial for Cryo Knights. There's a route that Hammer Mages can do, but it's a little bit weirder and it doesn't go on the beach as much. And requires potentially killing the plant for combat XP as well. But this works out really well for us because we're getting our best healing potion, our best combat potion, and XP potions. So we get to dip on basically every relevant potion in the chapter other than Enrage. But we get enough Enrages that we're not going to need more than, you know, that level range that you do at the beginning. Like, once we get to this level range, obviously we'll do these. Until, like, Wall Plant or something. Which is the other ingredient for the healing potion. Just so we don't have to buy as many. And can synergize it with combat. But, yeah, the amount that you get from those sections is enough. Like, you do need Enrage, but you don't need that much Enrage. Like, even what I have banked up to my level right now, I think we already have, like, over 100 hours of Enrage Potion. And while that won't last us forever, that will last us a very long time. Obviously, 100 hours. Like, that's not a short duration. It really starts adding up. And that's not even counting Tier 7, Tier 8, or Tier 9 that we still haven't gathered yet. Which, of course, will make that even bigger number. But by the end of 500 Forager, we're probably going to have over 500 hours of Enrage. So we don't really need to go out of our way for them. So the fact that most of this loop just gets the better potion supplies is kind of actually nice. Because we get to bank good potion supplies and we get to bank good XP, or, you know, get good XP during it all and everything. Because the only other, like, mega relevant potion in the whole chapter, you already get way more than enough of just from going through the natural gameplay loop for them. You're going to passive Bone Right? Yeah, I end up passiving most of Bone Right. Most of the bones, one of the other reasons I've been pretty low priority on bones until we reach tier 8 and 9 is not even because I want to go train Bone Right with bones at 8 and 9. It's mostly because aside from like the few equipment things we need here and there, I really don't need bones at all for XP. Bone Right's passives are just so free, and you even get some cement for Chapter 5's builder, that you kind of just passive Bone Right all the way to max. Like, if there was any one skill... Like, if a new player was to come in right now and to say, what one skill should I passive to max? Even if you're not Guardian, the immediate answer would be Bone Right. It's not even close. Like, the amount of value you get from having the skill higher compared to how free and profitable it is to max is so absurdly good. Is not only are the passives amazing, but the reward for having it higher is also really good. Because some of them technically have better passives, like Detective, especially after the rework and stuff like that, where it's just pure profit into pure profit into pure profit. Because now even the Forensic Potion seems like it does profit, which is huge. But the problem with something like Detective is, what are you using a higher Detective level for? At level 233, you're basically max. So yes, you could passive to 233, that'd be very beneficial. Because then you get unlocked every shortcut in Chapter 4. But beyond level 233, Detective currently does literally nothing. Other than the profit you would be making from the skill. Like, there's nothing you can do with 500 Detective that you care about at all. 233 is effectively max Detective in current state of game. Whereas Bone Right, you actually do care. Because regardless of what your main production skill is, you can always upgrade your gear. Like, let's say you are a Cryo Knight and you only have Milestone 2 Smithing, but you got, like, you know, Milestone 8, 9, or 10 Bone Right AFK'd. You can simply just make that bigger material in Bone Right and downgrade it into your 3-star all the way at, you know, whatever you're at for your main production skill. And then boom, you just got a 4-star for your skill. So even if you're not a Guardian, Bone Right being high is so beneficial. For how free it is to go get max, as technically profitable. You will make money on the way to 500 Bone Right passive. I don't think there's a single activity, unless they change it with milestones, that actually lose you money. There's some where it's kind of sketchy, like this one. Oh, but never mind. They did change some of them. Oh, yeah, there is one point in every single point in Bone Right where you lose money, I guess. But yeah, they did change the one. Because these were pretty break even before. And that one is like mega loss. Yeah, okay. I lied. There's one point you lose money in Bone Right. Only one. And it's for the first several levels in every single category. They end up changing that as of milestones. But aside from that, you'll make up for it with all the profit you make from every other milestone. Because before those were almost break even, now they're like mega negative. But everything else is pure profit though. I guess you technically lose money on cement, but you're getting it for Chapter 5 ultimately. And the other 4 easily make up for the profit. Like the profit that you make from the other 4 make up for any loss that you would have on the first and second to last one. As far as my passives right now, we're putting it onto Forager just to speed it up. But after I finish Forager passives, we're probably putting it back into Smithing and Stonemason. For one, I have a lot of smithing supplies I can actually use in the very near future that we either had before the update from mining AFKs or from soon. Because by the end of the stream, off stream, I'm not sure what level we'll end on, but we should end at like 43, 43 and a half by the end of the stream. I am some point off stream today going to grind to 45 or use passive potions. Would be a good time to use passive there if nothing else. But I would go grind to 45 so we don't have to use passive potions for that in order to go do scrap metal. And all the scrap metal that we get for this is actually what we need to go get our next milestone for smithing. It ends up working out perfectly. So all the scrap metal that I get tonight will give us milestone 7 smithing. And in both of these, I'm going to get to milestone 8 with their respective bounties. So when smithing bounties come out, we'll go get smithing to 8. And then stonemason will get to 8, and then we're max, basically. Because combat only goes to level 2000 tools at the moment. And that would allow you to make full 4-star 2000s. We'd have to increase it before Chapter 5, but for all immediate needs before Chapter 5, which might be a while, it could be a good year before Chapter 5 comes out. But until Chapter 5 is nearing, we wouldn't really need to worry about going any higher than Milestone 8. That would also leave us opportunities to go and get level through other means, like any quest rewards, or if they had other mini-games, or if they had other activities beyond just the bounties, or if they had dungeons, or if they had world events. It would allow us to do those while still gaining XP and not feel like we're missing out on half the reward. Which is the other reason I don't want to like mega max them. The only reason I'm doing it for foragers, you have to for the monument reward. But otherwise, I don't really plan on getting that many 500s. I still plan on keeping like almost no 500s. Foragers are going to be the one exception due to how monument works. But if it was possible for us to finish monument at like level 300, we'd stop at 300. Like, the only reason we're maxing Forager is Monument's going to bring us to like 6 levels before max. And if we're 6 levels before max, obviously we're going to max. If we're like, you know, 50 levels away or 100 levels away, then, you know, yeah, we can wait. We'll get it through other means. But if we're like 6 levels away, we got to finish it. Because we're going to be like 6.5 by the time we finish Tier 9 Jade. These will be like 43.5. And at 43.5, we're what? 6.5 levels away. Like, obviously we're going to grind those 6.5 levels at the end. I'm not just going to keep it hanging 6 levels short. But it's going to be our only level 500 for a very long time. I likely don't plan to 500 all push until we have like level milestone 8 on everything probably. We're going to be saving it for like mega last. There's a good chance I'll have milestone 8 in every skill before we push for 500 all. Oh, why am I trying to drink a potion here? You know why? I see some other people in whatever set they're doing, they drink a potion here for some reason. I'm not sure what order they're doing their sets in, but I do see some people drinking here rather than at the beginning of the set. Not sure what their route is. I assume those are the drop people, I think. I think it's the people who are dropping rather than banking. Because I don't see how you would be able to drink there of all places if you're banking. Because normally you'd be drinking right over here, around here, like either there, or, you know, somewhere's there. Or you'd be drinking, you know, right at the beginning, either there or there. So anyone who's drinking in that middle, I assume is dropping everything and not banking a single item. We're at the level range where I kind of have to bank, though. I didn't mind not banking as much for, like, the earlier sections, but every tier that we're at now and going forward for Forager, we basically want to bank anything we ever touch. It's just too much value not to. We're burning, like, several gold per hour compared to buying it if we were to at any point. And it's worth wasting the, you know, few minutes per hour that a banking cycle would do to go get what is effectively, like, several gold per hour. Or, you know, per effective hour. Not, like, actually literally every hour. But when accounting for banking time. Compared to if you were to buy it from the shop. Because you have to keep in mind, if you're going to buy it from the shop, you still got to move to and from the shop. For some things that doesn't really matter, like grape and cinnamon sticks, because of how they stack and how quickly you can buy, like, infinite of them. But it does matter for, like, almost every other supply in the game. Unless you have trading enabled. In which case you play a little bit differently. But for not trading enabled, you do have to factor in bank time for almost everything that isn't a venture. And even some ventures, you technically have to account for bank time. I would say the main venture where bank timing really matters is the mining venture. Just because you have to have that one guy process it. And because you have to have that one guy process it, it burns into your time a lot. I think it's like 1.5 minutes for the full cycle. It's like the only venture in the game where banking time really matters. Just because it's so absurdly slow. Not because banking it is slow, but the whole process of, you know, going all the way over there, taking the venture, resetting the venture, going to the guy who processes it, and then putting in the bank. Like, that full process is the slow part. Whereas most other ventures, you bank it at, like, almost 0 time because you just do it on your way back to whatever you were doing or wherever you were AFKing or whatever else. But the processing time of him having to, like, you know, twirl it in the little thing. Go and wind it up. That's like a 15-second animation or something. It's not short. It's a really long animation. On top of all the time you would otherwise use for a venture. That's pretty much applied for any venture, though. But there's a lot of extra time that no other venture has. That you kind of need to do unless you're just dropping it on the ground. Which I actually did do on my old accounts at one point. They actually got only like a few gold refund. Because even though they've been doing a ton of oysters, for one, they've been low tier, but the other reason they got almost no refund the other day is I was actually dropping all the dynamite to the ground before it was even dynamite. I was just dropping it as like that yellow ash. I wasn't even converting it into explosives. I would just claim the venture and then drop it on the ground. Just because I didn't want to waste like the extra 1 minute total across the 2 accounts to go and process it, then bank it. So I was just dropping it on the ground. Oh, so this Bloodman's been here a while. I feel like he should have moved up to a new fish by now. Wasn't he here, like, earlier to stream at one point? Or maybe he went away and came back. Because we've been going for almost 3 hours, and I could have sworn he's been here, like, 2.5 hours ago. Maybe he took a break in between. Because I feel like he should have moved up to his next fish. What he's doing right now is pretty bad XP, though. You shouldn't really ever be grabbing all 3 of those. I'm pretty sure every fish you catch with the co-op net is not worth spamming. Even after the Milestone update. There might be some really weird level ranges where that might be the case, where they are worth. Or if you just want them because you need them for, you know, cooking supplies, just want to grab a few. But I don't think any of them are really worth spamming. They're a lot better if you just grab them while doing some other route, like these little fishies that we grabbed. And of course, the other time that they're going to be really good is obviously fishing bounties. If you get a fishing bounty for them, obviously you'll take them. But I don't feel like any of them are really worth camping. Like, even when we were at this level range earlier, it probably still would have been better just to do flounder and drop them than to do bass. Especially if we were banking the bass. And right now, obviously, it's better just to do manta ray. And even at trout, I think it's still better for us to do manta ray. Which is, like, the main thing I'm trying to mention here. Because there's 6 manta rays compared to only 3 trout. So you're actually, even though per trout you're getting more XP, per cycle you're getting less XP than if you just did manta rays. So this new unlock that we would get for one of those nets at 25 are kind of pointless. The only time we'd ever do it is if we were doing a nettle loop with it. So if I was, for example, grabbing nettle, and we were to go grab the trout, which we normally do. I grab 1 trout per cycle, kind of like how we grab 1 bass per cycle here so we could double it. It's technically 2 per cycle in a sense, but you're only grabbing it once. But you know what I mean. You're getting XP for it twice, you're only grabbing it once because of the double net. But same thing that we're doing with this bass. But if we were to do that on the trout again, like we were at the lower level range, now that would be worth it. But grabbing all 3 of them is literally worse than just spamming manta rays at the lower level. So if the only thing we cared about was fishing XP and we were just camping fishing, we'd be better off doing manta rays at this level rather than even moving to trout. Cod is a different story, though. Cod might be actually enough benefit where we would go for it. But similarly, since Cod and Manta Ray are right next to each other, you can actually do both. You can do 6 Manta Rays into 1 Cod and just double your Cod. And that's realistically the rate for what you would do for Manta Ray if you don't care about Forager XP. Like, if you don't want to grab 2 or 3 limpets, the strategy would be to go use your double net on the Cod and do 6 mana ray to 1 cod to 6 mana ray to 1 cod. So even at there, you wouldn't even move off. But yeah, a lot of those co-op net ones just aren't really worth doing for normal. And trying to synergize it for co-op just isn't worth in the current state of the game. So you would just do mana ray, then keep doing mana ray when you get to trout. And then when you get to cod, you still keep doing mana ray, but then grab 1 cod for the double net whenever it's available. And then only until Gennard do you get off a mana ray. For 2 reasons. Even though it's less XP for Gennard, it is untradeable. I keep saying untradeable. It is not buyable from shops. So the only way you get Gennard is from getting it by, you know, getting Gennards. So even though it's worse than mana rays, you need it for cooking. Like, there's literally no other way to get it than catching them. And then what happens at salmon? Salmon would be worth taking them all. The problem is salmon's kind of awkward, but it would be worth doing. They're kind of like the eels and everything, where there's like 6 harpoon spots. They're really annoying to grab, though, because they're spread 3-2-1. It's the only resource in the game that's actually spread 3-2-1 instead of like 3-3 or something similar. Which makes them really annoying since you have to go in and out of water 3 times, but it still would be better than doing mana rays. Especially if you were doing some bell plant with it. And then sardines, I'm pretty sure, are just full skip. Yeah, they are. I don't know. The level amount is actually kind of interesting, though. But because there's 6 sardine spots rather than just 3. Like a lot of the other co-op ones. So I'm not sure if you would do sardines or not. The problem is you can't bank them or anything, so they would always be drop. But you could also view that as an upside because, you know, you're not banking. So it's more XP, but you're not really gaining anything you need. So yeah, there's really no reason to train fishing then, is what we're trying to get to. Long story short. Oh, I used the wrong XP pot. No, because I'm talking about fishing stuff. Fine, we'll waste 3%. I didn't put that into my math earlier. When we did the math on how much XP we're getting from knowledge points, there's 2 things I didn't calculate out for. I didn't calculate out for getting slightly more XP every level we get. But I also didn't calculate out for the fact that I sometimes take it for 8% instead of 11. Because I keep accidentally drinking it, not realizing we're at a 200% meter, and then end up wasting it. But there's kind of no way to account for that. For human error. But it is a reoccurring factor that I keep claiming it for only 8% instead of 11. Because I keep forgetting to drink the 11% that we made the other day. It's actually amazing how many times I've forgotten to drink the 11% since we've had the ability to go and make infinite 11%. It's actually crazy high how many times I've forgotten to drink it. Like, the rate that I've forgotten to drink it has, like, doubled, if not tripled, since having infinite of them. Or, you know, effectively infinite. Now that we can actually make our own. Because before I was just using the supply that we had from, like, a year ago. Back when they only required, like, 170 alchemy or 185, whatever they were, to go make. So we've been running on that supply for, like, over a year. And it was only the other day that we finally got to be able to make them again. Like, what, yesterday? 2 days ago? I already forget already. But pretty recently. I think it was 2 days ago. All days blending together at this point. I do have to say, though, one thing that's nice about having a lot of our skills at this mid-level range is we actually get to use every resource we gather. Like, nearly every single supply I'm picking up from the ground will eventually become a potion. But the main exception probably being the shell stack, because that's way too many XP pots. Well, who knows? Maybe. We'll see. I'm actually curious how many hours of alchemy I'm going to have at the end of all this. Because I'm really considering at some point to go do the alchemy grind. I gotta go do, or I should say herblore grind. I need to go do an old school RuneScape at the same time that I do the alchemy grind for this game. Just to keep my sanity. We'll do 2 at the same time. I'm not sure if I'll have the other one on screen or if I'll just do it off screen or if I have a little thing like right over to the side or something. I'm not sure, but I am considering doing both the alchemy grinds at the same time. Where we have to make like tens of thousands of potions in Brighter Shores, but then also have to make like hundreds of hours worth in the other game. Do double the alchemy. is if I have to do every old school RuneScape alchemy grind right now, not counting getting all the gems I need to go get a certain amulet that makes you get more stuff, but not counting the mining I have to do for alchemy, ironically. But ignoring that, just counting the alchemy time, I think I have to do 30 hours for all my rejuvenation prayer potions. I would then have to process whatever we have banked for all of our herbs and everything for probably another 50 hours. And then by then, they would probably add another potion that I'd probably have to do for another 20 hours. So it's at least like 100 hours. The total alchemy grind that we need to do in Brighter Shores is actually over that, though. But it's hard to calculate out with the current numbers we know, or don't know. But we probably still have like 200 plus hours of alchemy in Brighter Shores that we'd have to go do. So those don't perfectly match up, but, you know, we'll be able to get a lot of value in during that time. Because to some degree, I'm not really in a rush to max alchemy. I am very interested in getting to alchemy level, like, maybe tier 7 or 8. So we can use a little bit more of the supplies we've been getting during Forager. But, like, fully maxing alchemy, we don't really care that much. The benefit of a tier 7 and tier 8 potion compared to the max one is very little. Not to mention, in some cases, it's actually better to use the lower tier one. For example, both the 8-minute and 9-minute enrage is better than the 10-minute enrage from the final tier. And while the other potions are better, they're not that much better. For example, the healing potion is only 4% better. We can live without that. XP potions are 2% worse, which would be great to have that, but it's not that big a deal. Power potions are only 10 less, which, you know, that's a bit of power, but it doesn't really matter. Fear Potion 6 minutes longer in final tier, but it doesn't really matter. 24 is already infinite time. Even the 21s I already have are already infinite time. Like, that upgrade doesn't really matter that much. And then that's everything. So we can pretty much have max alchemy at level 7, technically. Like, the percent difference that 7 is compared to max is very small. So when we were to do an alchemy grind, that's why I said we would mostly do the tier 8. As it would basically go make all the good potions that are in tier 7 and then we're done. Because that's all we really got to do. Obviously, we'll eventually max it. But all we care about is just getting these potions, and then we're kind of done for a while. As most of these are already good enough. These charge potions, we could do a weaker one. We don't even need to do one this high. 8 minutes is already in a sweet spot. That's perfect, so none of our items despawn. I guess the Explorer potion being a little bit worse is not ideal. That's probably the one that's getting the most amount of benefit from going max. But we don't even know exactly what it does yet, so I think we could live without 20%, given that the feature doesn't even exist in the game yet. 4% heal we can live without. 10 extra power is nice, but we can live without until there's actual bosses. Fear Potion is literally irrelevant to have 6 minutes longer. And yeah, that's everything then. So yeah, tier 7 is basically max. Long story short. It's not actually max, but for all intents and purposes, the potions there are good enough. So once we make all of our potions that then get us to tier 8, we're pretty much good to go. We'll be stocked up on every good potion we need. And that would also give us access to one other upgrade, which would be these tier 8s, since I already have it all banked. Or sorry, these tier 8s, I mean, since we already have it banked. And if the Explorer potion is good, we'd still be able to make a few. So yeah, I'm probably only going to, like, really early Milestone 8, it looks like. Where obviously we'll go through the entirety of Milestone 6, we'll go through the entirety of Milestone 7, which is what we really care about, get all those good potions there. And then, like, the really early end of Milestone 8, and then we basically consider ourselves max alchemy. Not literally, but in the sense of we don't need to get it up for a while. And how long would that grind take? Probably as long as the old school RuneScape grind, so they would align it perfectly. As both of those would probably take 100-something hours. So there we go. We got a game plan. We'll have alchemy double week at some point. We had alchemy week at one point. We'll have alchemy double week at one point now, too. We're going to double the time. Because I think we can get that done in 2 weeks. If we do 8 hours a day, it's doable in 2 weeks. Like 8 hours a day, but Monday's like slightly shorter. That should be a 2-week period. We're not doing that anytime soon, but we do got to do the alchemy double week. As our sequel to alchemy week that we did a while back. Alchemy week was obviously when we were aiming for 200, level 200. But alchemy double week will be when we hit for milestone 8. Which for, in the short term, is basically max alchemy. As the potion benefits thereafter aren't really that big of a jump relative to time required to get them. And that leaves us some leave room so we can get some free alchemy XP and don't have to, like, spend 1 billion gold on it. Which is the other thing I care about too, because maybe we'll have our botanist up by then as well and some other stuff. And hopefully alchemy bounties would be out by then as well, which would also help. Oh, so they have bountiful bounties too, if I'm not mistaken. Like right now I have bountiful bounties for alchemy if it was released today. I'm probably going to skip that for this tier, but we get it again at... Oh, you don't get it again till 9. That's kind of unfortunate. Also, the thing that still baffles me is that none of them have it at 10. And I was mentioning this a little bit earlier, but you're basically a stronger alchemist 1 level before max than you are at max. Because you then lose the ability to do bountiful bounties. I hope that's something they look into in the future. But the way that's currently set up, particularly for alchemy in that situation, you're actually stronger alchemist 1 level before max. Or even like, you know, 20, 30 levels before max than you are at max. As you'll make less profit from the bounties at max than you would prior to max. It's really weird. It's something I assume they will change at some point. That every skill that has bountiful bounties at max level will always have bountiful bounties once you max. That's not currently the case right now. I assume they're going to do a mini update at some point that will do that. Because it seems really weird that that's not currently the case. Obviously that doesn't affect too many people because you'd have to be max. Hey, the monument. Hello. Stop blocking my view. But there we go. But, yeah, they definitely got to change that at some point. Obviously, it doesn't affect us, but it probably affects a good handful of people. It doesn't make any sense why you wouldn't have bountiful bounties at max level for any skill that does have them. Otherwise, you're literally making worse money at max than you would slightly beforehand. For anyone that wants to keep doing it post, you know, max. They'll fix that eventually, though, I would assume. It's only been like a week and a half. They'll get to it eventually. One of those Monday updates that they're doing a bunch of quality of life will probably squeeze it in at some point, I would assume. Yeah, we're nearly there. We're getting 5.8 million XP per hour is what we calculated out earlier. So we're still getting over a level an hour, which is nice. But we got to get all the way to 42. And then after that, we still got to spend an hour and a half grabbing the pieces. So at this point, we've probably still got like 5-ish hours before we hit the goal we need. Roughly. Like 4 point something, 5 hours, somewhere around there. But we shall do it. This stream will not end until we do Jade Piece. Or until I get so hungry that it has to end, but we should be fine. But that does mean in total, we still got like 6 hours to finish the grind I want to do today. Got a little bit. Like 5-ish hours just to get the levels we need, and then like another hour and a half to get the pieces. But we were doing that quite a bit at the beginning of the game, where every day we'd go for like 11, 12-ish hour stream. If we want to finish this grind in a timely manner, then you start bringing those back. Instead of like the 4, 5, 6 hour, got to start bringing out the big hefty like 11 hour again, like 10, 11 hour. Until the grind is done. But then we won't need to worry about a 500 for a while. As a lot of skills in the current state of the game are technically maxed at tier 8. There's almost no skill in the game that isn't technically maxed at 8 rather than 10. For the case of mining, bonewright, smithing, and stonemason is quite literally true until chapter 5. Because you can't even use equipment over level 2000, and that's when you can make level 2000 equipment. For cooking, it technically is true until they are consumable. For potions, the main reason why it's true is the amount of benefit that you get compared to tier 8 compared to max is just so small. Like if you make all the tier 7 potions compared to the tier 9 potions. It's a very small difference on every potion, other than the Explore potion, which you can't even use at the moment. But it's a very, very small difference. All the gathering skills is feed into, you know, mostly just into the next chapter anyways, or to dead things like, you know, cooking and stuff. And for chapter 4, it doesn't even matter if you have over level 233 detective at the moment, which means you're already maxed at level, like, 4, or, you know, milestone 4 halfway through. You're already maxed with detective. This 233 is the highest you need for every shortcut, so you're maxed at that level. And merchant and leatherworker, until chapter 5, once again, is another situation where until chapter 5 comes out, they're technically maxed as soon as you finish every quest. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Like, as far as the last point of their true usefulness. So yeah, we should be fine with that. Just get alchemy to tier 8. That doesn't mean we need to get chef up, though, if they're going to actually make consumable foods. Because there's probably going to be a similar cutoff point where most of the foods become most effective by like tier 6 or 8 or so, like around that area. And if that's going to be the case, we are far away. We're only like not even tier 5. We're almost tier 5. How close are we to being maxed? As far as Forager, we're about 200 something hours away, which is our current month grind. As far as overall, we are a while away. Like, we're not even halfway at the point that the first person who maxed ended up maxing at. Like, total number hours played. Like, we're not even at the halfway point of that total hours played yet. So, we got a ways to go. As we are currently 2,300 hours played, and we're not even halfway there. So, we're, like, probably, like, 3,000 plus hours away from max. Give or take, depending on how many better methods they add. As far as Forager being maxed, we're about 240-ish hours away, if I did the math right earlier. Though some of that was off of guesstimated data, since we don't have all of it. But it's about 3,000-ish hours for True Max, and like 240-ish for Forager Max. So a lot of time. It is something that the Milestones update didn't like fully fixed, even though it is definitely quicker to max now a skill compared to before. As far as how the system works now. It's not by that much. It is not that much quicker to max now compared to the previous system. Because just in the time remaining for how long we need to max, you can actually max a whole, like, Iron Man account in old school RuneScape. In the time it would take to halfway max in Brighter Shores with only 4 chapters in the game, which will only get longer every chapter they add. The only big upside of Brighter Shores in that regard is you can basically partake in everything at max effectiveness by about tier 4 in every skill. Milestone 4 in every skill basically gives you access to everything you could ever need, as well as where most of the power scaling for things like Alchemy and probably Chef and other things end up taking effect, where they start getting quite a bit diminishing return as far as how much extra benefit you get per, you know, next milestone. So it does have that benefit that you technically don't have to max to be able to do everything. Or as an old school RuneScape, you definitely do. Like, there's a lot of endgame bosses that, yeah, you can take them out with less than max, but realistically, if you're farming them for, like, pet and all drops and everything, obviously you'd want to max first before you really get to raids and, like, end-game bosses and stuff. Like, it's not required, but it's, like, something you kind of want to do, otherwise you're kind of just trolling at speed. Even, like, 10 range levels is probably, like, over 10% extra speed to kill. If not even more. Whereas in Brighter Shores, that doesn't really have the same effect. Like, by tier 4 everything, you're effectively, like, max efficiency at most things. There's, like, some small benefits you can get from some things like Alchemy, probably Chef eventually, stuff like that. But it's very, very minuscule. And other things, it doesn't even help you if you had it higher. Like, all my production skills right now that I could basically make, like, you know, level 1,500 weapons for, doesn't even matter, because the best I can wield right now is, like, not even 1,000. So even though I have something better that could technically help us, it's not actually helping us because we don't have the level to be able to wield it. So it's not actually even doing anything. Even though we have the levels for it. Which is why we need to go train combat. So I grabbed 2 warders earlier. I have not touched either of these warders yet. I should probably go put one in the back so we can get cold. I opened this one. Oh. I'll put the other one back later. Ugh. Alright, well, that's one water almost done. Oh, excuse me. Alright, well, I downed one water almost. Like 2/3 of it. Stay hydrated. Alright, let's keep going. Still got a little ways to go. Until that number says 42. And then even after that, we still got to go do the other thing. The only bad thing about the route that we're doing, though, I am grabbing so little water lily. I guess we could just buy it from the shop. It's not that big a deal. We have enough money that I think we could get away with it. Once we get to the higher milestones, we probably want to consider grabbing it a bit more. But our current level range, I think we can get away with ignoring water lily pretty much. And a few other ones like that. The main reason we wouldn't want to do it at the higher level range is right now we're only ignoring like 6 silver each. But eventually we're going to be ignoring like 9 silver, 10, 11, 12 silver, 13 silver. At which point we probably don't want to ignore it. This is going to get pretty pricey really quick. There we go, another level, 6 to go. And we were gaining 5.8 million XP per hour from what we're doing right now. Which means we're still gaining over a level an hour. So it should take us like 5-ish hours to get the levels we want from here. And then from there, yeah, about another hour, hour and a half to go get the pieces. The 450 should take about an hour and a half. Because I grabbed some of the other nodes while we're doing it. So we'll get better XP during it, but get the jades a little bit slower. But I like doing it so we can get some of the other resources we've been neglecting, like the limpets. Also has the benefit of grabbing some more of these starfish, which are pretty good XP. Even right now, they're better than shell. But I still find it crazy how long it takes to max in this game. Anytime we ever do any amount of math on like any angle for it, I'm not sure why they made it so long. I guess to some degree it's because they never really intended for people to go for 500s. Yet the system itself technically does encourage you to go to 500. But no, I don't plan to go for that many. I just hate the fact of not gaining any XP once we max. I mentioned it a long while back, and Forager will be like the one exception to that since we need it for Monument. But we've mentioned in the past that we'd probably have like, you know, level 400 all, which is milestone 8 in every skill before we'd bother going for 500s. And I still think that's true. Even more so, I feel like, after the milestone update. Or after we do Forager to not counting combat. Combat works differently. But not counting combat, and not counting Forager because we need it for Monument. I don't think I'm getting anything much further than like tier 8 for the most part. It just takes so long to do the final levels for how little benefit you get from them. I'd rather do it slowly over time rather than rush it up. Just so we don't hit a point where we're doing an activity that gives us some resource, but we're gaining no XP for it, but we still got to do the activity. I'm trying to avoid as many situations of something like that happening. Where there's some kind of completionist content or item we need to unlock or something else from a piece of content. But it's giving XP into a skill that we already have maxed, let's say Forager, because I'll be the only one. Like, that's gonna feel so bad. Compared to if it was like some kind of mining thing, where it's like, oh yeah, we still need like a mining level and a half or whatever we're at by then. Where it's like, okay, we're gaining XP plus whatever we actually need. If the only thing we're getting is the thing we actually need, it'd feel so much worse. Because even if we're getting knowledge points, we'd be getting 0 XP per hour. The only thing that would ever change this is if they made it so if you're getting no XP, it would like double the knowledge that you're getting from whatever activity you were doing. Because that would kind of change things up a little bit. Not sure if they would ever bother doing that or some other thing for when you hit max though. It just feels a waste getting like no XP during all that though. They definitely got to do something for it in the super long term. Because right now, max level, or, you know, AK 500, is basically when you stop doing a skill rather than when you start it. Like, you would think it would be the point where it's like, oh yeah, we just maxed a skill, and now we can go, like, efficiently do everything. But in Brighter Shores right now, and how it's always been, in every iteration, max level is basically when you stop doing a skill, not when you start doing a skill. Which I've never been too big of a fan of with how it's scaled. I just always assumed they would kind of do something to fix that eventually. Since obviously they don't really expect people to be grinding like all 500s. But for the people that do start getting close to that point or are already at that point, they definitely gotta look into ways to, you know, make it not as horrible to have 500 all. It's definitely something that would come eventually, but it's probably really low priority prior to 1.0. Which is why they haven't done it yet. This is going to be something that's going to be really funny about the launch of Brighter Shores, though. Is there going to be, like, multiple people maxed when Brighter Shores technically hits 1.0? Because if we put that into consideration between RuneScape Classic and Old School RuneScape, or I guess RuneScape 2, I guess, technically at the time, I don't think there was a single person maxed, or even, like, close to max, in RuneScape Classic when RuneScape 2 ended up coming out. Like, there were people with max skills, but no one with, like, 99 all, for example. Or, you know, like, literally max. Mostly because smithing and a few other things were so hard to do. Even if you had people feeding you resources. It was just so slow to train. So no one really bothered other than the people that were literally only doing that and nothing but that. But because of that, yeah, there was no one, like, maxed when RuneScape 2 came out. But when 1.0 Brighter Shores comes out, there will be, like, literal whole top page is going to just be 9,000. Like, if you go to top players, it's just going to say all 9,000. Or if Stonewall Hill's out by then, which it likely will be, it would say all 11,000s. Like, it's just going to be a straight page of people at 11,000. Like, all the way down to 20. All the way down to, like, 30 or 40 or 50. Of just all people with 11,000 level already, which will be max level by the time launch hits. Because they're doing Stonewall Hill before launch. Which is bringing in another 2,000 levels. So it's just going to be a full page of people at a level of 11,000. Obviously, that's an outlier. The average player will be nowhere near that level. But, you know, the actual top page of people playing of, like, absurd numbers. Like, it's all going to be people at 11,000, like, true max. Which is going to be really weird for a 1.0 launch. Like, I don't think they should reset. They definitely shouldn't do that. But it will be a little bit weird, just the number of people that are, like, maxed at the second launch occurs. Probably more than I've ever seen for any game I've ever played before, where something like that is even possible. As there will be, like, that 0.1% that are, like, fully already done with the game the second it comes out. Which is really weird for an MMO. It's not normally something that happens in an MMO, where you run out of content to do. It's the issue that a lot of newer MMOs have. Because most older MMOs, they're basically impossible to ever complete because they have so much content. But a lot of newer MMOs, it takes them a long time before they get even close to that point. And there'll always be that some small amount of people that will grind it regardless how long the grind is. Like the people in old school who are still trying to get every piece of third age for some reason. Even though that grind could literally take 2 lifetimes. It's actually scary how close some people are to it, though. But it's also because they've gotten a bit lucky. But also because they're probably grinding it for like 12 hours a day for like literal years upon years upon years. I forget what the exact math is. I think it's like over 1,000 hours per piece. And that's assuming you get no duplicates, which are almost guaranteed going to get duplicates of. But it's like upwards of 1,000 hours per piece, and you can get dupes. And there's like multiple dozen pieces. Forget the exact number. I think it's like 40 something. And there's no dry protection on it. I really hope Brighter Shores never adds anything that rare to the game. I don't mind rare items, but I don't feel like any one item ever should take over like 100 hours to obtain. Because if you start pushing above that, you can start pushing above that infinitely. I feel like the triple digit number is like the cutoff. Like, no one item in any game ever should be over 100 hours to obtain. Which, unfortunately, Old School RuneScape has, like, almost 100 items in that category of items that take over 100 hours. Actually, even more than that. They have almost that many that take over 1,000 hours. Let alone 100. The main ones being every mega rare if you were to do them casually and not with, like, a stacked team. Or if you're trying to do it solo without best in slot. So all 3 mega rares, all like 40-ish third age, Moon Helm, and probably a few others I'm forgetting. So it's like 50, 60 items in that game that take over 1,000 hours each to obtain. Not even counting all the ones over 100. And currently, Monument is the longest grind in Brighter Shores that isn't a 500 cape. Like, as far as like an actual reward that you get. But even that's pushing it, because that's over 100 hours. I'm not sure the total on Monument Grind after all of our maths now. But it definitely seems like it's 300-something to low 400-something hours. Which is already kind of pushing it as well. Like, that's starting to get to, like, the mid-hundreds range, which is kind of long. Obviously, it's not an item, but, you know, it's still, like, an unlock in a sense. Let's just say it's, like, 400 hours. That's still a long time. 400 hours for one unlock, which we're doing right now. So one thing I almost want to do with this loop, though I'm not sure if it's worth it. I almost want to grab every starfish in that other room to the north up there, or I guess to the west. And then bank at the other one, and then do the whole loop backwards. The problem with that is we get a really weird number of items that don't quite work the same way that it does now. It's the main reason I'm not doing that. But I've been considering it. Because I feel like we get stun locked into this loop way too much. I should probably do the math on some of the other loops just to kind of double check at some point. I'm not going to do it today, though. I've already done enough math. But we gotta see if at, like, this level range, maybe we'll go test a couple of the other ones. Because 5.8 million is the number to beat for what we're doing now at tier 6. So I should double check, like, every gameplay loop at some point at tier 6 to kind of see if it ends up eventually beating what we're doing now. At some point it should, in theory. I'm just not sure what loop we can do that can break 5.8 million at this current range. Because most of them seem like it'll be slower. But until we actually do the math on it, we wouldn't really know for sure. You can kind of tell based on how many tiles you end up using. Like how much downtime there is between picking up every node. Because even if you're picking up a smaller node, just that downtime in between really starts adding up. And you can't really be grabbing 8 nodes because those give a lot less. Like, if you grab a few, it's fine, but you can't really be, like, spamming them. Like, you generally don't want to be grabbing an 8 node of anything other than, like, Nettle for Forager and Bell Plant. Those are, like, the only two, just because they're scaled a bit weirdly. Because they have the bonus and everything. But also because they don't give, like, negative XP like the bones do. Because the bones, on top of the fact that they're 8 spawned, which gives them less XP, I believe they're also minus 20% XP, which is kind of crazy. Like, if we go compare any bone to compare to Nettle, for example. Like, if we go compare the bone that you get right before Nettle and compare it to Nettle. Notice that this is, like, minus 20% or 10%, whatever that is. Hard to tell, but you can see the number. It's, like, halfway through the bar. So we can see that is, like, you know, all the way down there. It's minus 10%, like 90% total that you're getting. Whereas if we go look at Nettle, I think it's at, like, break even. Yeah, it's almost break even. It's, like, minus 3% or 4% or something. It's a really small number. So even though it's an 8 spawn, it's getting penalized a lot less. Compared to a lot of the bones. I guess the bones are giving you knowledge, but I never really found that knowledge stacks up to be worth the XP minus. That's something we might need to calculate out at some point. It's really hard to calculate, though, because you never get to see your actual knowledge number. It's always rounded out. So it's hard to tell the exact effect that the decimals are having sometimes, because it's really weird to calculate. But from what I've seen so far, XP bonus is better than knowledge bonus. In almost every situation. Especially if you're, I was gonna say especially if you're putting it into the skill, but I guess this one is more even. But especially if you're not putting your knowledge into the skill you're training. Like if you're doing Forager, but you're dumping the knowledge into something else, it would be even more relevant to get a better XP number. But even if you are dumping the knowledge into the skill that you're doing, XP should still end up coming out to a little bit better than the knowledge percent. Not by much. But it should still be better. And there's a reason for that. It's because of tool bonus. Whenever you use a knowledge point, you don't end up getting tool bonus for it. Whereas when you use a tool, you do get tool bonus for it. It's the main reason why, that and the double mechanic, are the main reason why XP bonus is better than knowledge bonus. It's because of tools. Because there's not a single tool that works on any knowledge point you ever use. Yes, you could use XP pot, but so does, you know, everything else also improves by XP pot, including tools. So that's kind of just evens out. So it's not really a bonus since, you know, you get it for both in a sense. So it's not really helping one more than the other. If anything, it's helping the XP one more, since that XP bonus is multiplicitly stacking with the tool. So if anything, it's helping the tool more, if you were to calculate it out like that, since you get to double dip the bonus. Because I'm pretty sure it's multiplicit, not additive. It's one of the few that's still multiplicit. Because most things in this game are multiplicit. The only thing they made additive recently is the XP bonus from potions when you do it with a bounty. They made that additive as of a few days ago instead of multiplicit, but most other things in the game, they multiply together rather than add. Unless they're going to change those. But long story short, it is better to have higher XP yield than higher knowledge yield. Is if there's even a single tool during your entire route that you get to utilize for higher XP rate, then it is better XP to be getting it from the higher XP yield than it would be from the tool. I mean, than it would be from the knowledge point. So XP bonus is always better than knowledge bonus. So that reminds me, does Merchant actually have different distributions per turn-in? It does! That's interesting. Because I was going to say, I was trying to think of like one exception. And while it's kind of hard to try to do it, Merchant might be the only exception to what I mentioned. For the main reason being that it has no tools. And because it's the best knowledge rate per hour of anything in the game. It might be the one and only thing where knowledge percent matters more than XP percent. As it's the only skill in the entire game where you really actually care about what knowledge rate you're getting. It might be the one and only exception, but that's mostly because it doesn't have a tool. If Merchant had a tool, then it wouldn't even be the case. It would still matter that the tool would be better than using the knowledge point. It's also one of the reasons why you never dump knowledge points generally in the Merchant. But also just because it gives you so many. It's also one of the reasons why I don't want to do it in the mining, since we have such a high level tool. It's the only one we went above 25. So for the rest of our mining grind, we basically never want to be putting a knowledge point into mining. For one, we were getting better XP from the tool, but the other reason being that it's the only tool I bother getting higher. And none of that bonus affects your knowledge points. Like pretty much every bonus in the game other than potions. It's also one of the reasons why you want to always have a big potion for whenever you use a knowledge point. Even just a few percent can end up helping a lot. Because it's the only way to boost them. There's no tools, there's no other mechanic. Unless food ends up doing in the future or something. Which I'm really curious, since they're going to be buffing Chef soon, I wonder if the 1 hour dishes will ever be able to be used for something useful. Where you can end up getting it for some kind of passive effect that ends up increasing your benefit. That lasts for, you know, like an hour. Because that'd be so nice. Not sure if they would ever end up bothering with that, though. Kind of like how potions give you a final product you can end up utilizing. Because I'm really hoping that you could do it for that, too. But I'm not sure if you can actually bank them, so probably not. I haven't actually bothered trying, because I don't do any cooking bounties ever. Has anyone actually tried banking any cooking bounty yet? I mean, any cooking passive, I mean. Because I haven't bothered trying to bank any yet. Because if you can, that means they're probably going to be consumable. And if you can't, then, yeah, they're probably just dead content forever. But that'd be great if these were all, like, potion effects in a sense. But, you know, for other stuff. Or you could just consume them and use them as, like, an active bonus or something for an hour. Because that'd be nice. 1 hour boost for any of these for something. Whatever they end up doing. But if they can't be stored, then yeah, they're just going to be dead content forever. RIP. Honestly, Chef is probably one of the worst skills in the game to do passive for. It requires so many weird ingredients for what is effectively the same XP rate you otherwise would be getting for anything else, while also not getting anything extra. Like, the whole reason why all the weird ingredients works for alchemy is because you get a potion that's actually useful from it. But when you apply that to anything else, it's really bad. And we can kind of see that with Chef, with how, like, abysmal it is to do passives for Chef. At most, you would do it for one-time bonus and then ignore it forever. It's one of the other reasons why our Chef level is so low. Because I've never really passived it. Rather than just to claim some one-time bonuses for completion's sake. Also, I'm somewhat scared to see how many shells and kelp I have in the bank. I kind of want to check, though. Because I might eventually be processing all this for our alchemy levels. Which is going to take a little while, but, we're probably going to do that at some point. Not today. Not within the next few weeks, other than the 11% we need. But at some point, we will be processing every single one of these into an XP pot. Every single one of these, of the kelps into a healing potion. Every single one of the starfish here into a combat potion. Plus 85 specifically, I believe it is, yeah. At some point. Not today. Not this month. But eventually. Whenever we do like the Milestone 8 100-hour grind that we were talking about earlier. No time soon. But eventually we'll pull out the double Alchemy Week. Sequel to single Alchemy Week we did a while back. And actually get us to Milestone 8 with like infinite potions for a while. Like the amount of potions we make in those 2-week periods should last us for like 2 years. At least a year. Maybe not 2 years, but definitely a year. So just get it down just really quickly and then never need to worry about it for a long duration. Very long duration. Because that's my plan for when we go and like power mega grind alchemy again. The whole point of it is so we never need to just randomly make a potion. We just already have it banked, good to go. So we don't have to go do an activity, find out we're like low on potions or something, then go out of our way to go make some. We'll just have them on reserve and not need to worry about it. And of course it would also give us access to stronger potions. Though the amount of strength, not that much stronger, but at least a lot of those supplies we already had because of Forager! As well as some other grinds we'll be doing, like the merchant things and the combat in Chapter 3, stuff like that. To help offset everything else we need. Oh. I just realized, since we hit level 5,400 yesterday, we've gained 10 levels since then. I think 3 of those were off-stream, and the other 7 have been on-stream then. And one of those was actually technically passive off-stream, so well, I guess it still counts as off-stream. But it was specifically from the passiving. But hey, 5.5 levels to go! We're almost there! Still so far, though. So close, yet so far. But hey, we're still gaining over a level an hour. I'll take it. It's getting slower, but it's still over 1 an hour until we get to tier 7 and we find out it's like less than 1 an hour somehow. 8 and 9 100% will be. 7's the ones that's up in the air, though. I'm not sure how much the curve is curving. We can see right here by what percent it's curving. It curved about double the difference compared to how much 6 curved, so I think it will reach the point where we no longer get 1 an hour. Or if we do, it's barely going to be a level an hour. Which means counting passive and everything, it will still take probably like 50 hours to go do Forager for the next set. When counting monument pieces, counting passives for the slight boost, counting knowledge points. Going from tier 7 to 8 is probably going to take 50 hours. And an 8 and 9 are going to be scary numbers that we don't want to think about yet. Or tier 8 is going to be like 75, 80-ish hours probably, and tier 9 is going to be over 100 hours. We'll worry about that later. That's 1 to 2 weeks from now issue. Worry about that later. For now, enjoy the 1 level per hour. Before it's like half a level an hour. Which is pretty much what it was pre-buff. If we were doing this beforehand, we were gaining like 3/4 a level an hour, I think, somewhere around there. Depends what Forager loop we were doing, of course. But I'm pretty sure it was like 3/4 an hour, 3/4 a level an hour. You'll be lucky if you could even gain 1 in an hour. And that was if you were like dumping your knowledge into the skill too. Is that was the case for mining as well? Like mining, it was taking us like 2 hours to get 1 level. But now doing the same thing at our level range, even though we're at milestone 8. I'm pretty sure we could almost, not quite, but we can almost do 1 level an hour. It's definitely close to like 3/4 or 4/5 or something. Was I drinking 8% or 10, 11? Okay, I drank only an 8, just double checking. Don't want to waste it again. Also, Yustef's still on the grind with us. I think he's at like milestone 4 right now. He's still at the good XP rate. If only we were there back a week ago, still at milestone 4, that'd be nice, that XP rate. Let's see, where's our chart thing? I'm on the wrong menu. Forager, friends. Let's see, he's at, yeah, he's halfway through 4. Oh, we're starting to catch up a little bit with Krydak, though. He is going through the slower levels right now. He's been about like, consistently like 1 milestone ahead of me this whole time. Which means he's probably doing jade pieces right now based on his level. Unless he hasn't logged out in a while, but he's probably a jade piece if we were to go over there, if he's even logged in. But his level indicates he'd be at jade, but he hasn't finished jade. Unless he just hasn't logged out in a while. Which means if I went up to Jade Room, he'd probably just be standing there doing Jades. If I had to guess, unless he's just not logged in at the moment. So how could you not do it when you're at that level? Like, if I was at the exact level range for Jade, I gotta go finish it. That'd be weird if we just, like, stopped right at that point. Though I do have to say, with how hungry I am considering stopping at 40. But if we're coming this far, I might as well go all the way. This grind's not going to grind itself, unless we passive it. It doesn't count. Otherwise, this grind's not going to grind itself. Though, near the end of the grind, I might consider a little bit of a passive pivot. There's a non-zero chance near the super end of the grind, just because of how absurdly strong passives are. That at tier 8 and 9, we start utilizing passives a bit more. And just extend the duration that it would take by a few weeks. Or we'd still be doing it actively, but just, like, you know, not as much and do the other stuff that come out. Like the smithing bounties, the fishing bounties, the stonemason bounties, you know, all that stuff when they come out. There's a non-zero chance that we might do that at some angles in between tier 8 and 9. Just because the passives are really broken. But the actives start to fall off a cliff. Or I might start utilizing almost the full 2 times bonus for some of the passives. At least the better ones, not all of them. If we were to hypothetically do that, though it might become reality, but hypothetically, if we were to do that, the ones we care about doing, passive and not active, are Feather and Mothwing for the plus 9 and 10 boost potions. Tier 8 makes 9, tier 10, or tier 9 makes 10. The Enamine and the Spray, this makes the XP pot 13 and 14% for the chapter for passive, which is really strong. We were talking about those a bunch earlier. But the 5%'s not so much, but, you know, 13, 14%, that's a different story. Those are really strong. Which, of course, we'd use for Alchemy down the line. Not just to get Alchemy XP, but also to use them to make Alchemy XP go quicker. And maybe Scrap Metal. Those would be the main ones we'd utilize. The main areas we'd have to skip are basically everything that's for bait or bone right. So we'd skip Sea Slug, Sheep Rib, Worms, Maggots, and Beetles. Which I believe are bait. I need to double check. I'm pretty sure these are both bait. I'm like 90% certain these are bait. Yeah, they're bait. Okay, just making sure. So we just care about the 2 potion supplies and metal, basically. But those 5, I am heavily considering in the final 2 milestones to end up utilizing a bit more than we otherwise would. As it's just such good value. It would save us so much time on the grind. So there might be a little bit of a pivot once we start getting to tier 8. Where we really start incorporating those. As we'll skip a lot of levels. Like, you know the grind that we've been doing today? Guess what's at that level range? We would have been doing Enamines, and then we would have been doing sprays. And while that doesn't get us all the way there, you know, we would just do what we're doing now to go and then go to 42 from there. But otherwise, that would get us to like 35 from spray. Like, the spray passive would get us to about 35, roughly, give or take a little bit. And then we'd only have to go from 35 to 42 with the really bad XP rate. We wouldn't have to do, like, the whole grind we did today. We'd have to do, you know... The grind would still take forever. But it wouldn't be, like, the same kind of forever. Like, half of it would have been taken out with passives that we otherwise did today. It would still probably be the same duration, in a sense. If we took it half out with passives. Just because of how much more XP we need. But it would be a lot smoother than having to do what we did today for like 3 days straight. So there's like a chance we're going to bring out the passives for those areas. Scrap metal doesn't really matter too much for either section, but I do want some just for the passive for the smithing, just to have it. These would somewhat matter. More so the feather, though. The problem with Mothwing is it doesn't solve any issue, because that's when we can start doing, you know, this good method. But what it does allow us to do is kind of get to stone, I guess. So maybe we'll end up incorporating that. If we did, that means it would take probably about 2 weeks longer to max... It would take about 2 weeks longer if we were to hypothetically do this. It would take about 2.5 weeks longer to get 500 Forager. But the amount of hours less we have to do for that Forager is around... let's see. So every day that we do it would save roughly 2 hours, I think. Like about 2 hours. So if we were to do that across 10 days, or 2 weeks, like I said, it would save about 28 to 30 hours on the grind, roughly. So what would otherwise be an estimate of a little under 240 more hours would go down to like, you know, almost 200-ish. With our rough estimate we did earlier. That's a lot of time saved. Like, duration-wise, as far as number of days taken, it will take longer, but actual number of time played would be reduced by over 30 hours. I'm considering dragging it out near the end. Like, do every passive that isn't trolling, aka anything that isn't for bone right or bait. And just do it that way. Because we don't need bait because ventures are just going to max out Fisher on its own. Plus the bounties, I guess we'll do occasionally. If we're, like, near the message board while doing the bounties. Or while doing the ventures, I mean. And bone rate we don't need to do because the passive's already so broken that, you know, we're already going to be passiving that like crazy. So yeah, that'll be our game plan then. Whenever we're in one of those dead zones, we'll let the passives do their thing. And just use that to save some time. And that doesn't mean we wouldn't necessarily be grinding stuff. It just means, you know, that gives us time to go do smithing bounties. It gives us time to go do stonemason bounties when they come out, so on and so forth. Especially if we end up finding them really fun. But otherwise, that gives us enough time to go get 50 smithing levels and 50 stonemason. And by 50-50, I mean 52 and 42. But you know what I mean. Get both of them to milestone 8. Because that might be the pivot. It would also be a nice change of pace. Plus, we'll get to do whatever the new content is rather than keep doing Monument. Obviously, we'll still be doing Monument. But it allows us to switch it up a little bit rather than having to do what we're doing right now for what might be 190 more hours. It makes it so it's like 160 more hours. Though it could be overestimating the math too. We'll find out once we get deeper. But I'm pretty sure we're still stuck on this beach for over 100 more hours, regardless of how you math. Any way you do the math, we're on this beach for over 100 more hours. So if we can reduce that time in any way, that'd be nice. I'm trying to utilize some of those passives at tier 8 and 9. Who knows? Maybe even tier 7. Because by then, we're going to be at the range where we could do it realistically for tier 7 by fishing bounties. The problem is fishing bounties we don't care that much about. Smithing and stonemason, yes. Fishing bounties, we care about them in the sense that I will do them daily when I go by to go do my oyster venture one time a day or my lobster venture one time a day. But beyond that, we don't care about fishing bounties at all. We check the board once a day when we do the daily, and that's it. And then we'll do them occasionally when, you know, we're at that point, and then ignore them forever else. Like, aside from this upcoming Monday, I'm probably never doing them outside of a venture. It's just not efficient to at any other point. Now we'll go throw this down. Grab our EXP. Put that into Forager, obviously. All EXP, the rest of this grind will be going into Forager. The only exception to this is, I guess, technically, if I'm doing smithing bounties, I'll probably put it into smithing or stonemason. And when I'm doing stonemason bounties, I'll be putting it into smithing or stonemason. There's the only time during this grind, if we're going to be extending it a little bit like that, where I will not be training training it directly. Because it's just a little bit of a waste to drink 11% for this chapter while, you know, we're already under the effect of like a 10% for that chapter. Which, speaking of which, we actually get 11% for this chapter soonish. 10% still my highest, but we do get 11% at level 40. We're still a little ways away. I don't think we're getting 27 anytime soon levels. But for now, 10% are fine. Though I don't think I have any of the 10% material banked. I might need to go combat pivot there once. Not sure we're going to work with that. I could always just buy some from the shop, I guess. It's not too big a deal. As long as I'm only using them for knowledge points. Like, grabbing 100 of them is only like 1 gold. I think we could live with 1 less gold. To save what would otherwise be like an hour of combat almost. Just because my milestone is not aligned to it at all by the time the bounties come out. So I'll probably just waste the 1 gold to get a couple supplies early. Which is a little bit of a waste since the next time I get the supplies later, we're going to basically get them for no value. But I think it's worth it for having like a week's or 2 worth of 10% pots. Worst comes to worst, if I already have 9% made, I'll just use those, I guess. It's not worth going that far out of our way just for like a % bonus or something. But we'll figure that out once the bounties come out. We'll worry about that later. That's a later issue. For now, Forager. But yeah, I think we're going to be doing what we said earlier. I think we're really going to be utilizing passives. Oh, nice, we just got hot berries. We even got to see unlock. I think we're really going to be utilizing passives a bit more at tier 8 and 9. And just make the grind take a few weeks longer in order to save us like dozens upon dozens of hours. Or we'll still be focused on mostly Forager, but you know, it'll give us time to do the new bounties of all the new bounties that are coming out in the near future. We'll still be able to finish it by mid-March, I think. Or by late March. But it would make what would otherwise be like a 30-40 day grind potentially go to like 50-ish to almost 60-ish. But it would save us a lot of time. And it would give us a bunch of potions that we need anyways for various passives and just need in general because they're good. As well as give us the smithing AFK to make that free. To make smithing not as annoying to go get the max. But honestly, I'm not sure we'd really need that in the sense that... Well, this one we will. But I don't think we'll need it in the sense that I think the bounties that they're updating in 3 Mondays from now will probably save smithing. Because one of those bounties seems like it has no cost associated to it. And all the other bounties will probably be like cooking, where if you do it, it will probably break even. And you'll even profit, if, obviously, if you gather everything. But the thing that would be nice is about both smithing and stonemason bounties is if you mine the rock and you buy the carpenter supply from chapter 2, I'm pretty sure every bounty will break even or profit if you do that. If you buy both, you're probably still losing some money, or like barely breaking even. But if we already have the stone, which we should in most situations, and we buy just the finished carpenter supply from chapter 2, we should hopefully break even. Whereas right now, I'm pretty sure you lose money if you do that. Surprisingly. Like, you actually lose money if you buy one, but obtain the other. Because it still costs so much for the carpentry supply. But if you do it through a bounty, I'm pretty sure you break even or even slightly profit. We'll have to find out once the bounties come out. Especially if it's like a 2 times, 3 times, 4 times bounty. Because that would allow you to just with mining alone, like basically just with chapter 3 alone, you'd be able to go and do all the production skills properly. Because that's one of the biggest issues with all 3 of the production skills right now. You will always hit some kind of wall, especially for Bonewright and Stonemason, where you need some amount of carpentry supplies to progress to really make what you want to be making for better XP. Smithing has this to the least degree, but it still has this coming up, where you need a carpenter supply that you don't have access to, and then you need to either, you know, get absurd woodcutting and carpenter for it, or you gotta pay a really high price to just buy it from the shop in chapter 2. And when we do those bounties, obviously we will just be buying it from the shop. Later down the line, we'll have access to it, but we'll see exactly how it goes. Because there is a non-zero chance, even if it's worse XP, which it definitely will be worse XP, that I consider a weird pivot when we do woodcutting and carpenter through chapter 2, where we prioritize building supplies and almost nothing else. There's a non-zero chance I might go a really heavy building supply route, even if we have to take like a 20% woodcutting XP cut. We'll still have to figure that out, but there's a non-zero chance that we'll do that. Let me go see. What is the percents on the tree that we're talking about? Please be high XP yield and low profit for some reason. It's definitely not going to be. It is! Whoa, that knowledge rate is awful though. 85% knowledge? I didn't even realize it could go that low. Oh no. That's both good and bad. But I think that's good. I think. Not the knowledge being so low, but it's not the worst thing in the world. This distribution. The fact this profit is high is actually a bad thing though, to some degree. But that does mean if you were to buy all your building supplies for chapter 5, like if you would ignore carpenter and buy them, that means it'd be really pricey. If they're 120% profit for gathering them. Because that means they're above average value, the mahogany. How about the teak? Wasn't the teak also used for the thing? Where's teak? Also, why is teak higher than mahogany? This makes no sense to my RuneScape brain. How is teak higher tier than mahogany? Oh, that's unfortunate though. Teak is the other way around. Teak is lower XP but insane knowledge. And mahogany is insane XP but low knowledge. That's weird, given that you need both. And taking them both together basically makes both of them perfectly even. Wait, is teak worth more or are they about the same? Okay, that's weird. They're both opposite in every way. Teak is like mild XP with really high knowledge but really bad profit. But mahogany is the exact opposite. That's not what I wanted. Where mahogany is, that's weird. Yeah, mahogany is really good XP, horrific knowledge, but really good profit as well. Which means you'd probably want to prioritize mahogany over teak. As teaks are probably really expensive to buy from chapter 5 if you need the planks and everything. Or whatever chapter you'd buy it from, chapter 2 shop, wherever you'd buy it from. Whatever builder supply you get all your planks from. I don't know, we'd have to check the prices and do some more exact math later. Where do you even get mahoganies, though? Because I believe I was doing some teaks. Teaks aren't really easy to bank. If I'm not mistaken, isn't teak the one that's literally in the same room with a bank? Because if so, teak's actually really, really, really good. No, teak's not the one I thought it was. Wait, is it mahogany? No, I think it's the one... I know which one I'm thinking of. The one I'm thinking of is the one that you need for the cage for the pufferfish. We don't really care about those. Having some for pufferfish bounties are nice, but we don't really plan on like mass using them at any point ever. So unfortunately, even though this one's really easy to bank, it's not that good. Maybe I'll check where mahogany is again. It's from these two based on XP rates. Mahogany feels better. There's a store. Oh, all the mahoganies are over there. Okay, mahogany's really good. Mahoganies are what the old hickory were. I'm not sure if they're in the exact same location. But mahoganies are literally just old hickory route. Except you can't do the oak tree over there, which used to be hickory. But yeah, mahoganies are pretty much literally just old hickory. Where you do the triple V-shape mahoganies into the storage rift there. But yeah, assuming that they're in the exact same spots. The only difference is you can't do any forager, like you were before. But yeah, mahoganies are really good. You just do the triple room cycle and then bank and triple room cycle bank. There's mahoganies over there, but if the cycle is still similar to before, those would be pointless to ever go to. It'd probably be too far away for how the loop works. You'd have to backtrack too much room. Same reason why you don't take the water lilies in over here normally. Because these water lilies over here, you have too much double backtracking when the bank is all the way over there. And for the same reason, you wouldn't take those further mahoganies. It's just too much backtracking. But yeah, that triple V-shaped mahogany is actually really good. It might even be better in the teak location. Where do you do teak then? Because the other one I was thinking of was not teak. It was for the cages. Whatever that one was called. I forget its name. It was cypress. But where is teak? Oh yeah, teak was in that middle area. Oh, teak is bad. Teak is really bad. Given that it's worth less, I might just buy all my teaks. Grab a few for first time and just do mahoganies and hope that you need mahogany way more than you need teak for builder. But yeah, what is every room with teak? Because that room is bad. That room is somehow almost worse. Yeah, why are they so bad? Why are those the 3 teak rooms? Your best storage rift is going here or literally teleporting to a different chapter and then teleporting back. But because of teleport time, that's probably not worth it. That is such a bad bank. Is there really not a better bank? There's not... Out of all the bramble shortcuts, you couldn't add a bramble shortcut right here to go to that storage rift? Yeah, teaks are really bad. That is such a bad location. That was like the only log that was skipped in the previous system. Because its banking was so horrifically bad compared to anything else. And that's what they made teaks. Oh no. Yeah, maybe we would just do mahogany only, I guess. I don't know. The problem is when obtaining resources beforehand, we don't know how useful mahogany is compared to teak. Like if I only get 10% teak and, you know, like 200% mahogany, is that gonna like mess us up when we do builder? Because since teaks are less profit, that means you should be able to buy them for cheaper. So going for the mahoganies might end up being better since they're better to bank and everything anyways. I don't know, it's something to look into whenever we care about Chapter 2. Or Chapter 5. Neither of which we currently do. So that's a later issue. Still fun to think about for now, though. Honestly, Chapter 2 is like the main chapter I want to ignore for as long as we possibly can until it's not ignorable anymore. How many more levels do we need? 5 more to go! Which will take less than 5 hours since we're still gaining over a level an hour. We're gaining 5.8 million XP an hour. Which means we need 5 levels, and then after those 5 levels, we need to go get all those jade pieces for like an hour and a half or however long it takes. Which means at this point we got like 6.5 hours to go. We're getting there though. I think this will be our longest, if we actually do finish the whole stream or grind today. This will be the longest we've done of any of the Forager streams. Not sure why I decided to do that on 11, but I guess we just set too overly ambitious goal for today. I didn't get as much grind off stream as I wanted. And also because tier 6 is just starting to take longer than tier 5, of course. But all that in combination, we'll make this the longest stream we've done since this series. As it'll be like a 10.5 hour stream probably by the end. Just like in the old days. We haven't actually done any above 10 hours since we've come back. Or not that we ever left, but you know what I mean. Since we've done so many consecutive streams in a row. Though I will be taking a break after we finish 500 Forager, by the way. Not a break in the sense that we're not going to be playing daily like we always will. We still will be doing that. But I mean, we're mostly just going to be covering like Monday updates and stuff like that again. I'm not going to be like power grinding every day on stream. Mostly because my main goals after this are really AFK. It's going to be passive potioning combat a lot. Like a lot. Like 7-8 minutes AFK kind of levels of AFK so I can get other stuff done. And because that's going to be our next grind, yeah, we're obviously just going to be doing like the Monday stuff when they come out. Whenever new bounties come out, whenever new quest comes out, stuff like that. Basically what we have been doing the last year. Where we kind of just cover when something big happens, and then otherwise, you know, we wait till something else big happens. But that's pretty much our plans after Max Forager. Or, you know, Max Monument, which is also Max Forager. Let's go back to that until, probably until they add dungeons. Until they add dungeons or world events. Obviously, bounties will bring us back for the day or even a week if we really want to go and level up the skill. But, there isn't a bounty for any skill where a bounty would come out for it and I would just magically go grind it for a month. There's not a single bounty system they could ever do that would do that. Whereas world events and dungeons, yes. Those are like the next upcoming things that could do that. Or instead of Forager month, it's dungeon month. Or even just like spamming all the world events if there's more than one world event. I'm just not sure how world events are going to work if there's only one world event in the game. Because it seems like they're going to cycle. So how does that work if there's only one? They might try adding multiple at the same time. But maybe it's using a system that is different than I think. Because my assumption is every world event wouldn't always be active at the same time. Because that would kind of defeat the point. The whole point of world events is to try to get a bunch of people into one location at the same time. But if every world event is always active, that would be impossible to do. So hello, Blue Turtle. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Because the whole reason they're adding world events is to make the game feel more like an MMO. Like, let's say there's a world event going on for Forager right now, which doesn't exist, but let's say it hypothetically was. It'd be kind of like that Christmas event where, you know, everyone was kind of around town square. They're all in like a somewhat like 20-ish square area, or, you know, 20 room area. They're kind of all congested in one area. If you go there at any time during that world event, you're going to see 1 billion people there. It's kind of like that kind of situation. Where there's going to be like a world event for fishing, and then everyone's going to be at like the shoreline on all the beaches in Hopeport for like that's however long that lasts for. Stuff like that is how I assume it would work. Or when a world event is going on for a given skill, however long it lasts, if it's for like a week, or if it's for a day, or if it's for several hours, however it works. Like whatever that world event location is going to be so crowded. So there will always be like an area that you can go to if you want to see other people where it's like, oh yeah, go do the world event, and you'll find like, you know, 20 people, if not more. Like multiple per room in every room that the world event's taking place in. Is the way I assume it would happen. Based on some of their wording, it does seem like world events might last for like a week. Where like 1 week will be one world event, then next week will be a different world event, and another week will be another world event, where they just keep rotating through every world event or something. Or it's just completely random, or whatever system they'll set up. A lot of details we don't really know, but we'll find out eventually. I just really hope that there's more reward for world events other than just XP and money. There's some skills where that will matter, but if the only reward is XP and money, then I'm not sure how many people are really going to bother with them. Even if it's like best in slot XP and best in slot money. Well, in that case they would be, but you know what I mean. Like if those were the only 2 rewards, they'd be definitely a lot less enticing compared to if they had, you know, anything else of relevance. It would also make them really bad once maxing a skill. Like, for example, if that Christmas event came out when we had 500 Forager, I would not have done a single snowball beyond getting every cosmetic. And I'm concerned that that's going to happen with a lot of the other world events. Like, let's say they even add cosmetics to the world events. If someone is max level, and they then hypothetically obtain every cosmetic from the world event, what point would you have to do the world event after? You're getting no XP because you're max level. You're getting no cosmetics because you got them all. And then, the only thing we'd be getting is money. But, you know, you could be doing something else for money in the game. Like, there'd literally be no reason to do it after that point, which is my main concern with world events. Is if those are the only 3 rewards, is like, here's a handful of cosmetics that you learn over time, here's some XP, here's some money. Like, the second you reach 500, you would never touch it again after obtaining all cosmetics from it. If it doesn't drop, like, some kind of unique material or some kind of other thing. Because that would be one way that you can kind of end up doing it. Like, Forager World Event ends up having some kind of unique, you know, alchemy supply. Fisher would have some kind of unique cooking supply. The Chef one would have some kind of thing that you can only cook maybe during the, you know, event from that fishing thing. Alchemy would obviously have some kind of unique potion. Botanist, once again, could feed into either alchemy or chef with some kind of unique supply. Woodcutting, obviously, to carpenter. Carpenter, maybe you could only process it during then, or, you know, maybe make something unique during that. Who knows, whatever they do with that. Mining, obviously, some kind of ore for stonemason and smithing. Smithing and stonemason ones would end up utilizing it. Bonewright would probably get something from Forager or something. Detective, I have no clue what they would do. That one would definitely be one where it makes sense just to do money. And obviously Merchant to Leatherworker. Detective is like the one where I could see, okay, yeah, that's the one that you could just make be money. That's like the one of the ones where it's like, okay, yeah, you could definitely make that only give you money. There's not really a good secondary feeding thing you could really end up doing. If there was one where the reward would literally just be money and XP, Detective would be the one. Because the whole skill is based around just money and XP. I gotta remember to drink 11% here. And don't forget to drink it somehow. Because I know I'm gonna forget to drink it somehow. But yeah, after this double knowledge point, we only need, what? 4.5 more levels. Which our current XP rate is about 4 more hours. Give or take a little bit. And then we get to get access to the 1.5-hour grind we actually are trying to do. The pickup shells from beach just so you could build a monument skill. If only we could access the bounties. I'm curious if Forager bounties would even be worth it. It is one of the few skills where they put the bounty board will matter so much on if it's viable or not. There's a handful of skills that are like that. Where the location of the bounty board will literally dictate how good bounties are for the skill or not. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there's very few other ones that'd be affected by it as much as Forager. Because a lot of other skills don't really have a centralized area where you're camping forever. Like Forager has. Because, of course, the best place to put a Forager bounty would be somewhere like right in here. Like, literally around the monument. Like, in the room of the monument would be by far the best location you could possibly put a Forager bounty. And almost anywhere else other than maybe, like, this room or something would be just completely trolling in its location. Like, if it's in town and not over here, it would be so bad. That's the main thing I'm concerned about. Is they're gonna put like the Forager bounty like right in front of like the Forager store or something. They're gonna put like a Forager bounty board like right over there, right over here or something. That would be so bad. Like Forager bounties would almost immediately be dead content if they did that. Other than for 2 times, 3 times, 4 times bounties. But the 1 times bounties would be completely dead if they put it somewheres over there. Compared to somewheres around, like, anywhere in this circle right here. Whereas I don't think there's a single other skill in the entire game where that would be the case, other than Forager. Because every other one is spread out enough where it wouldn't matter that much. Because you'd have to go out of your way regardless. But Forager is the one where, Yeah, it'd actually be really bad, depending on where they put it. As the time to get over there and the time to get back to where you need to go would just waste too much time. It's one of the reasons why detective bounties are actually kind of bad at some level ranges. Detective is a skill that has bounties right now that probably has the worst positioned bounty board in the game. Of any skill that currently has bounties. The main reason being is the synergy that you get on every other skill in the game does not really go in that area ever. The closest you have is Merchant, and you have to go really out of your way for Merchant to go in there. Whereas a lot of other skills where their bounty boards are just go naturally into the skill where you'd normally be going. Like the fishing bounty board, you literally have to cross every day when going to oysters. Even if you're not doing it for oysters, you're going to be passing it constantly when doing cooking bounties. Either buying fishing supplies or just, you know, doing cooking bounties in general where you go past that road. Alchemy bounties will probably be in front of the shop, which is obviously right where you make the potions, so it's already good to go. Obviously, smithing stonemason bounties will be in one of the rooms where you do it. Stonemason one should literally be in the main stonemason room. Smithing one, we don't know where it is, but it'll probably be in one of the 2 smithing rooms or somewhere in that kind of area, so it should be pretty fine to go do. Well, I guess smithing could be one that they put in a bad location. But so far, out of any message board or any bounty board where we know where it's going to be or is already in the game, out of any of them, detective bounty board currently has the worst location. And the best located one is probably merchant. Actually, probably chef. Merchant is good because it has double. And the one outside is pretty good too. But yeah, merchant and chef have the best bounty boards at the moment. Merchant because it has, not only does it have 2, but it also has the closest bounty board to a teleport in the entire game, which is huge. Cooking's bounty board from where it should be thematically is perfect. The only problem is cooking bounty board is very far away to get to. It has a similar issue to that of detective, where you got to teleport and walk a very long way out of your way to get to it. But the actual location where it is, you know, like inside the building with it, is really good. But I would still have to say merchant is better, just because it's the closest one to a teleport. The closer a bounty board is to a teleport, the better. It's one of the reasons why something like a gatherer and woodcutting bounty board is probably going to be pretty good, or even a carpenter one. As there's a good chance they would put most, if not all of them, in this area. And if they were to do that, then you could just stock up on all of them at once, which would be huge. That would actually be a really interesting gameplay loop for Chapter 2 that probably almost no other chapter would have. In that every bounty board in the whole chapter is very likely to be in a very small concentrated area. Where the gather bounty board is probably right over there in that little area. Right next to storage rift or something. The carpenter one is probably somewhere over here or something. Or no, probably like somewhere over here. And the woodcutting one is like somewhere over there or something. Oh, no, I wanted. Give me a... Bring me back. There we go. Well, there's a good chance that out of any chapter, Chapter 2 would get the closest concentration of bounty boards in the entire game. As far as checking all of them being the most convenient. Because we already know that Mines of Batubin's going to be pretty separated. Maybe not like mega separated, but you know, most of the production rooms are probably going to be where it is. Which means Bone Right's going to be a mile away from where you would likely get the smithing and stonemason bounty. Hopeport is somewhat nearby. It really comes down to where they end up putting the forager bounty. Because the alchemy one is almost guaranteed going to be obviously in the alchemy room. We already know the cooking one's in the cooking room. And even though it's not out yet, we actually do know where the fishing bounty board is. It's right next to the fishing shop, like 5 tiles to the side. So 2 of those are pretty easy to get. 1 of those you'd have to go out of your way for. We'll have to wait to see where those other 2 go. Or more so the other 1 goes. Because alchemy one's almost guaranteed going in the room. That'd be really weird if it doesn't. There should be like chef works in the same room, I would assume. So yeah, Chapter 2 has the highest possibility of all the bounty boards being nearby. Because Leatherworker bounty board is probably going to be near where Leatherworker is, which is a mile away from Merchant and Detective. But hopefully you can route it while doing Merchant, so maybe it will actually be good. Because if you can route the Leatherworker board while doing Merchant, then it's actually might be worthwhile to do that. When it comes to Mines of Matubin, you don't really have like wide farming when you're going through the area. Well, as long as 2 of the bounty boards are nearby, hopefully like smithing plus stonemason. I don't know, we'll find out soon. Because Bone Right's definitely going to be a mile away, and we don't know where they put mining bounty board. There's a lot of places that would be viable, and we don't know where they're going to put it. So yeah, Chapter 2 has the highest % chance of the bounty boards being best positioned. Chapter 1 has the second best bet, but I have a feeling they're going to put Forager in a really bad location. Well, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Time will tell. If nothing else, at least we get to see a relation of Blacksmith Bounty Board to Stonemason soon. 3 Mondays from now, we'll have them both. My bad. I mean 5 Mondays from now, we'll have them both. Also, hopefully by 5 Mondays from now, we're done with the Forager grind. I would sure hope so. Even though I'm going to be extending it a little bit further, I would still hope that by Stonemason bounties, we'd have that done by then. But there we go. 4.5 to go. We're nearly there. 4 levels to get the levels we need, and then an hour and a half to go do the actual grind we need to go do. Which means based on my time, we should finish by about 10 o'clock tonight. Which, how long would that make the stream then? It'd be like a 9-point-something hour stream. Oh, that means we wouldn't have hit the 10-hour mark. I don't know. We'll see how long the Jades take us. Yeah, that means we actually won't hit 10 hours today. It'll be like ever so slightly short of 10 hours. But no worries. We will have an over 10-hour grind during one of these days for sure. It will happen. I do wish there was more variety we could be doing, though. We are starting to fall into that same kind of problem that the previous system had. But it's mostly for Forager. I don't think most other skills would have this problem. Forager's rather unique in that they just put like a billion things on the ground. So there's like a billion things near each other that are just so efficient to take together. Most other skills aren't like that. Nearly every other skill in the game, you would move up every new activity you have. Forager's one of the few exceptions to that. Like Botanist, 100%, you would move up every time. Unless you really needed whatever the supply was you're currently at. Like the Luck Potion, for example. Fishing, you move up almost every fish. The co-op fish you tend to skip, but otherwise you tend to move up every fish. And even more so if you need it for like some kind of cooking supply, you might stay at 1. Alchemy, you tend to move up every potion, especially if you have it all banked. There are some you can't more than others, but generally speaking, you'll be making almost every potion you see here. At least to some degree. Some more than others, obviously. Botanist, you would definitely move up every single time unless you just really need it for a potion supply. Woodcutting, you would definitely do it unless there's like a certain thing you want to go and prioritize. Like Chapter 5's builder skill or something. The only problem is we don't know what ratio we really need since it's not out yet, so it's hard to predict. And there's some that you might skip. Like, for example, woodcutting, you would probably skip the bamboo post that you need for Botanist. And you might end up skipping the cages that you need for pufferfish. Or you'd still grab some for the first time bonuses, but you wouldn't really like spam thousands of them or anything. You would only grab like a small amount, maybe a few inventories and then stop. Mining, you would always move up unless there's really a material that you want for whatever class you are, trying to prioritize that. Guardians don't need to worry about that, but Hammer Mages and Cryo Knights might go a little bit of a different route for both of them, as there are a few things you need more than others for your class. For example, the blue one is absurdly good to take for Cryo Knight, whereas Granite is absurdly good to take for Hammer Mage. Both would want to take some of them, obviously, but you'd prioritize one more of one over the other, depending on what your class is. Other things, Bone Right Smithing, Stonemason. These you do skip a lot on. These you'd basically just do bounties to max, basically. And all of them are confirmed to be getting bounties at some point in the near future. 2 of which already have dates. Smithing and Stonemason already have release dates unless they delay them. So basically those are just do bounties to max and offset with passives. Also, did I use the 11% here? No, that's 8%, just double checking. Detective, you would do every single new activity. Leatherworker, you do every single new activity. And Merchant, you do literally all activities at all level ranges. It's really weird in that regard. But it's actually always viable to do every activity. So yeah, Forager's the only outlier. Of course, that'd be the skill we do first. Though the monument kind of forced our hand. But yeah, Forager's currently the only skill in the game that you would just camp an area for an absurdly long amount of time like the previous system. Nearly every other skill, every new activity you would gain, or at least every 2 or 3 activities, you would move to the next one. Whereas Forager, there are honestly gaps of like 5+ where you would literally keep the same activity. For example, our main loop right now is the same from 15 until 42. Not counting getting the stone pieces, I guess, at some point. But it maintains the same loop for 27 levels. So half of your total gameplay for Forager is pick up shelf and beach. Literally half. That is a lot. It's technically slightly more than half, but let's just say half. Because some of that you might passive through and stuff like that. But half of your total gameplay is pick up shelf from beach for Forager. Where you're staying on the same activity the entire time. There is no other skill in the entire game as of Milestone that is like that. Not even close. A lot of them are moving after like 3 or 5 levels, most of them. Maybe like 10 or 20 at most. But yeah, Forager has a 25+ area where you stay on one activity the whole time. So we're gonna get so much fishing XP from this. Just since yesterday, we've gained like a level and a half. Since we've been doing this loop. It's the only like one big upside. Is the best fish I could be taking is this once. Soon it'll be trout once though. But taking bass once is better than ray once at the moment at this level range. So I'm getting the best possible XP I could even be getting other than, you know, venturing it. But we're also doing that. But we're getting the best possible XP rate we could be getting from that. From double taking that every time it's available. As it's the best node we could be taking for fishing. And in doing so, it's not something we calculated out earlier. However, we did calculate out how long it took us to do a cycle. And I think I still have the thing up for it. It took us 2 minutes and 34 seconds for a full cycle, counting everything. So, you know what I want to go check right now? Which we didn't bother doing the math on. Because it wasn't relevant to Forager. But I want to double check how much XP I'm getting from that fish. I want to calculate out the amount of fishing XP we're getting per hour while doing this. I know it's a low number. But in all the math we did earlier was the one thing I didn't bother calcing for. So let me go calc for that real quick. Let me double check where I found that number earlier because I want to find where its mid number is. Oh no, you're going to make me have to remember what that formula was again. Oh no, I found it. It's 34 divided by 60. I'm not sure why I just like brain faded so much on that earlier, but yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's 56.6 repeating. Which means I would have to take whatever we get and then take that into it. So I'm going to grab that number and then multiply that by whatever our double is. And since I already put it into the calculator, I'm just going to have to do in my head what the double of that number is. It shouldn't be that hard. Because I need not my 1 XP drop, but my double XP drop number. And then multiply that by how long it took, which is what the number we have now. And that's how much XP we're getting per hour into fishing. Which is obviously a very small number. But it starts adding up when you have to do this for hours on end. Like, obviously we're getting a fraction of a level per hour. But that fraction eventually becomes a whole number. After enough time. Alright, moment of truth. How much are we getting for one fish? I might just add the number twice. Actually, you know what? I'm going to clear this for my sanity. I'm going to clear the current number, just double the whatever the next number is. And then multiply that by the 5.6 repeating thingy. So I'm going to grab these a little bit less efficiently just because I want to grab the number here. Alright, the number in question is 8543. It looks like one of them got slightly different, but I'll still do it based on that. Times it by 2. Okay, now this one. So what do we need to do now? So now that we got this number, this is how much we get for one singular trip. So what we need to do now is take the other number, not the 56.6 repeating thing, But the number that we did per hour, which we already did the math on earlier, that is 23.3766 non-repeating. So we take, so what am I doing here? I am taking this number and multiplying it by 23.3766 non-repeating. And it is 400,000 XP per hour. Technically 399,412, but basically 400,000 per hour is how much fishing XP we're getting. That is not horrifically bad, but it's not great. But obviously that's just for taking one node occasionally. We're wasting almost no time on it. But yes, in doing so, we are getting 400,000 XP, fishing XP per hour. Which our current level range means it would take us 9 hours to get one level. But that does mean for every 9 hours we do this, we do get one free fishing level. As well as all the cooking XP we'd eventually be able to cash in eventually. Which is not worth calculating out at the moment. But yeah, we're getting 400,000 fishing XP an hour while getting 5.8 forager is what it comes out to. The forager XP is giving us slightly over a level an hour, and the fishing is giving us one level every 9 hours. Yeah, it's nice to know. But it does mean if we were doing a forager only method, we'd probably be able to get over 6 million if we were to do one of the other routes. Because even if it's slightly worse, the fact that we wouldn't have to grab the fish, we'd be getting slightly less overall XP. But if we calced out some of the other routes, it'd probably be close to 6 million. Since it wouldn't have to waste the time to take the one fish. Which is giving us 400k an hour, but, you know, that'd be another node or two that we could end up taking in that time on a different route. I might need to look into it later. This is still better for overall XP, probably, compared to some of the other routes. But the problem is that, like, 8% of our total XP is going to fishing. Like, 7 or 8% of our total XP is fishing XP instead of forager. Which, of course, if we were doing a forager-only method, we'll all go into forager. It's not that much XP to be missing, though. That's like the equivalent of an XP potion. That's basically the equivalence of us forgetting to sip our XP potion. In how much forager XP I'm giving up per hour to grab the fish. But, of course, the fish is also giving us fishing XP. It's not like we're getting nothing in return. It just happens to not be forager XP. Because I still need to have some amount of fishing levels by then. As I still want to have, because Monday's goal for when fishing bounties come out. Stream does not end until we have level 25 fishing, and I don't have that much time to grind that day. So I want to be within striking distance that within like 2 or 3 hours we can finish it. And that's what that fish is helping us with. And these ventures, of course, will cover like probably like a level or 2 by then. Because we're not ending Monday's bounty fishing stream until level 25. Which, of course, unlocks lobster. Which will be the first time since the change that they made this week that we get to try lobster for 23 hour. And as long as it's more XP than oyster, which it should be, I don't see why it wouldn't be. But as long as it's more XP than oyster, then obviously we just run those. I would need to go remember to go upgrade the cage that day, though. As I currently do have a level 0 lobster cage, as I've only ever used it for first time bonus. But after the change this week, it is actually viable to go and get it to level 25, just like the oyster thingy. Honestly, I almost want to consider getting both of them to level 30. Given that we're pretty much training the whole skill up that way. Only reason I don't want to do it immediately is in case they change ventures. Since they changed ventures quite a bit this week, I'm not sure if they're going to nerf something else with it since they already nerfed some stuff this week. Just to play it a little cautiously. Because that'd be unfortunate if they nerf it, or, you know, we upgrade it and then they nerf it the next day and it's like, oh, that's not ideal. What is ideal, though, is we're about to gain a level. Especially with the knowledge point that's about to come in. And then 4 more to go. So under 4 hours to go. We're almost there. At least we're measuring time in hours and not dozens of hours. That is still one nice thing about this format compared to the previous. Though I say that now, wait till we get to Milestone 9. No, I have a feeling once we start getting to Milestone 8 and 9, especially after we do the whole Milestone 7 route, I have a feeling we're going pretty heavily in passive into 8 and 9. There's a chance we're going to slow down, maybe do a little bit other stuff with it. Especially since that's around the time that, what's it called is coming out. Slay the Spire 2. So some of my time I get allocated to that. But yeah, we're really going to take a passive pivot probably on tier 8 and 9. We're still going to be training a lot, like probably more than we even trained at this stage. Like the total time trained is going to be higher than in tier 6, for example. But I'm probably going to passive away all the rest of the time. So even though it's going to take like 2 to 3 times more time actively, I'm going to passive to the point where it takes about the same time as like tier 6 or 7 probably. It's probably going to be my game plan for how I tackle 8 and 9. Where my active amount of playtime will probably still be about the same that we will spend on 6 or 7. More so probably on 6, hopefully. But we'll use passives to offset a lot of the otherwise grind we would have to do, since the passives are so strong around that level range. And just use them at key locations where they're really good to do. And just camp them for a few days when relevant. We got a beetle. Unfortunately, it's a fishing supply, which means it's useless other than like taking it for first time bonus. Which reminds me, I should probably go grab them for first time bonuses at some point. Let's see, which one am I currently at? Maggots. Where's Maggots? Oh, yeah, it's at the log over there. We'll grab it eventually. Not really in the area, no point in going all the way over there just for the first time bonus. If we were right next to it, I would. But it's too far away just to first time it. Oh, so you know what I'm going to go do after this inventory? I mentioned this earlier and then forgot to go check. I am really curious how many shells and how many kelp I have banked. Because if we want to later, every single kelp in our bank is a 46% healing potion. Like these that we already have. And every single shell is, of course, our almighty 11%. Which is going to be the highest percent potion we're allowed to use during this grind. Because there's no way I'm grinding alchemy that high within this time. During the forager grind. So this is the highest potion we will ever have access to during our 500 forager grind. Which means these shells are really important. Is one of the other reasons I was camping these so hard during this level range. If you're wondering why I'm not tempted to try a different method. Even though I am somewhat tempted. It's because these shells matter more than almost any other shells tier. Other than maybe the final tier. Because this is the XP potion I'm stuck with for basically forever. Like, this is our best XP potion for the next year, probably, for Hopeport. Unless I really go all in on alchemy for at some point. Like, until we do a mega alchemy grind, this 11% for Hopeport is probably our best potion for another year or so. Kind of like it was previously, which is kind of funny. Is there PvP in this game? No, not currently. It is planned to get it, though. PvP is planned to come out eventually, but, yeah, currently none. How exactly they're going to do it, we don't really know. They're definitely waiting until special attacks and skill tree come into the game before they do it. But at the moment, no PvP, but it is definitely planned. There'll probably also eventually be PvP minigames as well eventually. But initially, it'll probably be like a duel arena kind of style of PvP. Where you simply just duel someone to a battle and then do it for like, you know, some kind of cash reward or something. Or you might just wager like some amount of gold or something. Not sure how that will work with Iron Man mode, but... that'll do it more like Bounty Hunter style where, you end up earning points while doing PvP that mostly goes to like PvP armor or something. So you do PvP to get better gear for PvP effectively. The only big issue with a system like that is it does kind of isolate people from initially getting into PvP. If there's like a bunch of people already stacked with like best in slot PvP gear and then you have to earn PvP gear from the PvP itself. Because it puts a disadvantage obviously at newer players then. Whereas everyone else when they first start won't really matter since, you know, no one has it. But it becomes an issue where like 90% of people have it and then the 10% that want to try it don't have it. It's the only big system with that, big issue with that system. Alright, what I want to go check here is how many shells do we have and how many of the other thing do we have? Shells are at 2,000. Wow. We're basically at 2,500 shells. That is big number. That is very big number. I can make about 250 of these an hour, so this is like over 10 hours of making this potion. Not counting the time of buying all the periwinkle. But it is almost 10 hours worth, or actually maybe slightly more than 10 hours worth of making that potion. That will take a while later. And then for Starfish... Interesting. Starfish is quite a bit lower, but it makes sense because I only recently got it as an upgrade at level 32. I'm actually surprised it's this much lower, though. How's my shell just so high? I guess because we've been stuck on it for so much longer, but still. Like, the disparity makes sense, but it is kind of throwing me off. That's a little unfortunate. Because the one of those two potions that's more relevant is the one we have least of, unfortunately. The Starfish is better than the XP pot. This is like the one and only tier where maybe that isn't the case, that and final tier. But every other tier, we'd care about the Starfish way more than the shell. So I might want to consider a slightly different routing then. As this tier and final tier are the main ones we care about the shell for the XP potion. But the Starfish we start caring about for every other further tier, as that makes our best in slot combat potion. So it's definitely some routing reconsiderations we got to do for tier 7, 8, and 9. Or at least tier 7. Because tier 8 and 9 are probably going to be pretty heavily passived. We already saw that earlier when we were looking at the numbers, but the more I keep checking the guesstimated math, there's a good chance we're going to be going on a bit of a passive pivot and take an extra 2 or 3 weeks to be able to make it so we have to do less time to finish out the final levels. As passives at 8 and 9 are just so strong. So absurdly strong. Compared to actively training. The only big downside of that is we are getting less material. But the material we're getting less of doesn't really matter. Like, if I get 3,000 shells compared to 10,000 shells, we don't really care. Like, of this specific shell I'm gathering right here. Like, they're both infinite. Maybe not literal infinite. But 3,000 shells is pretty equally as equivalent infinite as 10,000 or 10,000 plus, or however many we'd have to do. Like, they're both a very comparable number of infinite. As long as we're not chucking them, like, literally every 2 minutes. But, you know, if we're only using them for knowledge points, it is effectively infinite 14% potions. Not to mention you also get some from combat later. So you're getting infinite plus from the Death Crows. Which, honestly, I might not even bank those when we do Death Crows later. It's going to feel weird to leave them on the ground. But I'm actually questioning if I should even be banking the tier 9 shells from Death Crow. Just because we're already getting infinite tier 9 shells from doing Forager. The only reason I probably still would keep banking them is because we're probably going to do a route for tier 9 and tier 8 that makes it so we don't have to take nearly as many shells. Whatever we eventually decide on for the final 2 tiers, it is not going to be like this tier where we're just camping it for like 30 levels. It's not going to quite be that same situation. We're still going to have to camp it some, obviously. But the amount of time we camp it is not going to be the same. Like, percentage-wise. Like, the amount of time we camp it might actually have to be more. But I should say the percent that we have to camp it for will not be anywhere near as high. As I'm probably still going to have to camp it for like 5,000 shells or something at tier 9. Which is even more than how much we had to camp it here, which will end at like 3,000 something. But the percent that we camp it for will be lower. Meaning we'll be getting a lot of other stuff in between. Even though the duration that we have to camp it for is going to be longer. Because even if I camp it 2.5 times less, we will still get more shells from tier 9 than we will from tier 6. Even if I camp these for 2.5 times less. We'll still get more on tier 9 just because of how much longer you have to stay at tier 9. Even though as a percent we're staying there for over 2 times less time. That's why I want to utilize the passives. That it'll save so much time of actively playing. If we just stretch it out another 2 or 3 weeks, we save like dozens of hours of playtime. Which realistically around that time I'll probably be doing for Slay the Spire 2. Because I'm pretty hyped for that game. I have been for a couple years now. So when we're doing Slay the Spire 2, just know that in the background we are gaining very efficient passive Forager XP. Because by then we'll be at tier 8 and 9 for Forager. So that would kind of line up with my schedule perfectly in that sense. So it kind of works out to some degree. But no, we'll still be all in on the Forager grind for the next month. It's just the way that we're going to be tackling it. It's just a little bit more realistic than just power grinding it. As we'll be actively using the better benefit of the passives when they're really good. Because there's no point in not doing them. When you have passives this strong compared to your active, it just makes sense to utilize them. Like at previous levels, it was like, okay, if we do or don't, it doesn't really matter. It's only a small benefit. But when you're getting double the benefit, or even triple the benefit almost, you kind of have to passive. Like the game's literally forcing you to have to engage with the passive mechanic. Does this make me curious exactly how much the stones and jades are going to be upscaling soon, though? Because so far, I do have to say, the amount of jades and stones we've needed to get for the monument has not increased that much at all throughout this entire journey. But I have a feeling 7, 8, and 9 are going to change that. Where 7 might almost double. 8 is definitely going to be over 1,000. And there's 0 chance 9 is under 1,000. If not multiple thousands of each. Which is actually a while. Because let's say hypothetically it's 2,000. That would be a whole day grind where we're literally just grabbing the piece and nothing else. Whereas so far we literally use just like a side end at the end of the stream. Where it's like, oh yeah, it's just going to take like an hour, hour and a half at the end of stream. But if we have to get thousands of them, that's literally going to be an entire day dedicated to just grabbing them rather than like a single hour dedicated to it. Like the previous tiers have pretty much been. But hopefully it's a number that can be done in a day. Because that's definitely going to be our goal for probably tier 8 and 9. We'll see what 7's like. I think 7 shouldn't be that bad though. But tier 8 and 9, we're probably going to have to dedicate a whole day to. Where the previous day leading up to it would have gotten the level that we needed to go do the monument piece. Of either the stone or the jade. But then the following day would literally have to be an entire stream where the only thing we do is gather the corresponding piece. This is likely going to be what has to go down for it. So I gotta remember to double this one. There we go, we remembered. Kind of hard if we just mentioned it seconds ago. Though I've definitely done that before, where I mention something and then literal like 5 seconds later I'll forget it. It's definitely happened more than 0 times. Oh, that reminds me, I was paying so much attention to the kelp. I mean, to the fish and the starfish. I didn't check how many kelp I have. Though we can kind of guesstimate based on this loop how many we have. It's 2,500-ish. Give or take a couple hundred. We technically don't even need to check to know the exact number. It's because of where shells fall and the way that you would do this loop. That our kelp number should be nearly identical to it. The only main difference is even though you get kelp a little bit earlier and might take some... You do get to double the shell, but you don't get to double the kelps. But our kelp should be around 2,500 right now. Give or take like 200. We don't even need to see the number to know the exact number based on how many shells we have. Actually, that's not true because we're getting 2 less per cycle. Not 1 less, because there's 1 kelp I'm not grabbing. Okay, so we have about 2,200 kelp, give or take 200. I forgot about that. Because I'm grabbing 5 kelp each cycle, not 6. It might seem like we're grabbing all the kelp, but there's 1 kelp in the other room I'm deliberately ignoring. As it's too far away relative to the value that it gives. The one and only time you would maybe take it is if you just unlocked kelp and you're like camping kelp. And trying to do it that way because it's your best option at a given time. But even then, pondweed's better. I believe it is, right? Yeah. You skip kelp mostly for pondweed, other than like the first time bonus or whatever else you want to do around that level. You do pondweed and bell plant until 7. You kind of just skip over kelp and then take it again once you get shell. There's no point in doing kelp only at 5. Like doing everything in this room and then doing all the kelp in the other room and then banking and doing that just isn't worth it. Or whatever that gameplay loop would be. You're better off just sticking with bell plant and pondweed for a little bit longer till you get to the wall plant. And then wall plant do it with combat. Which is worse for your XP, but hey, free combat. So I got something in my eye. I almost need to go wash it out. Could just be eye fatigue too. We have been going for 5 hours. And still plan to go for 5 hours. Wait, are we only at the halfway point? I just realized that now. Because realistically, it's going to take like 3.5 hours for us to go get the rest of our levels. Then almost an hour and a half to get the pieces. Yeah, I didn't think about that. We're at the halfway point of the stream right now, basically. Because we're 4 hours and 45 minutes in, and it's going to take about 4 hours and 45 minutes to finish. As about a little over 3 hours would be spent getting the level we need, and then the rest of the time is actually spent getting the resource that we got the level for. And I think we needed 450 if I remember the monument correctly. And we can grab about 300-ish of them an hour? I forget, somewhere around there. So it takes about an hour and a half to grab them all. And then tomorrow's focus, I guess, is to finally get to tier 7. My only goal for tomorrow is to hit tier 7, but if we want to stretch goal ourselves, we might go for, until we can do wall plant. But I think my game plan for tomorrow is just hit tier 7 so we can get the passive for tier 7. Unfortunately, that passive is kind of bad. It's, it has EXP bonus, and it'll be good for EXP, but it's not a resource we need. But based on where we're going to end, I'm going to have to do it. And then the following day's goal would be to go do the birds off of wall plant. Which, depending on how we want to split it up, we might actually have multiple days of that. Like, both Sunday and Tuesday would probably be it, since Monday would be the fishing bounty. Or both Sunday and Tuesday would probably have to be wall plant plus combat. For 2 reasons. One is I'm trying to push my combat to the next tier. So that we can start doing it on the other enemies, like the carnivorous plant, like the hero beast, stuff like that. So we can start getting synergy that way. But the other reason being is there is a little bit of a hole in this little area until we can get back to this beach at level 15. And those 8 levels, out of anything in this area, after having already done those at the earlier level range, the first 2, our best bet is just to grab all the wall plants for the billion kelp we're going to have down the line. Let's go check our actual kelp. We were estimating it's about 2,200, give or take 200. So let's go see our actual kelp number. But this is why we'd want to do wall plant, because this is the other ingredient you need for the healing potion. So the more we can get of this, the less we'd have to buy later, if we would actually want to make potions out of them. And that number is not small. Okay, a little bit less than I thought. 1,822, like 400 less than I thought. But if we look at how many wall plants I have at tier 6, I only have 209 left. I'm 1,600 short, and we're not even done with the kelp grind. So we're going to camp, so that's the reason why on next tier I'm camping the healing potion a lot longer. Or the wall plant a lot longer. Because we already have a disparity of over, like, 10x. Currently. Which is obviously a problem. So we're going to be camping wall plant way more on next tier. So we can also synergize it with combat. Which gets 2 things done. It gets one of the deader zones in Forager completed before you get access to this beach again. And it gets us the combat levels we need so that we can start doing combat plus other Forager routes. Like Carnivorous Plant, Hero Beast, and Ghoul, which are all in rooms that have very common Forager routes. So we get to double dip for 2 different reasons on it. So there's a good chance we're going to have to do wall plant plus crow for 2 days then. Sunday and Tuesday probably. since Monday will be fishing bounty. And then tomorrow's just a general XP day. I'm pretty sure tomorrow's goal just so we have a little bit of a shorter day. Well, it still won't be like short, but you know, shorter than today. I think our goal for tomorrow is just to get Milestone 7 unlocked. That should take us like 5 hours tomorrow. Not even. But that'll be tomorrow's goal, just to get a little more realistic than today's. Just a little bit. It'll also be the first time I get to try a... Oh, actually not the first time. At least the first time for Forager, because I actually did on other skills. I was going to say, the first time we get to try a tier 7 passive. But no, we've tried tier 7 and tier 8 passives already. The only passive type I haven't tried in the new format of the game is a tier 8 passive. I mean, a tier 9 passive. Tier 9 passive is the only one we haven't tried since the update. To see how absurdly strong it is. The one where you just like skyrocket in XP to 100 and basically 200%. I mean 2000%. It is very, 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 very big number. That's the only one we haven't gotten to try yet because combat's set up a bit weirdly. And I have no skill at Milestone 9. So Forager will actually be the first one we ever get to try a Milestone 9 passive on. And based on the numbers, it looks really, 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 really broken. Obviously, when it scales to XP, it's probably still about 1 level every 10-ish hours or so. But that's pretty strong, given how much slower the actual active bar will move. Because in the new state of the game, I'm pretty sure passiving at almost every level range is a very similar amount of time that you have to do compared to before the update. It's not perfectly so, but it is very similar. Like, the amount of time you had to pass it before for a level is very similar at most level ranges now compared to before. At least at this high of a level. I'm not sure about, like, super low, like, tier, like, 1, 2, 3 and stuff. But I don't know, even my alt accounts seem like they're doing okay in that regard. Like, I have them doing Milestone 1 passives, and it still seems about the same. Might be a little slower, but it seems pretty comparable to before. And if it is slower, it's, like, ever so slightly slower. And most of that slightly slower is probably from the variableness, since not every passive is equal. Like some of them is giving you actively less XP. Of course, I would pick one that isn't that. Of course, I would pick one twice that isn't that. But some of them give you less XP. Of course, every example I'm trying to give is giving more XP. But there are some that give less XP, like Feather, for example. So that's probably where most of the variableness is coming at the moment. Because otherwise, it should be pretty similar until these two numbers are different. Because while these numbers are the same, there shouldn't be any difference. So at tier 0, it should be the same as before. At tier 1, it should be the same as before. At tier 2, it should be the same as before. And it's only at tier 3 where they do start getting a little bit better, but barely noticeable. But one thing to keep in mind is that this is a little bit more similar to what the pre-200 rate was like. It's not until they really start getting a difference like this, where it's more like how it was post-200. As far as the disparity between active and passive. But it seems like all these passive boosts are getting them to the point where they're all roughly still the same rate that you were getting from passive before. At almost every level range. Not quite, but pretty similar. So the amount of time to passive to max is still about the same. Like if you were to have an alt account that literally just did passive, it is roughly the same amount of time in the previous system to now to max. If you were to do passive only. And put in the Forager, put in the Forager. Alright, 3.5 levels to go. We're almost there. We're almost at the point where I can say 3 more hours. Which sounds like forever, but we're already 6 hours in, or 5 hours in, I mean. Is at this point, one more knowledge point, and we can say we're 3 hours away. Because we're still at the point where we gain 1 level an hour. Because we're getting 5.8 million XP per hour right now for Forager, counting everything. Which is still a level an hour. I do have to say, though, I will miss Forager a little bit once it's done, but I am going to be so glad once it's done. Forager is one of the few gameplay loops in the game where I do like how flexible it is as far as how you can prioritize stuff. There's a lot more flexibility than a lot of other skills as far as how you go about it. Even though we're kind of spamming something right now. At some of the higher level ranges, you know, we're going to dart around a little bit for some other stuff. But, like, the routing that you do for it has a lot of flexibility. Depending on what you want for ingredients, what you want to prioritize, stuff like that. Whereas a lot of other skills are quite a bit stiffer than it. Even if we're moving to activities more often, there's generally, like, less of a, oh, you can kind of do this, this, or this for good XP. Kind of like how Forager is. But when it comes to a lot of other skills, it's like you have to do this or you're getting, like, nothing at all. And that's pretty much mining, for example. Like, you should pretty much never be doing an ore, like, 2 or 3 lower than whatever your best one is. So even if you want a lot of, let's say, iron ore, for example, by the time you're at, like, Durbean ore, you should pretty much never be taking iron ever again. Because you're getting 12,000 here compared to the same rate that you'd be able to... Oh, wait, never mind. Hold up. They distribute them a bit differently. Okay, I lied. Hold up. Maybe there is some better routing. Though you're still stuck at one activity at a time, though. In all fairness, we're kind of stuck at one activity at a time, too. Even though we're grabbing, like, 4 different resources, it's still one activity, technically. But never mind. Hold up. The extra variance on it ended up changing that. Interesting. Let me compare it to the other ore. Let me compare it to Platinum. Platinum would be the best example. Yeah. So when it comes to a real ore... Sorry, Durbean. But, yeah, when you compare, like, iron ore to what was previously the next ore up. Actually, the next ore up before was Cabernice. Let me check Cabernice. 10,000. Interesting. Wow, they made iron really good for XP. No wonder why. It's minus 15% knowledge. I didn't notice that part. No wonder why it's so good for XP. I didn't notice the minus 85% knowledge part. Oh, yeah, that would explain the disparity there. I was going to say. It's because its knowledge rate is abysmal. I don't know. I might camp iron ore for a while then, honestly. The biggest downside of iron ore lately is you can't build a shield out of it anymore. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about that, how do you do iron? Because there's one less thing you can make out of it. Is there just 2 things now? Yeah. Because there's no shield. You just got the rapier, the throwy thingy, and the mace. Yeah, iron's kind of dead content now. That's kind of unfortunate. Ooh. It's really good for mining speed, though. Surprisingly. But the stuff you make out of it's not great. You make a physical throwy disc, but it's one-handed, so it's not as good. You make the best one-hand blue weapon in the game, but the two-hand is just better. And then the other thing is a mace, but we don't really care about that mace that much. It's our best current available yellow weapon. Actually, our only available yellow weapon. But, yeah, we don't really care about that too much. So, yeah, iron's kind of bad for what output, at least, if nothing else. So I like how all that's, like, exactly at 100%. Perfect 100% down the line. How about the things you make out of it? That one's, like, perfectly down the line. That one's a little bit down, but better profit. Interesting. But yeah, we might need to figure out what our mining route is. At tier 8 right now, what we would be doing for mining is oddly enough tier 7. As I don't think it's worth doing minecart. I think we would just be getting the Adathril tier 7. I don't think we'd bother with minecart. Then from there, we'd be forced to have to do flint because we have no other option. Then we'd move to iron so we can actually get a smithing supply. Then I'm pretty sure I do basalt. This number's going to look a lot higher. But I'm pretty sure we then start doing a basalt flint since we don't really need that much iron anymore. We care about the rapier, but almost nothing else from that category. Then after that, you would go camp Cabernice as your replacement for iron ore. Which is worse XP per hour, but better knowledge per hour. Unfortunately, Cabernice doesn't make anything too good either. So the second we can get the Death Stone, we'd stop Cabernice. This would make our shield upgrades. We then move to Durabine, because that also makes our shield upgrades. Then we'd have to do Andesite, because both of those are giving such bad EXP that we'd want to move to Andesite the second we end up getting it, in order to get a better EXP rate again, and then convert that into EXP for later. We would then camp Platinum for a while, and then barely do any Granite. Which is really bad, because Platinum's like the furthest one from a bank out of any of these. Which is really not ideal. But we care about Platinum way more than we care about Granite. Luckily, there is a method where you can get Granite and Platinum at the same time, so I'm probably going to do that. The 24 method. And by 24, I mean 24, not 24. Which always gets so confusing with some things in this game. With how milestones are numbered and somehow the some of the methods are numbered. But we would grab Platinum twice for 10 and then grab Granite for 4. For 24 total. Or grab 20 of one and 4 of the other. So 24 instead of 24. But that's likely how I would get all my Granite. I probably wouldn't even camp Granite at all. I would only do Granite by doing 24 Platinum into 10, 10, 4. If you're a Hammer Mage, you would go all in on Granite then, and maybe even skip some Adathril. But at our level range, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do Platinum only. And I start doing 10, 10, 4 for Platinum, Granite. 10 Platinum, 4 Granite, Bank. And that's going to be all the Granite we get, or the 4 that we get at a time when we grab full Platinum. And the main reason for that is every best in slot weapon on Crown Knight uses that blue ore. We need it for this really good two-hand. We need it for a really good physical weapon if we're hitting anything that isn't immune to blue, or is immune to blue, I mean. Like every best weapon we have that isn't a range weapon, which is from the green ones that we get at the end there. But everything that isn't a range weapon, all of our best in slots come from blue. Whereas every best in slot for, or most of the best in slots for Hammer Mage comes from Granite. Because if I'm not mistaken, your big yellow two-hand comes from Granite now for that. Which is the only weapon that matters for Hammer Mage. Before it was Deathstone, but now it's Granite. Which is kind of unfortunate for any Hammer Mages that might have been prioritizing Granite before over Deathstone. I mean, Deathstone over Granite, I mean. I highly doubt too many people were doing that earlier. But, yeah, Granite is way more important now for Hammer Mage. It was already kind of useful, but now it's, like, absurdly useful. Whereas the equivalence of that is the blue one on Crown Knight. But generally speaking, the weapon array that I'm using right now is the same weapon array you would likely be using at any point in the game unless special attacks change it. Because what is this system? We have a blue weapon, which is our absolute best in slot. We will use this for literally everything unless it's immune to blue. We have our range weapon. This is the really quick attacking one. We have this because it is our only green weapon, but also more so because it is very quick attacking. And we deliberately have it at 2-star, so it only has 3 ammo, so that we can simply just hit an enemy, and then our guy will auto-switch his weapon as quickly as possible. And since this is two-hand, this is the most amount of damage we can get in during that duration. So, yeah, this is our best option for this. The next best would end up being, actually, out of any class, I think the best one there, I believe Guardian has a two-handed physical. That two-handed physical is technically the best range weapon in the game at 3 ammo. I forget what its attack speed is. I think it might be quick. I don't remember. But it's good in the sense that two-handed physical is basically the best range weapon you can get. But if I'm not mistaken, both... actually, we need to double check on Hammer Mage, but I don't believe it has it. I'm pretty sure both Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight. I know for sure Cryo Knight doesn't. But I'm pretty sure Hammer Mage and Cryo Knight do not have a two-handed physical range. Whereas I'm pretty sure Guardian does have a physical two-handed range. The main thing that's beneficial about that is you never need to worry about an enemy ever being immune. Otherwise, your next best bet is just a two-handed high attack speed range, which is what this bow is for us. And as far as one-handed weapon, normally we'd want to be using the rapier, but if we want to have variety, the mace would be our next best bet for weapon. It allows us to hit yellow enemies for better damage. Not by much, but if you get the max 49% roll, it's not awful. For all of our grind that we're going to be doing in the near future, this isn't worth it. But after special attacks, I could definitely see that being something that you would offset for, probably, or something. The special attacks would change a lot more than beyond just that, though. But for now, it seems fine. For now, we don't even need a one-hand regardless, though. One-hands, even after all the changes they tried to do, are still so bad. There's not been a single point in the game so far where one-hand has been worth. Actually, there is one single instance. If you were trying to do raid dens when they were like the best they could possibly be, there was a 5 to 10 level area where rapier, or you know, whatever your one-handed is, into your shield was actually not that bad. And the main reason for that is you really need the defense so that you could kill them earlier, because you had to fully AFK them without drinking any healing pots. So during that small duration, it was really actually good to use shield, because a two-hand wouldn't be able to survive, but a one-hand was able to survive. That was like the only time in the history of the game where shield has been useful. The only other time I could see it being useful is the ways that you would use it for PvP. And then beyond that, the only way I could see it ever having a use, without them tweaking numbers like crazy, would be to make it so bosses specifically have some kind of shield mechanic, where you're literally forced to have to shield, forced to move to shield. Because you'll need like a shield to block some kind of mechanic or something. But otherwise, there's basically no point for shield at the moment until PvP comes out, or until a boss forces you to have to use a shield. Also, I do wish I could grind other things in my life as much as I grind, like, Brighter Shores or Old School RuneScape. Where we can go for, like, 8 to 12 hours and be like, oh, I'm ready for another 8 to 12 hours. There's even other games I can't even grind for that long. Mostly because I really like games where you keep all your progress, you know, in one way or another. Even though I do play other things like Slay the Spire, that's literally like a 1 to 2 hour run and then everything gets reset. Where the main thing that you're building up is a skill set rather than, you know, resources. But I do really like games that are like, you know, resource building, level building, stuff like that. Where you're progressing in that regard. I do play other games and such where the, you know, the main goal is to get better at it rather than obtain resources or obtain completionist stuff. But the completionist stuff is always like my favorite stuff to do in any game for sure. It's definitely the kind of games I can always spend like infinite time on. Because there's generally always goals to go for. Like in any game like that, you basically never run out of goals. Or something like Slay the Spire 1. I only had like 300 hours by the time I like truly 100%ed it. Like multiple wins with every character on max difficulty, every achievement, 100% completion where it says the 100% completion thingy. As far as all the metrics that it counted towards that. Like truly everything that could possibly count towards completion. But it was only like 300 hours. Or something like any MMO, you add like 1 or 2 zeros at the end of that. 1 0 at the minimum. 2 zeros if it's an MMO that's been out for like 10 or 20 years. And that reminds me too, I need to go double check what all my subscriptions are to everything. Now that it's tax season, I kind of want to go clear out every subscription I don't need. I generally don't have that many at any given time. I already cleared out a few. Next one on the chopping block, honestly, I'm almost considering getting rid of Nintendo Switch's membership. I think it's only like 20 bucks a month. I don't know, I guess I'll keep it. I mean, 20 bucks a year, I mean, not a month. I would definitely get rid of it if it was 20 bucks a month. Because I barely play Nintendo Switch anymore. Well, no, I still bring it out, like, occasionally enough where for $20 a year, it's like, okay, I might as well just keep it rolling. I know all the Pokemon ones I end up canceling. For most other games, I have it paid as you need it, so I don't need to have a reoccurring thing. For every other subscription service, I pretty much got rid of during pandemic, so I haven't needed to worry about those for the last few years. So I think I'm down to under 100 subscription per month at this point. Actually, I might even be under 50 now that I'm thinking about it. As far as every subscription service I'm using. Not counting, like, internet, because I count that more as utility and stuff. But not counting, like, internet service provider and phone. I'm pretty sure I'm under 100 or even under 50. Not counting phone or internet. Because it's more so utility than, you know, something you have to have. Or, you know, that's something you have to have more so than, you know, something else. Like, you kind of need a phone. You kind of need internet these days. But now counting those, yeah, I think I'm under like 50 or 100. Definitely under 100. Might even be under 50 as far as subscriptions per month. And of course, Brighter Shores is taking up $6 of that. Yeah, we're almost at another level. This next double knowledge point, 3 levels to go. We're officially at the point where I can say we have under 3 hours to complete. But then we still got an hour and a half of doing the monument, so. My guesstimation is we'll finish by 10 p.m. tonight, my time. Which is 4.5 hours, if we count everything. Let's keep going. We're slightly past the halfway point. A whole $6, I know, right? Yeah, that's one of the main reason I haven't really mind paying it. It's the same reason I still keep the Nintendo Switch thing going, even though I play it for maybe like 10 hours a year at this rate. It's like, it's only 20 bucks a year, you know, it's like basically nothing. And same as Brighter Shores, you know, it's only 6 hours a month and I'm literally playing it every day. It's basically nothing. Like, obviously, if you have enough of those going, it starts to add up. But their cost is just so low that it's like, you know, it's fine. As long as we're not doing like 10 or 20 of those. Then it really starts adding up. You paid for the year twice? Yeah, I just have it on the monthly thingy. Because I believe it was slightly cheaper to do it monthly, oddly enough, than to buy a year at a time. So I've just had the monthly thing going forever. And I'll probably never let it lapse. I don't really see a point where I'd stop playing Brighter Shores. It is more likely the servers would stop forever than me stop playing. Like, it is more likely the servers would be shut down because it's like, sorry. After like 5 years of Brighter Shores, the game's just not coming up enough and I'm burning too much money. Like, it's more likely we see the death of Brighter Shores than me not wanting to play it anymore. Hopefully it doesn't happen, though. So I just keep it rolling forever. Even when I'm going to be away for like the 2 months and barely going to be playing, I'm still going to keep it rolling. Because if nothing else, I'll still be taking the passives and everything. Or I should say our 3 passives, since we'll have the 3rd one by then, for sure. Should within the next month. Oh yeah, I am glad we're not allowed to play more than one account. I would very heavily be tempted to play multiple if we could. My solution to that is we just have old school RuneScape on the side. That's my solution right there. But yeah, we're only allowed to have one Brighter Shores account. We're not allowed to multi-box at all. Otherwise, I would definitely be tempted to do like 3 accounts at once. So I'm kind of glad that's not allowed. Because I 100% would be if it was allowed. Bare minimum 2, potentially 3. And given that I have enough screen space, maybe 4. But maybe not, because one of those would probably still be old school RuneScape. But I would probably realistically play 3 accounts at once if it was allowed. But it's not, so luckily we only have to do 1. Because if it was allowed, I'd be doing 3 plus 1 old school. But luckily it's not, so we're just doing 1 and 1. Alright, there we go. 3 levels to go. And in an hour, I have to go to the monument thing. And then our goal for today, our very ambitious goal, apparently. I didn't think it was that ambitious, but apparently it is this time. I definitely underestimated tier 6 compared to 5 for this certain level range. Because last time that we did this in tier 5, this was like at least 2 hours shorter. But because it's tier 6, yeah, we gotta stay on it quite a bit longer. Yeah, my goal, technically, since day 1 has been to max. We're just going a very, very slow arc where we kind of do a little bit of everything. The only reason I'm going all in on Forager now, this is not something I would normally do in my playstyle. But normally I like to spread out nice and evenly between everything. Literally the only reason we are rushing Forager is because the reward they added for Monument. If it wasn't for that, my Forager level would still be like tier 5 right now. And then I would have gotten Cooking to 5 and then Botanist to 5 or something. The only reason we're maxing Foragers for Monument. But there are other byproducts, though. We do get, like, infinite potions forever for a lot of useful potions. We also get a ton of alchemy XP. Not enough to max with alchemy, but a lot to save money. Like, hundreds of golds of saving, if not more. Yeah, we do eventually plan to max. It's just going to be like 2 years from now, probably. At current rate. It depends how many chapters they start adding. But if they only add 1 chapter in 2 years, we would definitely max in like 2 years. Like this time by 2 years from now. Probably by like the 3 anniversary of the game, maybe. But that might be pushing it. But if only Stonewall Hill comes within that time, I think we could max by 3 year. Whereas my original guesstimation was 2 year, but there's a lot of time the most recent year where I didn't play. You know, other than, you know, just passives and everything. Because from when we stopped doing it, like almost every day, which was last year's April, compared to when we started doing it again, which is like right now, that's basically 10 months where we didn't really play that much in the last year. Even though I was playing daily, it was mostly just resetting Venture. Like, just getting the knowledge points for Venture, just, you know, and that's basically bare minimum. Or, you know, resetting the Ventures, getting the mile points for passives, I mean, you know, all that kind of stuff. Wasn't really doing much beyond that the last 10 months. And then just covering the Monday thing every single time something big happened. Like when there was a new quest or something similar. But beyond that, the last 10 months, I haven't really been playing that much. Other than, like, bare minimum daily. Yeah, we don't really know what rate they're going to be releasing content in the game. Assumably, as long as they add less than 1 chapter a year, maxing is realistic, I think, for the average person. But if they ever start getting to the point where they ever do 2 a year, which I'm pretty doubtful of, or more, then you'd have to play, like, almost full-time, like, you know, 8+ hours a day to realistically be able to do it. But if they only add 1 a year, and you played for, like, let's say on average 3 hours a day, I think you would be able to work towards maxing. Regardless of how many chapters they add. As long as it's only one a year. I'm pretty sure 3 hours a day, if they add one a year, is doable. Which is like 24 hours a week. That amount of playtime, I believe, would eventually get you to max as long as they add less than one per year. Because on average, I don't know, what does it take to max out an average skill? Let's say it takes, how many skills are there right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's say it takes 400 hours casually to max one skill. I think that's fair. Obviously, it would become quicker over time with more activities and everything, but let's say it takes 400 hours right now. And will in the future, though. Probably will be closer to 300 hours, let's say. But we're just going to use the 400 numbers to make it bigger. That means every time a new chapter comes out, they are adding potentially 1,600 levels you need to get. So what's 1,600 divided by 365? Is basically what we need to know. 1,600 divided by 365. It is 4.3 levels per day. So if you can do 5 levels or more per day, and they add only one new area per year, it is possible to max eventually. If you simply do 5 levels a day. Also keep in mind your passive for literally doing nothing is probably giving you 2 levels a day. And your ventures, especially if you get to 500, but even just with 2, is giving you like a level every like 4th or 5th day or so. It varies by a lot of factors. But like every week it's guaranteed at least giving you 1 level regardless of where you're at. So as long as you're doing, basically actively doing 3 levels a day, as long as you're keeping up your passives. So if you count your ventures, count your passives and everything, as long as you are actively training 3 levels a day, you would max eventually. As you're making more progress than the amount of stuff coming into the game. If you're doing 3 levels a day, not counting passive adventure. But if you're actively training 3 levels a day, you would eventually max every skill. If they add less than 1, or you know, 1 or less new areas per year, you would max getting only 3 levels a day eventually. Obviously, the higher would be better. Because we're talking like 10, 20 years to max that way. Obviously, ideally, that number would be close to like 10 levels a day or something. But technically, with 3 levels a day, not counting keeping up passives and ventures, you would max eventually. So that's pretty doable. Like 3 levels a day is like 3 hours, give or take. Maybe even less, depends what skills you're doing, obviously, and a lot of other factors. But on average, just like 3 hours a day of playing the game to be able to eventually max. And of course, that number will come down over time. There will be better EXP methods. There'll be more quests to get through those earlier levels that might be a little bit slower. As well as just giving you a huge spike of just increase. There'll be better training methods. There'll be more gold that you can use for stuff that would probably assist you in other ways. Of course, things get upgraded over time too, like your potions getting better, which will help speed up stuff like that. As well as combat likely being a lot quicker in the future. Not only because you'll probably be able to get some while doing dungeons, but also because special attacks would speed it up, skill tree would speed it up. Enhancements in Chapter 6 would speed it up. Armor Maker would kind of speed it up, kind of. If you count Armor Maker as 0 time in the sense that you were going to get it to max anyways, having already, you know, established 3-star and 4-star armor would technically speed you up on combat. As you'd be able to kill things higher level than you at a easier rate. And you would use less healing potions, which take time to drink. It saves you less time than how much armor, I mean, how much weapons would, but armor does save you time when it comes to combat. If you count Armor Maker as 0 time. Which obviously it isn't. But if you count in the same way that Forager is 0 time, in the sense that you're going to have to get it anyways. So when you're talking about like macro efficiently, Armor Maker is 0 time in the sense that at some point, you would need to get 500 Armor Maker. So if you account for that and, you know, already have your armor made, then technically it's 0 time. But if you're going out of your way to make your armor just to improve combat, yeah, it's slower. Even for weapons, it's slower, oddly enough, with all the rarity increases. It is actually slower in the current state of the game without special attacks, without skill tree and everything, to make your own 3-star, 4-star weapons. It is slower to just using whatever you get from combat. Like, we got kind of lucky and got something actually pretty good. If you get really unlucky for a long duration of time, it might be worth the time. But if you ignore all the XP you're getting in the skill and you're just looking at the time saved from getting the weapon, you would have to be a really large level range down for a weapon upgrade to be worth actually making. You'd have to be like 20 or 30 levels below on your 3-star, 4-star, particularly a 3-star, for that to actually be worth upgrading. Like the time allocated for it, not counting any XP gained. Just the time of getting the weapon for how much time it saves you in combat. It's really bad, the ratio right now. That'll probably become better with special attacks when all 4-star gear has special attacks on it. But right now, the time saved from making your own weapons is basically negative. It's only the XP that you're getting for it that makes up for it. But if you ignore the XP gain, you're actually getting negative time saved for making your own weapons for combat currently. If you don't count any of the XP that you're getting for smithing or stonemason or anything else that you're training. But if you're only accounting the amount of time saved from making the weapon to the amount of time it takes to make the weapon is negative time. You're literally losing time to doing it. I know, I've done it several times at the beginning of the game for the first few months. But it is indeed negative time in the current state of the game, at least until special attacks on 4-star weapons. In which case, hopefully it'll be a bit more even. If not even always worth it. Because there might be a point in the game where you literally run nothing but a 4-star weapon. If special attacks speed things up enough. Whereas right now it's really viable to keep 3 stars and then enhance them to 4 stars at a later point. Like this weapon, which we'll make into a level 25 eventually. Or, you know, a 1925. So we get to use it for value now, but we also get to use it for value later. And just double dip all of our 3 stars twice. Because if special attacks are good enough, you would actually not really do the double dip mechanic. Or if you do, maybe you would only do it for armor or something. And not necessarily for weapons, where you'd always probably want to have special attack weapons. But right now, you basically double dip every 3-star where, you know, use it for like 10, 20-ish levels, give or take, however many. Maybe even 25, 30, whatever you want to use it for. And then if you don't get any luckier piece of drop, you then upgrade it to whatever your range is that then. And then like every 20, 25 levels, you go and then upgrade it then into a 4-star. So every 3-star you make basically gets to last you twice. But if special attacks are really good on 4-star plus weapons, you'd probably not do that anymore. Because every 20 levels, you'd probably want to have your new 4-star weapon, potentially. I don't know, we'll have to see. It really comes down to how much time special attacks ultimately save. If we're talking, like, seconds per kill, if it cuts the time in half, like, you know, really it comes down to time saved. Because if it's, like, 10%, then you wouldn't need to constantly keep doing the 4 stars. But if we're talking, like, killing something twice as quick with special attacks, then you basically have to run 4 stars always. Everything else would just be junk material. Or 3 stars for upgrading stuff. But 1 and 2 would be junk. 3-star would just be making it into 4-star. It's the same issue Armor's going to have eventually. They might change this by the time Chapter 5 comes out. But currently you don't get any additional bonus for having 4-star over 3-star. In the sense that it's just durability. You're not getting any kind of set effect or special attack or any kind of bonus for having 4-star armor on. So for those, you would wear 3-star for a while and then upgrade it into 4. You would never just go simply to 4. It would just be a waste. Because there's no extra benefit other than just a little bit extra defense. So you would rock full 3-star and then you would upgrade it to full 4-star. Then you'd rock that until, you know, it becomes irrelevant. And then you would do the same thing again. You would make full 3-star and then upgrade it to 4-star. There's a good chance you won't do that with weapons, though, when special attacks come out. Because these 3 stars can't use special attacks unless they change that. But it comes down to what DPS difference we're talking. But we don't really know until they come out. If the disparity between it's going to be relevant enough. Alright, we're almost there. 2.5 levels to go, pretty much. When accounting for the knowledge point that we haven't used yet. 2.5 to go. And then, of course, we camp Jades until we finish up Monument. I think we need 450 of them. And then tomorrow's goal will be Milestone 7. Maybe a little bit higher if we want to be ambitious. And the day after that, we're going to be stuck doing combat for a while. Because the day after that is fishing bounties. Or sorry, no. This Sunday is combat mixed with forager. Then Monday is fishing bounties. And then Tuesday is more combat mixed with forager. Main reason for this is to get a ton of healing potions. While we won't be able to make them until this level, at like 48 more or 47 more alchemy levels higher than where we are right now. The main reason we would want to have them is so our ratio of kelp that we have 1.5 billion of is a little bit more equal to our wall plants, which we currently have like a negative number of somehow, even though we have like 200 banked. Because right now the disparity between them is like 10x. And for tier 7, I want to make that disparity closer to 0, if we can. Obviously, wall plants will always be lower somehow. But I want it to be like a percent rather than multiples. Instead of saying 10 times, I want to say it's like, oh, we have 40% less or something. Instead of it being like a 10 times difference. Which is basically 1,000%. I want to get that to like a double-digit number of percent difference. Like 30%, 40%, 50%. Like, yes, we will always have more kelp. But I want the disparity between our kelp stack and our wall plant stack to not be literal multiplication numbers. Like, it needs to be a small, less than 1 times, or, you know, less than 1 point something times, depending on how you look at it, level of difference. We're aiming for 50-ish rather than 1,000%, if we can help it. Something a little bit closer. But hopefully we'll get a bunch of good drops. Obviously we'll use luck potions the entire time. Might even need to go make some luck potions off stream for that stream. Just so that we have all the luck potions we need for both Sunday and Tuesday. And then doing that grind should bring us back to Shell. So by Wednesday we should be back on Shell grind. But at tier 7 instead of tier 6. We'll also, after tomorrow, get to see what the tier 7 passive looks like for Forge around this level range. I don't think it's going to be anything special, but, you know. We'll still end up utilizing it some. Tier 8 and 9 is when we're going to go crazy with it, though. But obviously, wherever we can fill some holes in tier 7, we're going to put it here and there. But I do feel like tier 7 is going to be the last tier that we fully grind out without really using that much passive, other than, you know, bare minimum that you would otherwise do when you're sleeping, obviously, and stuff like that. But I don't think we're really going to be utilizing tier 7 passives as a training method. Whereas tier 8 and 9, we're actually going to actively be using them as a training method. Which will make it take longer for us to finish, but it's going to be less playtime needed to finish. And I'm fine with that ratio. Alright, level and a half to go. 2 more trips, we can get our double knowledge point in. I just realized I'm about to run out of 8% this stream. Oh no, that's gonna be sad. Well, we're almost at our 5% era. Oh, that's gonna be bad. It's not that much worse though, but we're almost at the 5% era of the account. Oh no. Honestly, at that point, I might as well not even drink them. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, we're almost at the point where I gotta drink 5% for my active potion. Because I'm about to hit 0, anything that isn't 11%. I'll use up everything that isn't 11% first. But that means within this weekend, we will run out of anything that isn't 11%, which means we'll have to fall back onto 5s. Because I'm definitely not buying 6 for how little benefit they give over a 5. I would sooner use no potion than use 6% from the shop. Unless our stack of money was like multiple platinum. I would sooner drink nothing than you drink a 6% from the shop. So yeah, it's either going to be 5% or nothing soon. We got enough for maybe tomorrow. And maybe Sunday. But by the time Monday and Tuesday hits, yeah, we're down to just 11% and 5%. And there's no way I'm making enough 11% to chug them every 30 times an hour. It's just not worth the amount of time it would take. For how little time it would save. Especially for how long it'll be till we have the 12% option. Because the 11% I have to not just last us for this grind, but also every grind until I do the alchemy grind in chapter 1. Including combat-related grinds. So that's quite a while. Which is why I don't want to chug like 30 of them a minute. I mean an hour. Hey, speaking of which, that means I only have 1 hour left of these 8%. We're actually going to run out of my 8% this stream. I do have some other percent piles in there, but they're pretty low. So yeah, we might almost run out this stream. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, we only have an hour left of 8%. Not even. Put in the forager. Didn't realize we were getting that low. Well, rip the higher potion stack. Luckily, you can buy as many 5% as much as you need instantly, so it's not that big a deal. They're like 2 silver each. They're pretty much free. The cost per hour is like 60 silver. Technically less since we're drinking 11% dirt per hour, approximately. So it's like just over 50 silver an hour. Which is pretty much free. I am considering just running no potion though, honestly. Especially if we're going to start incorporating combat again and have one of our slots allocated for like a luck potion. And maybe even for off-stream or having an Rage and a Luck and then our 11% or something. I don't know, we'll see. It's just 5% give you really little value when you account for the time of drinking them. And even though they're only 50 silver an hour, they're still 50 silver an hour. Which is more than 0 silver an hour. Because when accounting for their costs, combined with drink time, they're roughly only about a 3% increase. Which is still nice, but having to remember to drink them and, you know, everything like that just for 3% isn't really that great. It's more than not drinking them. Like, it's always better to drink them. But is the hassle of always remembering to drink them every cycle worth what is almost like a 3% bonus after accounting for everything? I guess to some degree the answer is yes. Which is why we're still going to drink them, probably. But barely. It is barely yes. But it is technically still yes. It is still worth drinking them. Very barely, though. Alright, so our double knowledge brought us a little bit above there. Next double knowledge will definitely be by 40. Or, you know, we'll be 40 by then, between that XP and everything. And then from there, we just got just shy of 2 hours left. So at this point, we got like 2 hours and 15 minutes to get the level we want, and then an hour and a half to go do the actual grind we need to go do. Alright, let's keep doing it. Also, fishing level slowly going up at 400k XP per hour. We did the math earlier. It will take us about 9 hours per fishing level doing this. But obviously, we're just all in on Forager. That's just free XP. We're giving up like maybe 100 or 200k of Forager XP for like 400k fishing XP per hour. I think realistically, we're giving closer up to 200k Forager for 400k fishing. So we basically get to double it, but put it into fishing, which I think is fine. Because the time allocated for grabbing that is about the time if we grab like one starfish over there or something. Which doing that would be about 200,000 something more XP per hour for Forager. So we're giving up that XP for what is effectively 1.7 timesing it on fishing. Which I think is an okay ratio. Doesn't mean our Forager grind's going ever so slightly slower though, but barely. Not to mention, I do eventually need those fish. These bass are used a while from now. But they're used for grilled bass over here. The one thing that's really nice about grilled bass is it requires no other ingredient. You just put it on the grill and boom, XP. I guess mostly knowledge points. But XP, knowledge points, and profit. The XP amount's actually kind of bad though. I did not realize it was actually that low, but it is a one-stepper, so that makes sense. But isn't chestnut not a one-stepper as well? It's basically this worst chestnut. Who knows, maybe it consumes for something good. But I didn't realize that. It's really high knowledge, low XP. I didn't notice that earlier. I think it's still worth grabbing, though. Mostly because we don't know what eating it will do in the future. But it is less XP than everything that surrounds it. Whereas the stew just shoots up like crazy. Though it is a two-stepper, not a one-stepper. This is a one-stepper, so it's about the same. Oh, actually, honestly, it's not that bad. It's just that chestnuts are so good. They give less knowledge, but really good XP. Chestnuts are insanely good. The problem is you gotta get them, otherwise you burn money. You burn mega money doing chestnuts if you don't gather them. So I guess that's a trade-off. Whereas bass we'd get for free because we already have, you know, thousands of them banked. Actually, after this inventory, I want to check how much bass do we have banked from this? From grabbing a single double bass every time, we should have over 300 to 400 to 500 bass. Like, it's definitely not over 1,000. But it's more than you would think for grabbing just one node occasionally. Like, it really starts to add up. But yeah, it should be at around like 400-ish. Give or take a little. I'm gonna go check after this trip. Obviously, we don't get to cash that in for a while since our cooking XP is quite a bit away from there. But at some point, we will be getting our cooking level to try to get closer to our alchemy level. I just need the dishes to be good, or, you know, actual eatable. And then once they are eatable and have some kind of effect, we need to see what the best effects are and see if it's even worth training cooking for those effects. But there's a large handful of effects that they could do that would be worth it. If they give regeneration speed during combat, where the default is 2%, so maybe they'll up it all the way to 12% or something. Or however variable they go by. That would be worth. If they give you active boost for some amount of time, that would be 100% worth, and it would be the strongest food in the entire game. I'm trying to think of what else would be worthwhile. The problem is it's hard to know what kind of buffs they're going to do. That potions don't already do. Because those are the main two that always come to mind. Is regeneration speed in combat instead of just healing, which is what healing pots are for. But it would give you regeneration speed that you would only have to drink once rather than like a burst heal like what the other one does. And then active boost. Because we have passive boost, but we don't have active boost yet. I'm just not sure if they would want to add a food that's absurdly strong. Because whatever food that is the only food worth cooking. Pretty much. We'll have to see what it is and how elaborate the dish is. If they make it one of the really annoying ones or something. But it would be funny if they did stew. I only mention that because the last game they did, stews were really notoriously the thing that you got random stat boost from. So if they did that for stew again, literally the cooking skill is going to be the make stew skill. It's why it's a pot. Because that's where you make all your stew. So kind of like how the forager skill is pick up shell from beach skill. They will literally make cooking skill the only make stew forever skill if that's the one that gives you the active boost. So I'll have to wait and see because that'll be really funny. Because regardless of what they add it to, that is like the only dish you're going to be spamming probably, unless the other buffs are like crazy, crazy good. But from a usability standpoint, having like +1 to +10 active boost is very, very, very absurdly strong. For example, I would already be done with Monument right now if we had that. I could just use a +3 boost or higher food, and then, you know, we could just grab all the Monument pieces. It will last for like 2 minutes or however long it lasts for. We keep eating it so we can keep picking up the Monument pieces. And then, boom, we'd be done. It is very strong. It allows you to go to activities way quicker than you otherwise would. It's currently not in the game yet, but it's very likely to be added at some point. It really comes down to what they're adding it to. It's kind of like in Rage Potions, why I was always mentioning it, even though there was no signs of it coming. Is there was already something in it, you know, the reverse of fear, so it was likely that they would eventually add it. And similar to how we have at passive boosts, it's almost guaranteed that we'd eventually have active boosts. But active boosts are way, 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 way stronger than passive, even if you have to eat them every 2 minutes. In many situations, it might even be stronger than like a 10% potion. Though, of course, stacked together would be even better. But there'd be a lot of situations where a +10 boost potion is more value than a 14% XP pot. Which is kind of crazy, but there would be some level ranges where that actually would be the case. And of course they stack, so you'd be able to use both at the same time, if they were to ever come out. So you'd be able to use a hypothetical +10 boost and a 14% at the same time. Which is even more broken. Like, whatever food that is, you gotta make like tens of thousands of it. Oops, someone say hello there. We'll say hello back. They were waving at us. Oops, I wasted a tile. Oh no. We almost gained 2 fishing levels during this stream, by the way. I know one of them was partially started, but still. We've been stuck here so long that my 400k an hour has almost got me 2 levels. Because the first one was almost fully completed, and the second one is we've been here so long that it's almost there. Like, we're not even fishing, and we're gaining fishing levels. Or we're kind of fishing, but you know what I mean. We're grabbing one singular fish, and we're here so long that we're gaining actual fishing levels from it. That's a good sign that we've been at this activity for too long. We're grabbing one other node, and grabbing that one other node is enough to actually get levels. It's been such a long duration. We're almost there. 2 hours left. Then we can get to our actual objective. Unless we cliffhang on it. No, I'm gonna do it on stream. It's only an hour and a half extra, we'll be fine. I'm getting a little hungry, though. I'll probably be even hungrier in 2 hours. I don't know, we'll see. We'll judge it based on 2 hours from now. This feels kind of bad leaving the stream exactly on Jade Monument Piece. Given that that was pretty much our main goal for today. I slightly underestimated how long it would take to get us there. Now that we're hitting the higher level range. But luckily we only have to do it 2 more times after this and we're done with it forever. The only problem is the levels we need to get to be able to do it 2 more times. Is not a small number. I want to go check how many bass we have. I was guesstimating about 400. Let's say 468. I made 467 because we probably put a 1 in there at one point. Let's see. 467. Where even are they? Oh yeah, they'd be under cook. No, not cooked meals. They'd be under ingredients. Bass. Yeah, pretty close. In the opposite direction of how we guess kelp. We're at almost 666. 667. 1 off. No evil number today. I was right in the we were 1 off though. Because we have an odd number rather than even. Because there's been a couple times where I accidentally grabbed 1 instead of 2. I haven't made that mistake today, but I've made that mistake so many times in the past. Like almost a dozen times now. Because technically it should be impossible for us to ever have an odd number. Because we're only ever grabbing 2 at a time. But occasionally we've accidentally grabbed the 1. But with the new cycle I've been doing now, it's pretty much impossible for me to ever grab the 1 unless I forget to use the double button. There's just never really an instance where we'd want to try moving there for only 1. Like every time we've done it in the past, it was accidental. But sometimes I'll like walk here when, like me walking here when I don't have the double will never happen. Like the only way it could happen now is if I go there and somehow not hit the action prompt. Or not bother to hotkey it. Like if I'm queuing up everything in AFKing or something. Which I think I did once when I was going for this Ammonine. I was clicking almost like everything in the room and then grabbed only 1 since I didn't have the auto double queued up. Which you actually can do if you're AFKing like that. You can pre-queue it as long as it's not on cooldown. Though it's on cooldown right now, so we can't. But almost another level. 2 to go. Well, 3 to go. Almost 2 to go. Next double knowledge point gets us a nice little curve in there. Also, I keep wasting 1 tile grabbing this, by the way. It does hurt doing that every time. I wonder if I should go all the way to the bottom so I don't waste that 1 tile. I don't know, I just like doing it in this order. I'm wasting 1, maybe even 2 tiles every time I do it like that, but I don't know, I'm just out of habit at this point. But we're wasting like half a second per cycle that we don't do that correctly, which is every time I do it. It's because it's simpler to click everything the way I do it. It's not better XP, it's just better on sanity. It's like the only 1 tile that I think we're losing tiles on drastically from this route. Or we're losing like 0.6 something seconds each time. Because I keep forgetting how long 1 tick is in this game. It's a really weird number. Like in old school, it's really obvious. It's like, oh, it's 0.6. But in this game, it's like 0.325 or something. I forget the exact number off the top of my head. It's a really weird decimal. Hey, Bissy Pear's back. Why is he back at Kelp? Oh yeah, duh, because there's a billion Kelp tiers. Because before he had to do it because he had to get to max Kelp. But now max Kelp is like max Forager. Max Kelp now is like level, you know, like Milestone 5, 9, or 9, 5. Like, you know, that's level 440, what is that level? It's 455 is max Kelp now. 455. Or is at one point, I think max Kelp was like level 170 or 180. He's a room locked account. Or region locked, however you want to say that. So he only has like X number of rooms, but he has to complete every single objective in those rooms. He's pretty popular in RuneScape. I think he's the only series going for it right now on for Brighter Shores. I think there's a few other people doing it, but he's the only one that has like a full-blown video series for it. Or maybe there are others, but I just haven't seen them. But I'm pretty sure he's the only one that still has a series going for it. Because the other ones are just getting a bunch of footage and then just editing it for later. Which is something I've always been bad about any game that's like that. I'm really bad at getting a bunch of footage and then editing it down to a video. I much prefer like one-take stuff and stuff like that. Really bad at getting like, let's say 100 hours worth of footage and then moving that down to like 1 hour video. Like if we were to try to negate down this entire Forager grind that we would have spent like 200-300 something hours on and try to make a 2-hour video on it, I would take me like a month. It's just not worth the time. I could see myself doing it for some features in the future that come out to this game, though. But Monument is not one of them. We're not going to get a Monument supercut. I say before the Monument supercut video. No, it's definitely not coming. Though in all fairness, a Monument Supercut video, other than stuff we say, would realistically just be what we're doing now. On loop forever. Like if we take 1 2.5 minute cycle of what we're doing now, that basically summarizes 90% of the Monument grind. Not actually, maybe 80%. Like a 3-minute video of this. Yeah, that's the Monument video. That's what we did. Most of the time. That was the grind to max level Monument. Running around in a circle picking up shells. The shell picking up skill. You know, the very infamous profession of picking up shells from the ground. I actually have sold shells before, though, I do have to say. Is it pretty much always lived near beaches? And if you go early enough, you can actually find some really nice stuff on the beach. Like some nice pieces of driftwood, various good shells, stuff like that. And you know, you're never going to be able to sell them for much, but you know, a few bucks here, a couple dozen bucks there. Especially when it comes to nice pieces of driftwood. Like some people like it for decoration. You can get anywhere from like 10 to like almost a couple hundred for each. Normally like 10 to 20. There we go. Oh yeah, I gotta go use one of these points for my passive. Boo. 69, nice though. Maybe 69 on the beetle. And now the rest of our knowledge point for the rest of the stream will go to Forager. Because there's not a single other thing that can stop us from putting on Forager. Yeah, I gotta make sure before tonight. Which I'm not sure when I plan on grinding that since we're going to be streaming so much. But sometime before I go to bed, which might mean I might be up for a little bit tonight, I need to go and get level 45 Forager. Or I gotta buy boost potions to go do scrap metal. Because I cannot go to bed tonight doing beetle AFK, it has to be scrap metal. So this might be the exact time, if I don't have time tonight, where a boost potion would be the correct answer. It might be the first time ever I actually use a boost potion. As I have like a bunch of +5s in my banked right now. And that's the exact level range I need, which is perfect. And there's a good chance after the stream I won't have enough time to go grind 5 levels. Or technically 2 levels from there, since we'll be ending at 43. And if I don't have enough time to go grind 2 levels tonight, it will actually be the first time I ever use a passive boost potion. As even though I have like a couple hundred something in the bank, I've never actually used any yet. But it might be the first time I bring them out if I don't have time tonight. As it lets us skip having to do this grind, one of the things you use the boost potion for. Because we need scrap metal way more than beetle. Normally this would also be better XP rate. Is it here? Yeah, it's better XP rate and it's better material. So it's better everything. So 100% we'd want to do scrap metal there. But I'll make that determination later tonight. But going into tomorrow, that might be the first time that we use the boost potions then. So that we can scrap metal all of tonight. Regardless, we're scrap metaling all of tonight. It really comes down to if I have a level to get it naturally or if we have to boost for it. But that's what the boost potions are for. I might as well use it for once. That's like the exact use case you'd want it. Because the next material that you're getting to is better XP and it's better material that you actually need. And because you don't have enough time to, you know, do it otherwise. Like all 3 parameters of why you would use a boost potion are all applicable probably tonight. So might as well use it. It's a better resource, it's more XP per hour, and I don't have enough time to go grind it otherwise, probably. So all 3 conditions for using a boost potion combined in one. So yeah, I'll probably use that tonight, realistically. As I'm probably going to be too tired to get 2 levels by the time it's like 10 PM. After having just gained like 9 hours worth of levels. Ugh. And of course, all the scrap metal we get from that will have a purpose. We will be throwing it onto the passive in the mine. Oh, it's been 6 hours. I can tell because Old School RuneScape just reset for the 6-hour timer. Good old RuneScape telling me when the 6-hour mark is. Thank you. See, another thing that's nice about Brighter Shores, we don't have a 6-hour logout timer. That is so short. Like, you can easily hit that like 4 times a day. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, we need the scrap metal so that we can do the smithing 8K. Because I need to get enough material so I can do it for 2 levels. Because I gotta do this passive right here until we have level 7. And I'm currently at 48 in a fraction. Or 48 and a half, you can say, I guess. So I need to make sure I grab enough scrap metal that this will give me 1.5 levels. It's not like required, but it would be very beneficial if we did. So we're going to... But obviously there's other things I could be processing. I'm just at a really weird range because of how some of the mining supplies got converted. Because I believe 5 and 6 in particular, there was like no material because 5 and 6 didn't exist before. So I have like 1,000,000,007 material, but almost like no 5 or 6. It's the main reason why I need it. Because I believe I have like infinite iron ore once we hit that level right there. But the problem is I have no tier 6 material at all. So our level EXP at that level range, if I don't like backtrack, would be so slow. So I kind of have to use the passive because we're at a really weird in-between due to the milestone difference. It's one of the reasons why we really care about that scrap metal tonight. So much so, I might even double dip it and do it for the passive tomorrow night too. The only reason I probably wouldn't do that is even though the material's better, I'm pretty sure the EXP rate would be abysmal compared to our next option. Let me go check. But whatever it is, I'm pretty sure our EXP rate is kind of trolling if I don't move to the next one. Because the next EXP rate, even if though this material is completely useless and I would just sell it to the shop, it is 281,000. And if I go look at the other one, I'm willing to make a bet it's not even 200,000. So we're going from, that was like, what, 283,000? And the previous was, yeah, it's not even 200,000. It's like over an 80% difference. We kind of have to. It's unfortunate. But yeah, tonight's the only day I could scrap metal. It's just too expensive to do it. Or we're just missing out on too much XP if we don't do the other one. Like 80,000 XP per hour of not playing is what we're missing out on. Oh no, that scrap metal is so good though. Oh, we'll see. If nothing else, I wouldn't need a boost up to it at that point, for sure. Because obviously I'd have the level by then. If it was the second day we were passiving it. I don't know, we'll figure it out by tomorrow night. That's a tomorrow night issue. Tonight is definitely scrap metal regardless. It's still kind of crazy to think of how much time you have to spend in this game to fully max out everything. This might actually be the longest game I've ever played for time of duration to max. Because I can't think of a single game that is longer. I knew the Milestone update wouldn't change it too much. But I'm actually surprised it didn't change it a little bit more than it did. As far as like total time to max. Like it's definitely quicker now, but not by much. When I was saying like 10 or 20% initially, I was hoping that, you know, maybe in the back of my head it'd be a little bit quicker. But no, when I was saying it'd be about 10 or 20% quicker, that's about only how much quicker it is. I was kind of hoping that that wouldn't be the case, but no, it is if you're counting like all the way to max, like counting the full from 0 to max. It does seem like it's only about 10 or 20% quicker, which was my original guesstimation, because I didn't think they would do too much to it, but yeah, they didn't do too much to it. Initially looking at it, it seemed like a bit more, but no, it's still only a 10 or 20%. Very small difference. Oops, I was just clicking F keys trying to do the other thing. I was wondering why that wasn't doing it. I was trying to drink my potions with F keys again, instead of clicking the 3 button. Whoops. That's not how that works. Up, fishing level, you're trying. Don't worry, you'll be level 25 by Monday. Fishing bounties will save you. Because today is basically the last day we're getting any fishing XP. So not counting my ventures, whatever my level is at is basically what's at. Which means I'm going to have to go through 22.5 to 25 on next Monday. Because that's about where the ventures will get us by then. Because after today, I'm not training any more fishing, not counting venture, until the fishing bounties come out. As I don't think any other loop that we're doing between now and then is going to grab a single fish. Actually, that's not true. Bell Plant at the beginning of the level does grab some salmon. So maybe we'll get half a level from that. See, I lied. There is one other fish. It's not my highest tier fish, though. It's not that good at XP, but it's still more than 0 XP. Kind of like how this little bass is. No, in all fairness, this is the best thing we'd be catching if we're only catching one thing, only one time. It is the highest one catch we can currently do at the moment for fishing. For using the double tool. And it's stationary, so we don't ever need to worry about it moving. Honestly, I wish a lot more fish were like this. It makes sense why they're not, because it makes sense why they move. But from a multi-skilling perspective, I wish every fish was just a solid node like almost everything else in the game. Like, it's kind of good that they're not for variation. But in doing so, yeah, that really ruins their viability. All the ones that move like crazy. Like the flounder, the manta rays, the other ones. They just move so much. And their consistency when you only want to take one or a couple is very low. Like, you basically have to take all of them if you're going to grab any. Whereas those other stationary fish, it's perfectly fine just taking one and move on your way. Alright, next trip we gotta remember to use an 11%. And that should bring us to nearly 1.5 levels to go. And we just gotta worry about getting 1.5 more levels. Easier said than done. Still got a ways to go. But hey, we can almost measure the remaining time until we get to the stones in minutes. It's still in hours, but we almost can measure it in minutes. Well, technically we can measure in minutes now. It's like 90-something minutes. So it's a double-digit number of minutes now. Slowly but surely. Oops, I forgot to double the thingy. I just want to save it for the XP pop, but we're going to be able to double at least one anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. Plus, we got to get that full inventory when we can. So I do have to say, it is really nice and clean when every single thing in the inventory is the same tier. I like looking at an inventory where every single thing in our inventory is the same tier. I'm not sure what it is about it. It just seems more satisfying. Compared to if you had like some level 4, some level 5s mixed with some level 6s. It's like so much worse than everything being the same number. Alright, put in the forager. Put the next one in the forager once we get it. Oh, that moves so little. I keep forgetting how much knowledge is barely doing anything now. Poor knowledge point. Which, how much of a level is it even giving us right now? Ooh. That's like 15 of them for one level. But it's not counting HP boost. But let's see what the actual HP drop is in a second. Because we need 4.5 million HP, you can say. How much XP are we getting for a 10 or 11% boosted knowledge point? Because I'm pretty sure it's still less than 16, like it was in the previous state of the game. Yeah, 335. Okay, that's fine. We're still at the point where it takes less than 16 knowledge points to get a level. So it's still better than the previous form of the game. Still quicker. Barely, but still quicker. Unless tier 9's even slower. Oh no. But at this level range, it is still easier to get 50 levels than it was before the update at this exact same level range. I think only 8 and 9 are going to be where kind of 180s. Where it might actually be slower to get a level in those level ranges compared to now. That's the only thing I'm slightly scared on. Because there's a good chance tier 8 and 9 is slower in the new state of the game rather than before. Or is everything prior is quicker? I don't know, we'll find out when we get there. There's a good chance that no level range is slower than the previous state of the game though. Because based on what those numbers look like, it seems like tier 9 is still quicker than post 200 before. Barely. Like they're almost identical. But it still seems like it's like slightly quicker. We'll find out. Because I don't even have a tier 9 to go test it on because combat doesn't count because it's different distribution. Also, the way that combat is set up makes me think that the way combat's going to work after Chapter 5 is definitely going to be different. They've talked about that some in the past as well. But there's a good chance combat stops moving up every 500 levels after Chapter 5. And just replace that with the enhancement system by Chapter 6. Because the way that it curves near the end is unsustainable if it's going anything further than 5. And they've also mentioned some things in the past that made it seem like that too. But there's a good chance we're not going to get another 500 levels for Chapter 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see what happens with it. Or what kind of system they do to diverge it. Because this combat curve is unsustainable if they're going to keep adding infinite chapters. As it like mega ultra deluxe curves around like around this level range. And then it only keeps curving more and more and more as you keep going higher. Unless they're always just going to keep it at the disparity. The problem with that is at super mega high level ranges, you would literally never do anything but passive if they were to keep going with this though. But we'll have to wait and see. Because it really starts to curve at like around 30 something. And it's going to keep going up another 10 levels and another 10 levels and another 10 levels and another 10 levels. The curve is just going to look kind of weird after a while. The curve can only curve so much. But yeah, when we do these, I believe it's more efficient if we just want to do default clicks. To click this one, this one, this one, this one. It saves 1 or 2 tiles. I just can't be bothered. But if I click them in a different order, I think we save a tile. Maybe 2, depending on how you count the stair, because I'm not sure if the stair has different movement speed. I've just done it so many at this set that I honestly don't mind wasting the half a second each time. Level and a half to go. And then an hour and a half to go. Unless we decide just not to do Jade tonight. Which is tempting, honestly. There's 2 reasons why I'm almost tempted to do it. One is we get to do scrap metal for longer if I'm going to be using boost potions anyways. The other is I'm starting to get hungry because it's 6:30 p.m. and I have not eaten anything yet today. Oh no, do we bait and switch? I don't know, what's the title say right now? Maybe the first time that we don't bother doing the objective fully. As I am heavily considering it. So I guess 6 hours was our limit. 6 hours, the same loop, and it was like, nope. If I would have had something for lunch, it would be different. But the fact I haven't had anything yet today and it's like 6:30 is, yeah. Like, I kind of almost want to go until we get one more level, but if we get one more level, what's one more level after that? And then we just got to do an hour and a half for Jade. But no, I think to pace it, I think we will be ending it soon. I might even end it after his trip. However, if we are going to do that, there is one obligatory thing we must do. And that is, we got to use the boost potion for the first time and actually show it. Even though it's been sitting in our bank for like almost a year now. Or however long it's been, ever since we did Alchemy Week. I haven't actually used it yet. So we're going to go use it. So that's going to be the game plan. I'm going to store all this. We're going to grab the 10%, or the 5 level one, which is the perfect level range too, which works out perfectly. And yeah, we're just going to go and AFK that all night so we have all the alchemy supplies. And then by the time we go into tomorrow, boom, first thing we're going to be doing is Jade. Actually, we might have to do this a little bit if we don't have the levels, but then we're going to go straight to Jade. And then we'll go and maybe do a little bit more level grind, because we're going to do a little more than just Jade tomorrow. Try to get, maybe we'll go to the bone zone too and just do a little bit there. But yeah, that'll be just gonna be our game plan for now. Let's go to the AFK activity. Store all this away. Go and get rid of one inventory space. I guess I technically don't need it. Oh no, we'll be fine. It's not like I'm gonna fill up that much inventory. We're AFKing it not for that long. Alright, let's see. So let's go bring out this potion we have never used yet, all the way at the top. The +5 used to be +4. Passive boost potion. So the way that this works is, or the way I think it works, or should work, is we will be able to do passive activities 5 levels earlier than we otherwise would be able to be. So currently, if we were to do a passive activity, I would have to do the really bad beetle, which is not only worse EXP than the next activity, which generally will be the case, but it's also material that's useless because it's fishing bait, which we don't need because it's lower. Actually, we technically would use it at some point, but we're not going to be because we're just doing it all for venture. So any of the fishing bait we don't need is just kind of useless. But because of that, we can use a +5 boost, or whatever our corresponding boost is at a given time, what we have potions for, in order to go do the next activity. So my understanding of this is I just drank this potion, and it will immediately allow me to start using this at level 6. Is that the case? I sure hope so. Let's read it just in case. So what does this do? Lets you do a passive activity in the current milestone, which is up to 5 levels, as well as 5 knowledge points, so that it will never happen. 5 knowledge points in that low of a level range. Higher than you. Lasts 1 hour per dose. Actually, there is a use case for this, because if you were using this when you're not keeping up with knowledge points, this would kind of work. For example, let's say I didn't put any knowledge points in the maggots or beetle. Since it's giving +5 knowledge points, I would still be able to do it. I would technically be able to do it if I didn't put a single knowledge point in, since like moth. As it would skip all of these and then it would be all the way over there. Actually, since and mine. No, yeah, moth. Or worms, actually. If we didn't put a single one into this, or this, knowledge point wise, I would still be able to do this since it's giving us +5 knowledge. So that's kind of cool too. Level wise, I would only be able to do it at 40. But knowledge point wise, even if I haven't spent a single knowledge point since the anemone or since worms, we would still be able to go all the way through that 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to be able to use this. And I should just be able to drink this, and it'll let me grab scrap metal. And there, so you can see it moved to tier 6. And there we go. It even shows it right here, the unlocked. Nice. But yeah, we're going to call it for now. We're just going to do Jade first thing tomorrow. And I'll probably go for a little bit more beyond that. But yeah, I need to grab a bite to eat. But we'll be back tomorrow, same time as always, around noon Eastern Standard Time. First thing we're going to do, unless we need a little bit of XP, we're going to go straight to Jade. And yeah, we'll go from there. And we'll just have this guy grab a bunch of scrap metal. This will eventually be smithing XP at the exact level range we need, as I need to get 1.5 days of this, or, you know, enough to go get those levels, which hopefully between now and whenever we do this, maybe a little bit again, we'll be good to go. So we'll be able to get all that scrap metal tonight, get that for smithing eventually, and that will be perfectly into our Jade for tomorrow. And then we'll go from there. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and I will catch you guys soon. Goodbye, everyone, and thanks for watching.